and gentlemen, and welcome back to the HoN Oh My God League Tournament Cycle number 5. Day 2 semi-finals number 1, where we're seeing here is Big Ego Crew against Team Tim, and we're starting off in the round 1. And I'm joined here by the one and only TKB as my co-caster for today. TKB, how you doing today?
Hey dude, I'm doing awesome, man. This is gonna be a really fun match to look at because in this team right now we got Kevin on Team Tim and we got Big Ego Crew on the Legion side. As you know, Kevin actually was on the Big Ego Crew for a while ago, so let's see if there will be some rivalry in this game. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so this is the first time Team Tim and Big Ego Crew actually face each other, so this is going to be very interesting. This is a thing that we've never seen before, so I wonder what's going to happen. It's going to be very interesting indeed.
It is. What I just want to dive right into here is that, as you can see from the Legion side, a ban on the electrician has come. Maybe because they just respect banning it because of Imbaboy, because he has been playing a mean electrician the earlier tournaments. They also have banned Arachna, and Engineer and Chipper is banned. So yeah, I kind of like these bans. These bans are quite mainstream. The Legion side has actually picked up Chipper a lot, and they also play Engineer a lot. So these bans are really reasonable.
They did leave out Magmus.
They did leave out Magmus, of course, but some people feel like he's a threat, some people don't. It's really what you want to play against instead of the other heroes, right?
Yeah.
So they would rather play against Magnus than an Engineer.
To be honest, continue. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, the Legion team picked up Moira and Magnus, and the Hellborn team has picked up Moraxis and Kinesis. What I think is gonna happen in this game is that Moraxis is gonna go on long lane or probably a suicide lane, where he's gonna be doing quite well against a Moira, for example. But like earlier, we've seen a lot of tri-lane come out from the Big Ego Crew. So what do you think is gonna happen this game?
Honestly, right now I just saw the Master of Arms pick. I am not so sure because I've seen Big Ego Crew run the Master of Arms in a tri lane or as a support, and it's been very, very effective. So I'm not so sure. So far though, like seeing Moira Magmus Master of Arms, there is a big possibility that we might see a tri lane.
Yeah, I think it's a huge possibility as well. But what kind of weirds me out here is that they normally go for an offensive tri-lane, don't they?
I mean, I don't really watch the scrims much. I think you might have more experience than me in that, especially as a player in a team. So you have more experience than I do. But from like Big Ego Crew, for me, Big Ego Crew, what they shine at the most is their teamwork. I don't think they're affected by what they pick. And what I mean by that, I don't think it matters for Big Ego Crew if they pick a aggressive lineup or a defensive lineup. I don't think it matters. What they shine at is their teamwork and their communication.
Yeah,
so,
I gotta agree here. They also got really... Yes, continue.
I feel like they're very, very flexible with a lot of
Yeah, they
things.
are. They certainly are. They got very... they got a lot of good individual players. And when these people come together, they just do a really good job. The same goes for the Hellborn team as well. Like, Kevin is an extraordinary mid player. Imbaboy is Imbaboy, and you got Matte, Xnext, and Hansi Pro, or Baked Bananas is called in this game. There are a lot of great players in this game, and I don't know. I don't think this goes in anyone's favor this game, because the players are really good on both sides, and I think we're gonna have a hell of a match in front of us.
And look at these bands, Puppet Master and Sir Bensington coming from Shuriken, and Pebbles and Bubbles from Imbaboy, and Ophelia and Uki. These are some fast bands, not gonna lie. Like, each team, like, noticeably studied each other. They know what they want, they know what they want to ban, they know what they want off the game. This is very interesting.
Oh, and as you can see now, that's the tri-lane. Master, Rally, and Magnus. And I think they might actually leave Dutch alone against Amoraxis on the short lane. What you can see from the Hellborn side, Kinesis and Aluna. Like, I believe that Aluna is going to be playing the 5th hard support role, and Kinesis is going to be a roaming slash 4th support. Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun to see what they're going to come up with this game. there comes a Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm has been doing great the earlier tournaments, man. What do you think about the hero in general?
Incredible. Too strong, too powerful, but gotta say he does have his weaknesses. I
He
think
do.
I've noticed in Hammerstorm especially. So see, I'm a Shadowblade player. I really like to play Shadowblade. I'm very happy when somebody picks a Hammerstorm against me, simply because I'm going to steal about 30 or 40% of your attack damage, which is 500 damage, and I like
Yeah.
that. Hammerstorm is a super strong hero, but I feel like he can be kited a lot. I feel like he has many issues. And one thing I'm noticing right now, Malikan is still open. And
Malikan
Malikan
is still open.
exactly. A Malikan is much better than a Hammerstorm. I would prefer a Malikan than a Hammerstorm on my side.
Even after the nerf?
Even after the nerf, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I actually kind of gotta agree with you in that, because the thing is, Hammerstorm can kill stacks really easily the second he hits level 7 or whenever he wants to, basically. But the same can Malikan.
Oh, yeah,
He can just
exactly.
ulti up, sword throw, and everything, and he will be pretty much just as, let's say, oh,
That's
here goes a
unexpected.
flux out.
That's unexpected.
Oh, I
That's very
actually didn't
unexpected.
see that coming at all.
Neither did I.
So, are we gonna see a Master of Arms farming this game? Because
Oh,
the flux is most certainly gonna go to Satellitium. I'm 100% sure.
yeah, there you go. And
Yeah,
probably
look at
4
that.
Cannon Rally. I actually don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe that the Dutch is gonna be playing the rally
No.
this game. And there we have Calamity. Calamity is a really strong hero. This is gonna be really fun to watch, man. I really like these team setups for both teams. So let's
Although
see how this goes, man.
I gotta say, I like the Legion lineup more than I like the Hellborn. The Hellborn
You do?
lineup is strong, but it's a bit single targeted, a little bit single targeted.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, the Legion side, they have a flux. As soon as you have a flux, everything that is single targeted is AoE all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's actually true. The thing about the Hellborn team for me is just that they got a super strong suicide player, Imba Boy, for example, and I think he's gonna do wonders against Moa or whatever they're gonna put up against him bottom. But as you can see, it actually looks like they're gonna go for a offensive tri lane at top lane, and they're gonna send either Hammer. No, yeah, no, actually, there's gonna be an offensive tri lane, and Magnus is gonna be solo bottom against Moraxis and Kinesis.
Ooh, I just realized Kinesis against the Magmas. I don't know how we did not
Yeah,
notice that. My god,
yeah, but
Kinesis with a lava surge is just disgusting.
I gotta
Disgusting.
agree. I gotta agree, but like that's the price you pay when you don't ban Magnus, right? And you pick him yourself, because then you're almost 80% sure gonna have a Kinesis against you, since the Kinesis hero becomes 10 times stronger the second he gets Lava Surge.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. Kinesis with a lava surge is just oh my god.
Mhm.
I can't even like fathom how annoying that hero is with that ability. It's insane. The amount of things he's capable of doing as soon as he has it. Like imagine him even having a PK with it is just nutty. It's just so nutty. It's
Yes, it
absolutely
is
nutty.
insane indeed, man. But as you can see, they're gonna go with Master, Rally, and Moira on an offensive tri lane. How do you think it's gonna go up against the Hammers or Maluna and possibly Kinesis?
Mm.
It is a hard question because there are so many stuns from both sides. The second the Kinesis steals the Lava Surge, the Hellborn team actually is gonna do really well on the tri lane, I
I
believe.
want to mention, by
But
the way,
yeah, what's up?
we've seen Amua carry on Dutch before. Once, only once in the tournament. I think it was cycle number 4 or 3. I cannot remember. It was in the finals, the last game. They went with the Amua and they finished the game in like 15 minutes. I don't know if you
Yeah, it's
remember that.
true.
They
It's
did
true.
go on Dutch Mua. I'm not sure if it was the same exact lineup. I'm not so sure about that, but they did go with the Mua. And
Yeah,
it was
they.
good. It was good.
I do believe that it was good, but as you can see, they still got a hammer on main. What's it called? Main carry on the Hellborn team, and that's a more farm heavy hero than the Moa. So I feel like they need to try and end this early. If not, I don't think they're gonna be able to take this game.
We'll see what's going to happen. I mean, things always could turn around in a way that we couldn't even imagine. So
100%, 100%.
we have to just watch and see here.
And it looks like we're gonna on pause anytime soon now. What do you think about Calamity as a hero in general? Like, as we can see, this game is gonna go mid lane, right?
Incredible here. I love Calamity so much. It's such a cool hero to play. And
It
it's
is, right?
super powerful. It's super powerful. Such a strong hero.
Yeah, the W just deals so much damage. And it gives him a good farming possibility, and he got this ulti that can lock people in, you know, so chases will be really easy, and pickoffs in general.
Yeah, it's like Calamity is definitely a strong hero, but I'm not so sure like about how they're gonna play it on the Hellbound side. I still like try to understand, because the thing is, as soon as Calamity ulties, I feel like that ulti is going to play against them with Flux. And
it might not. Luckily, like, the Hellborn team can run inside the ulti. The other people will still be stuck inside from the Legion side. So if the Flux pulls them away from anything, you know, and the Calamity ulti is involved, I still think it can't hurt them too much. But I gotta say here, when this Kinesis gets the Magnus down and rotates to the top lane, which he most likely will, I think Legion is gonna be in a struggle, man.
Yeah, so
I
I'm
really
assuming they're
do.
gonna run the rally at top lane. Right now, they're gonna try lane Moira, Mua, and rally Flux mid Magma Suicide, just as you predicted, actually. Just 100%
Yeah.
right.
And as you can see, they have already blocked the camp at the long lane, where the Legion side won't be able to pull the medium camp if they do not reward it, you know?
Gotta say, that's quite an obvious ward from Mex next. Like, Mex would see the trees gone, he'll probably figure out that, okay, the ward is here.
Most likely, I gotta agree there. That might have been a bad move, but they don't have a reward at the moment, so they won't be getting the first pull. What I think they might do is block the mini camp, because then the Hellborn won't be able to take it. And look at that. Moraxis is just running down bottom, going to face Magnus alone for now. Kinesis is gonna be around, but I do believe that he's just gonna be there to steal. But he's actually not, because as you can see, he got his W skill and is not prepared to go on to the trial lane yet.
So they countered the ward, by the way, the one that Mex placed on the full camp?
They did. And now they're gonna be able to pull this from the Hellborn side, which is gonna give them an upper hand, I do believe. Mid lane is actually quite equal for now, as you can see. It's 2-4 actually. Ooh. But yeah. What do you think about Calamity versus a Flux?
Yeah, Calamity's dragons are really hard to deal with, but Flux is a little bit tanky. I think he'll just be fine. He just has to play a little bit safe and try his best to not get harassed by the dragons. I think that's like the thing he gotta do. I feel like what he's doing right now is
Stun comes up on top. Oh, they did not engage after all.
Was it the compel? Oh, okay, the Moa Q, alright.
It was the Mo overcharged shot. Kinesis is still just sitting at bottom, waiting for him to get his level 2. I think he's gonna be TPing top as fast as that happens, and he has stolen the Magnus Q.
Yeah, that should
or
be his
Lava
move,
Surge. Yeah, that's what I hope they do, because I don't think that Hammer will be getting too much farm on this lane at the moment. The medium camp is still blocked. I don't know if Moira got a reward incoming right now, but they really need to remove it.
She does, I'm pretty sure that's a reward.
It is. And let's see if he snipes it. He will. That's inside.
Calamity's got very low just all of a sudden. I just realized. What happened there? Were you watching or?
I was certainly not, because I'm so focused up on this tri lane, so I'm gotta say I'm sorry for that one. But the bottom lane is actually in the favor of Magnus right now. Magnus is level 3, almost 4.
Kinesis with the Lava Surge on Shurken. Shurken is getting really low, but the Compel does put him in a safe side in the illusion of Mex. He's at the top lane. Okay, that was a fast initiation. And the power throw actually just hit him. But he's still fine. He even has the apple, so I don't think he would have got to a dangerous point there.
It's true. I gotta say, like, this is what I'm saying. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of creeps you can see throughout the top lane right now.
Oh yeah,
Calamity is still struggling mid with almost 0 HP against the Flux who just got his bottle. The last hits are actually in favor for both of them. So I don't know where Calamity's bottle is, and there it arrives. It looks like Mr. Maraxis is struggling a little bit at bottom, considering the levels. Kinesis stayed there for way too long, I do believe, before he rotated and took a lot of XP from the Maraxis. So Vulka is doing a great job. As you can see on top lane right now, the Hellborn Hammer is level 3, and actually everyone on the Legion team is level 2 at the long lane. So let's see if there's gonna be some action anytime soon.
Yeah, but like they're barely level 3, so like after 2 creeps, Shortcan, Mix, and Dutch will be level 3, and that's just really dangerous for Hammerstorm. He's not gonna be able to take much damage from them. As soon as they're level 3, yeah, there you go. Both of them, Rally and Dutch, are level 3 now, and Mix is a little bit like behind, but he's still very close to it. As soon as he's level 3 as well, they can absolutely destroy the Hammerstorm.
That is a haste on the Kinesis.
Yeah, his Kinesis is going on the Flux, maybe? No, he's not.
No, he actually just rotated back. I hope we can see some aggressivity at the top lane now, because Hammer should just go straight up and stun the Moa right now and see if they can do something here.
To get the Moa, maybe? No, he's still playing it safe.
There's actually some action at bottom. Magnus is really low. Moraxis is just harassing him out of the lane at the moment, which is quite nice to see that the Moraxis has taken over the lane completely and actually got an XP advantage for the moment. At the mid lane, the Flux is kind of struggling against the Calamity Dragons. So, till now, we actually got a really even game. What items do you think that the Magnus should do first? Should he just rush a PK? Should he get boots first? Or what would you like to see happen?
Honestly, at this like specific moment, I can't tell you, because I feel like he needs to know or understand what the game situation is, and I think BK or like just ganking in general is the right option here, because you have a Calamity at mid lane, you have a Hammerstorm at the top lane who arguably would just die by just one stun, so they just need that one initiation, if I'm not mistaken so far. And Rally with the compel on the Hammerstorm is getting quite low. But it does not seem like he's gonna go down with the stun from the Moa right now. It was a little bit late, but it was actually on a perfect timing. Hammer did get low, a lot low actually, but he's not gonna go down. And Mix is actually like 100 HP by the neutral creeps. So yeah, that just happened there. But yeah, like Hammer, it's not easy to kill this Hammer. He has an Iron Shield, he has his W, which gives him armor. He's in 10 armor, and he does not have a Mystic yet, plus the power supply. So
yeah, the second he gets himself some auto attack damage or attack speed, they're gonna be really dangerous at top lane, the Hammerstorm and the boys. Bottom is still quite equal. Vulka is farming up against the Moraxis. They are doing quite the same, actually. Moraxis is at 37 creep kills and the Magnus is at 29, but the levels are pretty much the same. Yeah, this game is quite passive, I gotta say. The tri-lane from both sides are... What?
No kills so far. 0 kills.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so equal, this game. I find it quite weird that both of the tri-lanes are... Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. But it is what it is.
But Kinesis smoked mid lane. We might see a kill on the Flux, but he's very tanky, man. 1200 HP. Like, this Flux is very tanky. The smoke does come out, though, but they're not gonna initiate on him. They're... Like, both sides are playing very safe. Very safe, I gotta admit. But it seems like they want to go at the top lane? No, they don't. So, what were you saying?
Yeah, like, I feel like the Legions are gonna be a little bit more aggressive on this game. Because the second Hammer gets too much farm, which he will, at this pace. I don't think they're gonna be standing a chance, unless they have the perfect lockdown. When Hammer rotates for jungle, he's gonna be farming way faster than the Master of Farms, I do believe.
Going on, and the Hammerstorm with the Kinesis responding with that Lava Surge. Hammerstorm does not have enough mana to use his Q, but he does end up using it. Dutch Ownage is going down very quickly right now, and Mix is in a lot of trouble. Flux does use his ulti to save him a little bit with a nice TP in the Q. He actually does end up TPing, and that was a very nice TP from Mix, and it ended up... And okay, Volca just died at the bot lane. What happened there?
Yeah, he did. What's really impressive about this, the second MOA initiated, the Calamity TP'd, and they were ready for a fight. When Calamity TP'd, Flux was far behind on the TP, and he did not reach the fight in time like the Calamity did. So that was really unfortunate
and
for
the
the...
ability on the Miraxis he's initiating on the Flux. Flux gets Lava Surge as well. Meanwhile, at the top lane, Dutch Ownage does end up killing the Hammerstorm, and Flux does end up going down at the mid lane, and seems like this is a back and forth initiations at this point.
It is. They saw that there were many people middle, and they took the chance and initiated at the top lane, which was the correct move. Right now, Vulca has actually bought himself some steam boots and is far away from the PK. Yeah, I don't know what to expect from this game right now, because the pace just kinda shaped up, and the MOA is pretty much free farming at the top lane right now. So...
I mean, he's on 360 GPM. Hammerstorm is on 250. So he's doing very bad, but in the meanwhile, Calamity is 380 and Mirax is 380. And Volca's not doing that well. He does have 42 last hits, but his GPM right now is just struggling, 260.
Yep. And I feel like the second this Miraxis picks up a PK, which he probably will soon do in the future with this amount of farm, I think the Legion team is gonna struggle a lot, because the initiation from Miraxis is deadly.
Yeah, 100%.
It looks like a fight is gonna appear at top.
Kinesis, or Calamity, sorry, and Shurkan trying to initiate, but he does end up seeing 4 people in front of his face. Kinesis ends up going down from the Mua, but the rally does end up going down as well, and the Calamity is trying to catch up with the Dragons. One hit, but the shield comes out, and it does save Dutch Ownage, and Mix end up going down from X next to Luna. So well played there, and a really good counter initiation by the Hellbond.
It was indeed. The Flux is just farming at mid. He just picked up a haze, so we might actually be able to see a gank in the near future. Or he's just gonna set up a kill on the Calamity, which will resort in 100% kill with the haste.
And Rally is there as well. And by the way, I have to say, I'm pretty sure this game will catch up on the Legion side once they start buying their initiation items, such as PK. So I think this is what they're waiting for. Like, for example, Magnus right now is actually closer to his PK than Miraxis. So, and speaking of, by the way, some initiation going on at the bot lane. Kinesis does end up responding to the Magnus with the Lava Surge, and Dutch Ownage is gonna end up getting the Miraxis down, and the Moira Illusion is coming in. Is it gonna hit the stun though? It will hit the stun. Moira with the last hit, and she does end up killing the Kinesis, sorry. So that's Miraxis and Kinesis for Dutch Ownage. This is good. They're giving every single kill to the carry so far. This is really, really good actually for them.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what they need. Right now he has had a Maldred, and he got a lot of stacks on it right now. Meanwhile, they're fighting at bottom, and the Flux is chilling at mid. You also got Hammer free farming at the top lane. The Magnus is back at top to preventing him from farming completely, and he's gonna be there to put on some pressure.
On the Flux, he's running into the Calamity. Calamity is being very slowed right now with the Compel coming in the Calamity. He's simply not going to survive. This is just too much for him. I'm not sure about the ulti usage, but yeah, I guess that's a nice attempt. You should always try to attempt, of course. And meanwhile, they've rotated Mua with the Magnus at top lane, and Hammerstorm is still at 260 GPM.
Oh, it looks like Kinesis
is coming. Yeah, but they're being ganked at the top lane. I'm not sure which one's more interesting. It seems like bottom's gonna be more interesting, and they're gonna initiate on the Miraxis. And Miraxis does end up going down, actually. How does Mua and Moira have enough damage to kill a Miraxis? Wow, I'm actually impressed.
The acid bomb is really strong, I gotta say. It gives them a lot of minus armor, slow, and it's a lot of damage a second. But actually, it was the Miraxis who initiated on the Master of Farmers, but the Moira was ready to respond, and they got the kill.
Gotcha.
Top actually ended up falling, so X-Next
Yeah.
on Aluna is dead for the moment to Magnus and Rally.
We just
As you can
went
see,
from very passive game to like initiating everywhere, kills everywhere.
yep.
And I
But,
think they're gonna
this
go
is-
on the hammer, by the way.
Yeah, they might, but I don't think they will have enough damage since the Rally actually used his
Oh, he
ultimate
did.
onto
Yeah, you're
the
right. The
Aluna.
Luna.
So they're gonna need +1 for that gank. But as you can
Yep.
see mid right now, they're initiating in on the flags. Moira is responding with a Q, and they're not gonna get the kill. It seems like Kinesis is super low, Calamity got super low, Flux is just sitting mid, taking the last of the creeps, and Rally rotated as well.
Flux 1400 HP. He has 10 magic armor. Although 5 armor, but they are not that physical sided on the Hellbound except for Hammerstorm. He's the only physical hero they have at the moment, and he's simply not gonna go anywhere unless he has a farm that he needs. So yeah, like they cannot kill him. It's very difficult.
Look at the Magnus though. He actually got his PK in about 100 gold, so that's quite impressive. I think like the Meraxes fell off after he decided to go for more sustainable items and of course the investment. But yeah, the both of the long lane players are quite equal at the moment, as you can see on the GPM charts. So that's quite fun to watch that. The Hammerstormer has actually bought himself a Helm of the Victim, and he might actually be wanting to rotate into the jungle the next level, because he will
Meanwhile,
then
at
have
bot lane, by the way, Moira does end up initiating on the Kinesis, and Kinesis end up going down, and I feel like Kinesis was in a spot where he's not supposed to be there. A bit greedy, I feel like, looking at the map. I did not look at it from the beginning, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, this game went from being 100% equal to actually the Legion team is in the lead for the moment.
Yep.
Magnus is with a PK.
On the Meraxes at the bot lane, by the way, but Meraxes does end up using a really nice W from, I think that was the Moira's Q that he dodged, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah. By the way, I feel like the problem here, Hellbound is just overextending their welcome way too much. Don't you think?
Oh, and they're gonna end up dying at mid lane?
No, I don't think so, actually. I think they're just fine.
Actually? Shield.
Wow. Okay, that was a very nice W from Magnus, but it did not save him in the end. And Flux is going on the Meraxes. Meraxes is going down a lot, but his ulti is just gonna save him. Yeah, and then he used the W, and that dodges Moira's Q. Man, Meraxes against Moira is really powerful, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, the Meraxes was a really strong pick. Yeah, it is what it is. It couldn't have been a more perfect hero to send on the suicide lane, if you ask me. Yeah, it looks like
are stacking up, actually.
they are indeed.
Magnus now.
What do you think about an early PK and Flux? Do you think he should have gone any items first?
With his lineup, definitely PK first. Definitely. No questions asked. Because right now, with the Magnus and him, they can do so much. Now, mentioning that Moira and Rally will have a PK soon. So you're gonna have a 4 PK lineup, or like a team, on the Legion. It's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% do agree. As you can see, top Hammerstormer has actually gotten his Whispering Helm, and he's working on Steam stuff, which probably will turn into a Twin Blades. While the Moa of Arms is just sitting at bottom, building a Nullifier, as it could look like by his item choice. And there he actually got his Nullifier Blade. They're moving in with smokes, top, and they might actually get hammer here. Yes, they do. It's gonna come out stun from Rally, stun from Moira.
Moira does end up hitting everyone, yep. Aluna power throw. Magnus responding with the nice lava surge after the PK initiation. Kinesis does respond to Rally though. Rally does end up going down, and Calamity is dealing a lot of damage. And a nice ulti by Mix actually saving him. The shield was over a little bit, but he does end up being safe in the end, and Flux is actually initiating on the Calamity, and I feel like this is a little bit greedy by Flux right now. He barely has any armor, and Hammer Sword just melted him down. And the Magnus does end up going down from Meraxes, and I think this is the end of the fight. A bit greedy from Legion. Gotta admit.
Really greedy from Legion. The second they didn't get the first kill, they should have just gone back. They tried to get hammer, they didn't get hammer. And yeah, they made time for the rest of the Hellborn team to rotate, and they died. So yeah, it wasn't in the favor for Legion to say the least.
Yeah, and Meraxes does... Okay, never mind, he just TP'd. I thought that they were gonna try to initiate on the Moa. Actually, I would have liked him to see. I would have liked to see him initiate on the Moa, simply because like none of the Legion side were alive except for Moira. She was going back to base, and Moa did not have his shield, and he's 800 HP, and Aluna does have her power throw and her ulti. So I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that would have been a dead Moa, but they did not go for it, unfortunately.
I
Just
do agree
going on
here.
the safe side.
The Mercs is smoked at bottom. I think he's. Oh no, he just wanted to go there and farm. I think they need to kill the monster farms now to kinda lock him down because he's sitting at 500 GPM right now, and that's way more than what the hammer is at. So, what would you like to see from the Hellborn side right now?
That's hard to say actually. Because at this point, I'm not so sure. Like the thing is, I'm not so sure what Calamity is buying right now with that hammer.
I think he might actually go for a quick shrunken, so he can avoid many spells from the Legion team.
Communication
And
going
initiate-
on, I think, on Aluna. Aluna is going down. She's just gonna die here. This is just a simple pick off, but yeah, they don't have vision, and actually, Flux Peek it into that, so I was not paying attention. But yeah, well played there. But yes, going back to this, I am honestly not so sure. Because if Calamity does end up buying a PK, oh sorry, a Shrinken, like then the damage dealer or the one that they're gonna, you know, trust to like deal damage in the fight is gonna be Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm is not gonna be able to be in the fights in the first place, so I'm not sure about it. But anyhow, I think there's gonna be an initiation going on at the bot lane right now, 3 against 3. But I don't think that they know Calamity is just waiting at the bot lane, nor Kinesis, but they do know about the Meraxes.
Yeah,
Is this
have
the
you seen
second
the?
tower deny? This
It
might be the second tower deny.
actually be.
Because so far Legion have last hitted every single tower, but sorry, yeah, Legion have last hitted every single tower to Hellbon, but Legion have denied every single tower they have. So
Which is quite insane, to say the least.
yeah, that is a lot of like money gap between both teams right now, from only towers. Although Legion did last hit the towers, they did not leave it.
It looks like they're gonna initiate the top on Hammerstorm.
Yeah, on the Hammerstorm,
Master of Arms skill
and
incoming.
Flux ulti going in on the Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm is going down really quickly right now. But there's response coming in, but it's just too much on the fucking Hammerstorm. He's gonna go down definitely here. And the Luna is actually gonna survive. Moa's actually gonna end up going down by the Calamity with the Flux. This is a weird turn of events.
That is a really good rotation from the Hellborn team, coming in with TPs, PKs, and everything to try and save their carry. But as you can see, it only turned into a 3-for-1. So it was perfect from the Hellborn team. As you also can see, the gold lead has decreased by a lot right now. It was about 3k plus to the Legion team, but right now they're actually equal. So yeah, I feel like the PKs from Meraxes has been really good.
Moa died without using his ulti. That's the thing I just noticed. I'm not sure what happened there. But there's some initiation going on the bot lane. Moira does respond with her ulti. And seems like Magmus might be just a little bit safe here. He does end up peeking into the Hammerstorm stun, unfortunately. And the Magmus is in a very bad spot, but I don't think
they
that they
thought he got over
realized.
to the other side. They thought he got over to the other side, man.
Oh my god, he actually
But
does
he
end up
did not.
surviving.
They also did initiate top on the Calamity, where they got him killed with a Rally and Moa. So that's kinda boring for him. Hammerstorm actually soon got his Twin Blades. It's a matter of a minute. And he's gonna be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think he's gonna survive to hit like a truck. Like, it's like
Your microphone is kinda low at the moment.
it is low. I'll just give it maybe a little
There
bit
you
of
go.
time. Yeah, okay. So what I was trying to say, Hammer will be able to deal a lot of damage, right? But I really doubt that he'll be able to even hit someone.
Yeah, you might be right, but I don't know, like Mr. Murax is gonna go in and initiate, the Kinesis is gonna go in and stun, and I do think there's gonna be a window for Hammer to go in and bonk once, and he's gonna be able to kill a target.
That's if the Hellbound initiated first.
Of course, as you've seen all the other fights, they have not
By the
been
way,
initiating.
going on at the top lane on the Moa. Moa is going down really fast, and he's just not gonna be able to even do anything about that. And yeah, that's a little bit greedy
Yeah, that
going
was an
on
ultimate. Yeah, that was
from
a ulti from Calamity and
Calamity. Yeah.
Moraxis.
Yep.
So yeah, they're gonna have to wait a little bit now before they can set up a major team fight again. But that pickoff is really good, and they're putting a stop to the Master of Arms GPM.
Mm. I feel like this game is just about who initiates first and
Yeah, it
on
has
what
looked like it
target.
till now. Yep.
Because let's say if they initiate on Mua and Flux, Magmas, Moira, and Rally are like in the back, like Hellbon is screwed. Hellbon is just simply screwed. As simple as that. But if like Legion initiate first, Hellbon is screwed. Like this is very initiating side. By the way, so initiation going on at the top lane. Moraxis does jump on the Flux. Flux does have his ulti. Moira does respond to Moraxis by her ulti, and Moraxis is in a very bad spot right now with the Rally Compel and the Slam, which is a little bit overkill, but it is understandable as they do not have any vision on the ruin, so they don't know about anyone else who's gonna come in the fight. But yeah, that was a good pick off.
Yeah, dude, I've been seeing a pattern in this game, and every time there comes an
And another
initiation on the
initiation on the
Kinesis, and he
Kinesis.
falls. Yep.
Rally is going in with a nice compel, but it barely misses. So it barely almost hits the hammer, but unfortunately it does miss. And that was a blind compel, and it almost hit. That was very impressive. But yeah, hammer is gonna just run away and go back to base right now, and he's standing on 400 GPM right now.
Yeah, which is quite nice. Actually,
Fine.
he's been increasing from 300 to 400, but it's taking him a little bit of time, which is not too good because it doesn't look like they're gonna have a lot of time from now on. Seeing the aggressivity or aggressive wards incoming and dewarding, so I think the Legion side is gonna start moving up real soon. But as I tried to say earlier, is that I've seen a pattern in this game. Both teams are really good at reacting to ganks.
Yeah.
And every time, for example, they fight near one of the enemy's tower, they always seem to lose because of the rotations that come out from both teams.
Mm.
So these players are really good at the TPing when needed.
So far,
And
what I've
it's
seen. Okay, I'm sorry.
no,
No.
continue.
So far, what I've seen from this game is pretty much just pick-offs, except the top fight where Moa died. And when they initiated on the hammer and he died, and then 4 of them died, Legion side, that is. That was the weirdest fight so far. But the rest has just been pick-offs, technically.
Yeah, I guess. As you see, another
Initiation
initiative
going on the Aluna, by the way, with the compel of Rally, and Fluxus end up jumping in with the Shrunken, and he does end up killing the Aluna, but he might be in a lot of trouble right now with the Calamity ulti coming out, with the Hammerstorm initiating on the Magmas Volca actually, and Kinesis with a very nice Lava Surge to actually get into range to ulti him, and Moraxis does respond to the Rally. Rally does end up going down, and it does not seem like the fight is gonna go any longer as both teams just use all of their abilities. So
as you can see now the Hammerstorm actually grabbed a PK, which was crucial for him to actually be able to bonk people, right? So that's really good to see.
Now the hammer is scary, that's for sure. Because the hammer doesn't need to be like in the middle of the fight anymore. He can just initiate in the right time and like deal as much damage as he possibly can. Because the Hammerstorm can absolutely destroy this Moa at this point.
I do believe so as well, but like as you can see, the Moa has also got himself a portal key, so yeah, the Legion team is really PK heavy.
Okay, so 5 PKs then.
Yeah, there are 6 PKs in this game at the moment, so yeah, it's quite interesting, and I really like it because PKs are crucial, man. PKs are so good no matter what hero you're playing.
So we're seeing right now is 2 PKs against, well, 5 PKs, arguably 5.
Aluna going down to Rally Flux. Rally actually uses ulti here, and it looks like they might actually try to counter initiate on them. If the Flux goes down here, it's gonna be crucial for them.
He does. Oh, he misses the stun actually, and Flux does use up his ulti to push them all away. And Mora with the ulti, which is, I'm guessing Mex is just messing around with him. I'm not quite sure. Maybe there was a bit of miscommunication by Big U crew of the question of initiating or not. But yeah, so the Moira ulti is on cooldown right now for 90 seconds, and the compel with the Flux ulti. So they don't want to fight for about a minute and a half right now.
Yeah, this game is gonna be crucial for the Legion team if they don't see to end this game soon. And as you can see by the counter of gold per team, they haven't done too good these last minutes because they've been dying a lot, and
Although,
yeah,
do
they're
you
letting
really
them
think,
recuperate
do you really
and
think that
recover.
like 1,000, like what I'm focusing at right now is the 10,000 plus XP difference. That's what I'm focusing at right now. Because I do believe that this is an ability game, an ultimate game. So who initiates first with his abilities win. I don't think it's
Of
an
course,
item game.
yeah, you might be
Items
right
can
there.
help you this game, but not that much. Like if, for example, Magmas initiated on the hammer when he has Shrunken, and he stunned him before his Shrunken, and then they all
Mm,
initiated on the hammer, I really doubt he's gonna survive.
you might be right there, man. But I don't know, man. All Hammer needs is one bunk, and their whole team is half HP.
Yep,
You know,
and another initiation on the poor Aluna. Man, Aluna has been struggling this game, huh?
he really has. His positioning hasn't been too great either, so he kind of got himself to blame for that.
Life support, man, he has to ward, he has to do all of these difficult stuff, huh?
It's true. It's true.
Who can blame him?
Yeah, it's true. I can speak about that since I'm playing 5 myself.
I've witnessed this.
But yeah, as you can see, they're moving in with Veiled Rots into the enemy jungle at Hellborn's
Yeah,
side.
and
They might
Hammerstone
actually.
does not have a Shrunken. So if they catch him here, he's dead.
It's not.
Yep, they do see him. Magmus with not Shrunken and the ulti, he's gonna, yeah, he's just gonna melt down. He's not gonna
Yep.
survive this. And they should take this an advantage and push the mid tower right now.
100%. As you can see, they are gonna be pushing. I don't think the Hellborn team can do much about this, other than continue to counter push as they are. It looks like the Magnus is trying to set up a gank on the bottom lane, no top lane I mean, on the Calamity, but it doesn't seem to work because Kevin or B-Soul is ready for it. They're TPing 3 people bottom to kill the Maraxus.
Yep.
Flux uses her ulti, Shuriken uses stun. Can they get him?
There's a stun from the Moa with the PK. Morax is going down very fast right now. He's not gonna survive it. No mana, no nothing to do. It is unfortunate he's gonna end up going down. And that's another pick off for the Legion. But they did not
It is.
pick the mid tower though.
They did not, because they saw a possibility to get rid of the Maraxus, who's level 17 at the moment, and actually are at quite some good GPM, considering he was on the suicide lane, even though it was a 1 versus 1. Which items do you expect to see on the Moa from now on? Is he just gonna tank up, or is he gonna go more damage, or what do you think?
To be honest, Calamity absolutely destroyed him. So I think he should buy a Shrunken, but I'm not so sure. As his team is very, very beefy, and I'm not so sure if he does need that Shrunken. Dutch is a more carry player than I am, so he understands that Mua. I've never played Mua. That's another thing. So I don't know what's the hero capability. But so far, every single fight that he got caught in, just for a brief moment, he just died immediately.
Yeah, he has been dying. He has. What I would like to see is stuff on either Moa or one of his teammates to give Moa, because then he's gonna get affected by both of the cheetah and the bulldozer effect, which is gonna give him a lot of attack speed and damage while attacking.
Initiation going on at the mid lane on the Flux, in beautiful compel by the rally, pushing Flux away from the ulti, and a shield coming in on the Flux so he can actually be able to PK. That was really nice save by the Legion side, aka the Moa ulti and the rally's compel. That was beautiful. That was very beautiful, and Flux actually ends up being alive there, which is very nice play.
Indeed, it looks like they're going for a Hellborn Conga right now, and it's actually gonna be quite free, if you ask me. The Legion team can't fight without a rally initiate, and I think they're gonna struggle without it, since he should be the one that goes in first. Moa is just pushing top, getting his farm, loving life, and Moraxis is continuing to go bottom. He's actually been pressuring bottom a lot this game. As you can see, 2 of the towers are gone already.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of a good thing, because if you keep pushing that lane and you get a window to just hit the tower, that's very good. Because that means like later on the game you'll have a very big window into getting racks and maybe forcing buybacks if you don't have much time to actually push the racks, which means that the tower might be low. You go take the tower, push the racks, and you force everyone else to buy back, aka the enemy team. But yeah, it's very RNG sort of thing, so it depends really.
I do agree. As we see now, the Magnus is flux in the enemy jungle. Are they gonna seek to find a fight here or not? There are actually 5 people going on the Moab. They
Rally
can
does
see
end
him, I
up killing
believe.
them
They
all,
can.
and the Aluna does end up stunning the Rally. Rally is going down very quickly right now, and he might end up going down, but he's surviving for a
And
bit.
while that
And
happened,
Moa,
they actually just deleted the Master of Arms.
Moa does end up going down, and Shortcan actually somehow survives. But the Moa
It
is
is what
dead
it
now.
is, man. The Moa is dead, and I do believe that Hellborn can just push in and win this right now. Or not win this, but they can push in and do a lot of damage. There is a shrunken on Hammer, but it's used already. It looks like they're gonna see to rotate to bottom lane, and an initiation out on the Moira is incoming. They got the health floor on him, so there won't be any flux. No, I mean Moira ulti coming out from her. And right now it's gonna be a 3 versus 5.
But
So,
this is not gonna be Rax, as Moa is gonna live in 25 seconds, so
yep.
this is just going to be tower. Unfortunately, they're not gonna actually get much from this because the Kongor is dead as well. So yeah,
Yeah, like I gotta say that the Legion side got a nice combo. They do, but I just do believe that the Hellborn team is stronger the later this game goes, because I don't see Magnus having any other power spikes except when he got his PK. I don't see Moira having any other power spikes, nor the Rally. So yeah, I just think this game is just gonna go downhill from here on and out for the Legion side, sadly. But it looks like they're gonna maybe seek to rotate into the jungle again. The Flux is being kind of aggressive at the top rune, but now they're just running around doing nothing. Looks like they might want to do a fight in mid lane, no? Though, as they're grouped as 5 people here. Moira's put his illusion far into the enemy jungle. Maybe he will spot out something, but he doesn't. Yeah, the Hellborn team is just sitting behind and waiting for the Legion side to make a move. They're all. Oh,
yeah,
so they're gonna be initiation by Flux here?
They don't know any, they don't know where Flux is, anything. They don't have any vision right now.
Yeah, which is why I really like them being this defensive, but I think we're gonna see a huge Flux initiation here. And let's just hope that the Magnus is on time, because I don't think he's gonna have time to ulti. Let's see how this goes. The fight is about to happen anytime soon now. So, yeah. Looks like the Calamity is just rotating to bottom, and the Morax is just pushing top. Which means that the Legion side actually have to rotate to either defend top or bottom, or actually just decide to push. So they do have 3 options here, and Flux tip is top to defend the tower. The rest is still sitting at middle. There are 4 people from the Legion side at mid. The Master of Farms might actually see to initiate here, but it just does not.
Hellborn's very separated right now. If they initiate on them, they're screwed. And some PK actually going in from the Rally with a nice compel on the Maraxis. Maraxis is going down very quickly right now, but they're burning a lot of spells for him though. And Moa is manning up on the Hammerstorm. The Hammerstorm is actually not dealing as much damage as I thought he would, but the Magmas does end up going down. They do initiate on the Moa. Moa's barely going down. He dies from the Dragons, which for some reason are outside when she's inside the Kinesis. The Moira ulti, sorry, I'm not sure if that's a bug, but is that a bug?
No, I actually do not know. But I gotta say, it really looks like the Moa didn't take any damage, but he actually used a protective shield on himself. Yeah. So 2 or 3 of the hits from Hammerstorm actually didn't do anything, but they destroyed the shield. The Calamity is doing really well this game. I gotta say that he's been really impressing me. His positioning, his everything has been really good this game.
Yeah, 2 buybacks coming in from Volk and that counted. Okay,
Yeah, but they can
Moa
actually just go and take
and
this
Magma.
Conqueror here from the Legion side, I believe, because they got no flux. But it looks like they're just gonna rotate back to their own jungle, farm, and go for another try when everything is up.
Yeah, dude, they burned too many spells on the Meraxes. Too many spells. Like Volka used or Magnus uses ultimate. He uses Shrunken, and like Rally uses Compel. He uses Slam. It's a little bit too much. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta say here that the Merax's tankiness really impressed me because I thought it was gonna die way faster considering they used 2 or 3 ultis on him, I believe.
Symbol picks up on Hammer, by the way.
But it is what it is. Yeah,
It's gonna be very hard to kill now. This is really like the more we go, you like you said this. The more we go into this game, the more Hellbound-sided this game is going to be. And you're right. Like literally, the more minutes you add into this game, the more Hellbound-sided it's becoming. Yeah, it's not looking
I
so
do
good for
believe
them.
so. But here comes out the Congo from the Legion side, and that might help them a lot. Oh, that was actually almost a snipe from the Aluna on Hellborn. Almost
Mm.
got the Congo from them.
Invisibility on Mex, by the way, he's gonna be caught by the Rip Ward, unfortunately, and that's going to be
This
a
is
dead
really bad for the
Moira.
Legion
Very
team.
bad. Very bad. He does not have a buyback either, so yeah, this is very bad.
It looks like they're really just gonna go top and push and see what they can do for the while he can. He's gonna have to go bottom soon, and as you said earlier, the hammer got the symbol now. He deals a lot of damage. If they get him low, he's just gonna get full HP again. He got shrunken and everything, and I don't see him dying anytime soon, unless he's chain stunned
An
forever.
initiation going on the Hammerstrom and the Kinesis. The compel, that's compelled by the rally pushing out the Mua away, and the Kinesis is actually gonna go down. And Volka is probably not going to survive this Hammerstorm, and Rally does end up going down from the Calamity. Flux is in a really bad spot right now. He does end up going down as well, and it's a 2v5, 2v4, sorry, situation right now, and this is definitely a Rax down. And GGs are actually being
GGs
called.
are called. Well, I gotta say, this game was
GG.
quite impressive from the Hellborn side. As I
100%.
said when the game started, the Legion had to end this game way earlier than they did. But they just couldn't, considering the Hellborn side had a really farmed Meraxes, and yeah, they were just so good at the rotations when the big Ego crew ganked, and I just don't think that a Moa is gonna be able to pull through.
Yeah, 100%. And to be honest, I feel like there was a little bit of, I don't want to say misplays. I feel like there was a little bit of over, like, what am I trying to say? Okay, okay, what I'm trying to say is both sides had some moments where they just felt too comfortable
Yeah, they
in the enemy
overstepped
side. Yes,
many
exactly.
times.
Okay, what I was trying to say, they overstayed their welcome. That's the word I was looking for.
Yes,
They overstayed their welcome. Both teams overstayed their welcome in a lot of situations. And I
they
feel
did.
like the Legion had that more than the Hellbourne side. Like, there was a lot of pickoffs where, for example, Mua died to Hammerstorm, and I believe it was Hammerstorm, Calamity, and Kinesis when he was farming in the Hellbourne jungle. But there's no reason for him to farm in the Hellbourne jungle because his jungle was free. It was empty. I'm not so sure if they thought they had stacks or whatnot. I did not pay attention to that, but they really overstayed their welcome in a lot of times. And I feel like they did not take their team or their lineup to its full potential. I feel like they were a little bit just backing off from what they're actually capable of. And I might be mistaken about it, but yeah, I feel like with lineups such as Flux, Flux, Rally, Magnus, Moira, and
Mm.
Mua, I feel like you could have ended the game way earlier. You could have
Yeah, which
pressured
is
the team
what they
way
should have.
harder,
Yep.
and I think that's not the case in this game. I don't think that that's what they focused at most. I feel like they focused at farming most, and you simply don't like 1v1 goddamn Hammerstorm. That's just not how it
Mm.
is, unless you're a very 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 beefy hero. Mua is a beefy hero, but not as beefy as, for example, a Melican or a Berserker or a Shadowblade, the heroes who can actually stand their ground. He can
Mm.
stand his ground, but not as much as a strength hero, for example.
Yeah, I gotta agree. They just missed their timing and they lost the game on it. Shit happens. Another game is coming up right now. So yeah, think it's gonna be nice.
Anyways, thank you all for tuning in for this game. Game number 2 is gonna start in about 10 minutes from now. So we'll take a break and we'll be right back. Right back, everyone.
Alright, boys, and we're moving into the second game of this best of three with Big Ego Crew versus Team Tim. Team Tim is gonna be on the Legion side and Big Ego Crew on the Hellborn side. With me, I actually got Whoopex, who's gonna join me as a co-caster, and yeah, introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name Whoop X is super happy to be here. It's gonna be super interesting game coming up. Both really talented teams and both play really different styles of playing. So it's gonna be super interesting to see how game 2 goes.
Yes, what do you think about these bans? The Team Tim has banned Chipper and Rally. What do you think about those against the Shuriken team?
I know Shorkan likes to run both of the heroes a lot. The difficult thing about playing versus Shorkan is that he has so many comfort heroes for his team. So like you can't ban out everything. You pretty much just ban out for the type of play you're gonna play yourself.
As you can see, Shorken banned or Big Ego Crew banned Electrician and Calamity. I guess they respect banned Electrician because Zimbabwe has been playing him really good, as I said last game. Really good this entire tourney, and Calamity did wonders last game. As you can see, we got Engineer, Kinesis, and Moraxis from the Legion side, and Magnus and Moira from the Hellborn. What do you think about these picks?
Pretty standard pick so far. I mean, I know both Engineer and Meraxis are really comfort heroes for Imba to pick up. The Kinesis pick is obviously also a super comfort hero and a good counter pick versus the the Magnus. I don't see any other teams playing it than Imba, pretty much, but it's just similar picks to that game.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have quite the same game as last game, to be fair. As you can see, they also almost got the same exact heroes from last game to start with. Which mid heroes do you think we're gonna see this game?
Ooh, that's a super difficult thing to say actually. So far, I'm pretty sure that the engineer is gonna be played by Hucho in the mid lane. I'm not sure about what Shorkan has in mind, but the engineer is gonna go to Hucho for sure.
Yeah, as you can see, Flux is up in this game as well. What do you think about that? Do you think that would be a viable pick?
No, I think I don't think Imba Boy runs Flux as a hero overall, and I don't think that Shorkan should be looking to pick up Flux here. I think Shorkan should be looking to change up their style a little from what they did last game.
Because last game, that's a strategy they has actually played almost every turn, every game in the tourney.
Yeah.
So I think they're gonna be put out of their comfort zone this game if they're gonna be able to win this game. Which carries do you think the Legion side is gonna go with right now? Because it looks like they're gonna have a initiation heavy team. And what would you think would be good for them right now? Is it gonna be a hard carry? Is it gonna be?
I think I think they're gonna, since they're putting Huchol on a not a carry hero mid lane. I think they're gonna pick up like a stronger carry, maybe pick up something like a Moon Queen or something even greedier than that. Maybe pick up a Sandrifter likely.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like that's 100% what they're gonna do. They got two strong initiators. We have seen Kevin play engineer many times. He's doing it really good at the mid lane. There we got the support or the fifth player or fifth position from the Legion side, which will be a Voodoo Jester. They can actually go pretty much any carry with that hero, and I'm really curious about the next pick from the Hellborn side. It most likely it's gonna be the mid hero, which I don't know what I would like to see. It's gonna be a gladiator against an engineer. What do you think about that?
I think Gladiator can do fine versus the engineer if you decide to put the hero mid lane, which you probably will. It's gonna. I mean, it's not gonna be able to stand on creeps way too much. But then again, like, you have such a easy setup on an engineer, especially on earlier levels before any hits level 6 with the ganks and stuff. And you have good ganking heroes with Aluna and Moira, for example. So I think Gladiator is a decent pick.
Yeah, I gotta agree here. And if he struggles, but he can actually just rotate jungle, and he will do that really efficiently as well. As we can see now, the carrier is gonna come up from the Legion side, and I do expect to see either a Moon Queen. Yeah, I actually don't think about the only thing I can come to mind is a Moon Queen.
Yeah.
Because it suits their gameplay, and Oh, it's actually a Predator, which is gonna be really good for them, considering that the Hellborn team got a lot of magic damage spells, which stuns and CCs the hero.
Yeah.
It's gonna be played by Baked Banana. No, maybe. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, that's their new player. Hamzi Pro is actually called. He's on a sub account right now. And which hero do you think is good against a Predator? I would like to say a Tauret or something. What do you think?
I mean, there's a bunch of heroes that's good versus a Predator. The only issue is if you look through the bans, like you only pretty much ban out carries in the second stage of the bans, and a lot of comfort carries for what I know the Dutch plays.
Mm.
So I'm not completely sure right now where Sharkan and Dutch wants to go with this carry pick.
I really do believe that. Like, I've seen Dutch play a fair good amount of Tarot, and he actually plays Bloom Queen as well, I do believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is the
he's
Sandrift as I
actually
mentioned.
going for the Sandrift, and they're gonna have huge kill potential all over the map right now. So yeah, this will be really fun. Do you think they're gonna send the Miraxis Suicide again and man up against the tri lane, or what do you see happening this game, laning stage wise?
Laning stage wise, I would probably see a defensive tri lane just to protect the Sandrift since he's a fairly weak laner. I mean, once he gets his like either Ghost Marchers or Steam Boots and a Toxic Claw, I mean he can do some pretty good amount of damage, but he's a pretty weak laning hero.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It looks like the Kinesis and Moraxis is gonna go together to the top lane. Their Moira has already TP'd up, so he can ward, and it looks like it's gonna be a 2-1-2 for now.
Yeah.
I do believe that the Magnus is gonna be fairly solo at the bottom because, as we've seen before, I still believe that they're gonna keep on doing their old gameplay, which results in a tri lane defensively.
Yes, I hope that Aluna does not go bottom with the Magmus. It makes no sense whatsoever. I just hope Aluna goes up to the top lane and protect the Sandrift.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Magnus is versus a tri lane, just let the hero sack, like just leave the hero there and just focus on the Sandrift, seeing that Sandrift is not the best in laning stage.
Yes. The engineer actually just went mid to place 2 mines. He's now running back to base, and yeah, it is pretty much what you said. The Illuna's moving to top lane. He placed a ward at bottom so they can have a rune ward. And it's also gonna help for some rotations if the Voodoo Jester is gonna leave and gank middle. The thing about the Gladiator though is he's really tanky early. Do you think they will have any kill potential on him if there's only Voodoo Jester coming to gank?
No, not really. I mean, Voodoo Jester in earlier levels do not deal way too much damage. Like Voodoo kind of scales good with levels as well. So I don't see them killing Gladiator anytime soon.
What type of build do you assume that the Gladiator will go? Will he just tank up and
I mean,
be really annoying, or is he gonna go for something damage-wise, like a shroud or whatever?
from what I would like to see, I would like to see Gladiator just grabbing pair of boots, maybe Ghost Marchers grabbing up a Vestament and then going for Alchemist are likely to aim for a bit of late game since seeing you have Sandrift.
Looks like they're initiating top on the Kinesis. Moira used stun, Luna used stun, and the Kinesis falls quite easily.
Yeah.
Is this where we're gonna see a Voodoo Jester rotate top?
Um,
Because if you ask me, I don't see Kinesis Moraxis winning this lane anytime soon.
no, I don't see that either. I'd rather see them doing as Hellborn is doing right now, just leaving the Meraxes up here and rotating Kinesis around the map.
Looks like they're initiating once again. Moira using Cube. Oh, it looks like the Kinesis is gonna go down once again. This is really bad. They're really giving them a lot of space right now because yeah, Kinesis shouldn't be top anymore. It is certain death. If he runs top again, I don't think it's gonna pay out. As you can see, he got his telekinetic level 1, so he can't just go bottom and steal Magma Stun either, which is... yeah, this is a really weird position for the Legion team to be in.
Yeah.
Right now, as you can see mid, the engineer is actually taking quite a lot of HP from the Gladiator and actually boxing it out of the lane completely right now.
Yeah, so this is what I mentioned. I think Gladiator's gonna have a rough time standing on top of creeps. I don't see him dying though, but he's gonna have a rough time mid. But then again, you get 2 kills from the top lane, you already have Striders on the Moira, it's gonna allow them to move a lot on the map and set up kills on the engineer instead.
I do agree. The Kinesis is moving top once more. I still feel like that's pretty much say, hey, come kill me. 3 gold, hey.
Yeah,
But yeah, like they're not even able to keep the lane control at bottom lane, which will even result in Magnus getting farm this game, or at least levels. So I feel like the Legion side is pretty much doing this completely wrong for the moment.
yeah, I agree. Like, you should not have the Kinesis up here. It doesn't really make any sense. I mean, you could lift the creeps and try to get lane control for the Meraxes, but that's about it. Like, that's about what you can do on this lane as a Kinesis right now. And that's exactly what he's doing.
As you can see, the Predator is fairly deep into the tower though. He's not letting the Magnus get anything. The Kinesis is kind of moving up the lane right now, but the second he gets stunned, he's dead. Speaking of the mid lane is actually in the favor of Gladiator at the moment, considering creep kills, because it's 16 to 14. Yeah, it is what it is. It is as you said, he's not gonna kill him, he's not gonna kill him, and it's also gonna be farming, basically, happening. But I do believe that the Gladiator got kill potential the second hits level 6 because of the ultimate.
Yes,
Or kill
I do also hope a lot that Gladiator, aka Satellitium, decides to move a lot more this game, seeing that it has a Gladiator. I mean, last game, playing the Flux, he just stood mid for way too long. In the
Yeah,
mid
I
he
do agree.
grabbed way too much momentum, but now he has a really gank heavy hero, so I hope he utilizes that.
The Magnus is moving from bottom lane to get the rune control. So is Moira for top lane. As you can see, they're taking really good care of their mid play right now by camping both runes. Knessis is moving in on the rune top, but he did not get it because Moira is already in with. I do believe that they're gonna set up a kill on the mid lane, hero call engineer, with Moira's Shorts of Harken. And the
Yeah.
Gladiator Showdown plus Pitfall.
Yeah, this should be a kill. You see Aluna here as well, ready with the power snipe, so this should definitely be a kill if he can get the showdown.
It looks like the engineer is quite aware, and the Voodoo Jester has come here already. This does not look like a kill potential right now, and Moira might end up falling, but he's not. The Gladiator is positioning him perfectly, standing right in the middle of the Moira and the engineer plus Voodoo Jester. Top lane, Murax is just farming. Sandref is just farming. Sandref got his Toxin Claw, a lot of blights, and yeah, there's not really much action happening there at the moment. Kines is just sitting by, chilling, doing his thing. Whilst I do believe he should either stack the jungle or just be mid.
Yeah.
They're
So-
initiating in on the mid player called Gladiator. Gladiator calls in Call to Arms, manning up on the Engineer and Voodoo Jester. Is he gonna survive this? I do not believe so.
Yeah, I mean,
Or-
why Kinesis is dying top.
Yeah, there he died. Yep, and the Kinesis died top, correct. And they're initiating in on the Meraxes, Shards of Falcon comes out, Voodoo just Luna's just running in. Mana drain on Meraxes, is gonna fall. Actually looks like it might be a return kill on the Moira. Never mind, the snipe comes out
snipe.
and it's an easy auto attack to get him down. Engineer rotating from middle to help them at top lane, but he misses the opportunity by not having boots. He just picked up his Striders, he's just gonna wait for the top rune. He's not gonna have anyone pressing him on the top lane, so that's gonna be his rune. Gladiator is just farming middle, he's moving to top lane right now. No, he doesn't, just using his ward at mid lane. And probably moving bottom to get the rune, which will be a double damage. The Magnus is just farming at bottom, the same goes for the Predator. As you can see on the GPM charts, the Pred and Sandref is actually doing quite well, and quite the same as well. Same goes for both mid players. This game looks really equal right now, even though there's 4 kills on the Hellborn side.
Yeah, game looks pretty equal right now.
And they're initiating in on the mid. Engineer using ulti, Voodoo Jester using Curse Crown, and the Gladiator goes down. Now, what were you about to say, man?
So what I both dislike and like a lot about the Legion draft right now is that once you rotate the supports out of top lane, you really don't have anything to punish the Sanders with.
Mm.
But then again, like you can rotate your bots, your supports from the bot lane to gank the mid lane, which they're doing right now is shutting down the Gladiator.
Mm. Which I really feel like is the correct move to do right now, considering their situation at top. And I do believe the Kinesis is going down here. The Meraxis actually got stunned even though he used his W. That's a dead, really dead Kinesis once again. Kinesis is at 0-4-0 right now, 76 GPM. I really feel like he got no... Yeah, he shouldn't be top. It's just stupid. The Meraxis does not have his W up. This might actually resort into a kill. A perfect power frog comes out and Meraxis falls down. Engineer rotating from mid to top. He's getting out the Moira. Predator is still top as well. And yeah, the Sandrif just TP'd out, went into the trees and he's out. This only resulted in a support kill for the Legion side.
Yes.
What do you think about this Magnus though? Do you think he should go any kind of boost, Striders, Steam boots, or yeah? What do you feel
I pretty much just see Magnus maybe picking up a pair of. I mean, it's hard to say. I'd just see Magnus going for the PK as early as possible, seeing that you need to make space for your Sandra this game.
Yeah, so that's what I kind of didn't like about last game, because the Magnus bought actually Steam boost before he went for the PK, which resulted in a he basically lost 900 gold for that. Initiating on top lane, the X next on Voodoo Jesse goes down. They're going on the Predator, but Predator is turning in on the Gladiator. Gladiator is almost going down. Call to Arms comes out, and the Predator gets stunned and does not get the kill. Engineer is top with the ultimate, uses Q. They're getting a lot of kills here, I do believe, but it seems like the Sandref is gonna get down. Never mind, they are 2 for 2, 3 for 2 at the top lane right now. And Gladiator, Moira, and Sandref is down just for a Predator. How do you
I don't know if you caught that, but Huge Julius did a super nice keg. He just pushed Sandrift and Moira like out of the electric field. Super well played.
But I didn't catch it completely. Was he invis when that gave him that positioning to get off the ulti like that?
Yeah.
Because it was a perfect ultimate.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, there was a really good rotation from the Legion team. The Magnus was at bottom. He couldn't do much at top. Morax is just pressuring Magnus. It looks like the Magnus might go down there, but never mind. It seems like he actually got out. Predator back bottom, just farming, chilling, hitting creeps, whilst the Gladiator is sitting mid with boots and bottles. Bottle. Looks like they're gonna initiate in on the Engineer, but the Moira stun missed. The Engineer is slowed, got a power from hit in his face, and does look like he might go down, but I beg to diff.
Sandrift needs to be he's in trouble.
And look at that. And now Moira and Aluna is in trouble. And this is just going downhill for the Hellborn team, who started out this game so good.
Yes,
that was an amazing fight, and an actually hat-trick for the Kinesis. And his stats went from 0-4 to 5-4-1. I guess that was a really good fight for the Legion team. And yeah, the Magnus are still just sitting AFK at bottom. He grabbed himself some Striders, but is the PK gonna do too much if the rest of the team gets fed? I don't think so.
I mean, a PK can swing a lot of momentum, sure thing, but it's just so vice versa, because it should be the Hellborn right now setting the pace of the game, but Legion is doing a great job taking that like setting the pace themselves. I still don't think they're using Gladiator the right way. Like, Gladiator is not able to play the game right now as the hero should be. Like, he's just pushing out mid, going into farming creeps in the woods. Like, Gladiator's
I agree.
the pace.
But I feel like the Legion stopped Hellborn's pace by ganking the Gladiator, and by ganking the Gladiator, they started controlling the pace, because if the Gladiator just kept on farming and gotten ganks and like the normal gameplay of Big Eagle Crew, this would have been a completely different game. But the second they rotated on him mid and shut him down, they actually started getting control of this game.
Yeah, it's a really good heads up play to set up the pace.
Yeah, top is just farming, Mirax is farming, Dutch Honest is actually not hitting creeps at the moment. It looks like they might actually try to gank the Sandwave, where the Kinesis moves in, uses ulti, and the Sandwave goes down. The Kinesis is doing really good right now. He started out really rusty. He had no place to be at top early, but as you can see now, the Miraxis can just man up. He doesn't have to be scared anymore, and can actually just run straight at them. What I'm really worried about here for the Hellborn team is that the XP gain from the Legion side is quite overwhelming for Hellborn at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're 12 minutes in and we already have a 4k gold lead and a 3.6k XP lead, so
Yeah,
game is starting to look rough already.
It does. Like the 5th support or hard support on the Legion's team is the same level as the... Yeah, it's higher level than both of the Hellborn players, Aluna and Moira. I don't know what I want to see from the rest of the game, but right now I think this is a tactical pause because they need to get their shit together to not lose and fall out of this tourney.
That
What
is
I'm kind
correct.
Yeah, what I'm kind of worried about here though is that will they even be able to stop Predator when he gets farm?
I think Predator right now is the least of their concerns. I think stopping the momentum of the Engineer picking up a PK pretty soon and stopping the momentum of Meraxis picking up a PK pretty soon is like the biggest issue they have right now.
Yeah, I do agree. The Engineer actually got himself already a spell shard, so it's on level 1, but I don't think he's gonna keep on leveling it and just go straight for a Storm Spirit or a PK.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit will make them gank way easier since he can just combo. What items do you want Gladiator to go right now?
I just see Gladiator right now going for some team fighting items. Like it's way like they're way too far behind to start thinking about the late game. So like just some Vestament and maybe pick up a PK himself and try to catch a momentum.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. I would really like to see a PK from him because they got so many good setups. They got Luna to snipe, they got Magnus to come in and stun, and they got Moira to use her E. I just feel like they need to start pacing it up from the Hellborn side and stopping this passive.
Yeah.
And they're going in on the Engineer mid. Are they gonna get him? That's an ulti from Gladiator when he falls down. But as you can see, the Legion side is coming in with a lot of TPs. Predator jumps on the Soundwave. Marvel is in the back using her illusion. Woodjester just banning up using her ulti. Moira ulti in the back, and Magnus falls down. A stun coming in on Meraxis. Are they gonna be able to turn this? He's super speed, he got his ulti up, and the shotgun goes down. That's a pitfall onto the Meraxis. Dutch Honors using Deserters to catch up to him, slow him, and everything. That's a lift from Kinesis, but Meraxis still goes down. Yeah, what do you think about that fight?
Yeah, that's a 3-4-2 exchange. That's super good for the Hellborn side. Exactly what they need. Grab some momentum. Well executed fight, and he did not get much off before he died. Luckily for the Hellborn side. So that's exactly what they needed.
It is indeed. I gotta say that the fact that the Soundref survived that fight was crucial.
Yeah.
It was crucial. He picked up a little bit of GPM that fight. They stopped the rest of the Legion team, and that was exactly what they needed. As you can see right now, Magnus is 1 kick gold away from the PK. Do you think he should just keep on farming it, or should he just be participating in ganking and getting the PK that way?
I mean, the thing that's bothering me a lot this game about Magnus is that until now, Magnus have pretty much not left bottom lane, right? And he's still sitting at only 184 GPM.
It's true.
You saw the Vodiester rotating out of lane super early to help the mid lane and rotate up the top lane.
If you watch mid real quick right now, there are 3 people who's considering setting up a gank on the Gladiator. The Kinesis actually caught Gladiator out and are gonna get an ultimate up on him. Never mind, he chose trying to use Pitfall. Moira coming in with an illusionary. Illusion. Predator is quite low at the moment, and the same goes for Engineer. The Gladiator is just chilling in the background, and the Moro gets off an huge ultimate. What I believe here is... Oh, never mind, that's not my Gladiator stun. Was really annoying that it was the same. As you can see, yet again, an amazing fight for the Hellborn team.
Yeah.
They're doing really good at the moment. They just got rid of Besoul, or Mr. Engineer, Kinesis, and Voodoo. So
Yep.
yeah, this is exactly what they need.
Yeah, they're doing this exactly what they should do right now. Just grabbing some momentum, putting Legion back into a tighter spot, not giving them so much space.
But
So-
as you can see though, the Predator is at 400 and almost 50 GPM, whilst the Sandreff is at 325.
Yep.
What should they do with Predator? Should they just don't care? Should they just gank his rest of the team and be like, yeah, it's just a Pred, we can kite?
Yeah,
Or-
I still think the game plan is what they're doing right now. Just try to ignore their Predator for now and try to grab the momentum swing, as I've been talking about a lot. As what they're doing right now, they're grabbing some momentum. Gladiator have picked up a completed Shaman's headdress. Meraxus is closing up on PK. Sandrift has closing up on his Thunderclaw, I hope.
As you can see, the Engineer actually went for Stone Spirit, it seems like, because he got a Luminous Prism in his inventory. That's gonna make the ganks go way smoother for the Legion side. Do you think the Predator should just finish his Arc-like run, or what items do you want to see on him?
I could see Predator going the hyper what is it called? Hyper
Yeah, it's
Hypercrown?
probably
Yeah,
Hypercrown. I said Arc-like.
Hypercrown. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's the old name of the item.
Yeah, no, I can see him finishing the Hypercrown right now. I mean, Predator just needs to farm to the point where he basically can just run out and pretty much bring down the entire enemy team. As long as Hellborn doesn't catch way too much momentum, I think they're fine with Predator just farming.
I do agree, but the scary part about this farm to farm thingy is that the Sandreff gets really scary in the late games. And as you can see, it looks like the Engineer kind of want to gank him at the moment. When they got a Sandreff versus Predator matchup, which way would you say the favor goes?
I mean, I think Sandrift is probably one of the strongest late game carry heroes overall. Like the hero just gives you so much, like it just deals so much damage in a team fight. It just gives you so much. It's just such a great hero to have in late game. But then again, I mean, Hellborn has won the last 2 big team fights, and Legion still has a 3k gold lead and a 1.9k XP lead. So I don't think they need to rush this way too much.
No, I do agree here. But the thing about this, have you been noticing the big Eagle Cruise jungle? They are really good at stacking. And
Yeah.
just keeping the jungle stuffed. Would you say that that's one of the key plays for the big Eagle crew? And initiating, going out the mid, level surge, hitting Meraxus is using his W, is actually going to be able to run away from here. He didn't get hit by the ultimate of Gladiator, many TPs incoming. It actually seems like it's going to be a 0-for-0 gank. But yeah, back to the question. What do you think about their stacking? Do you think that's one of their key plays
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
winning tournaments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Big Giga Crew is so on top of like stacking and making sure that you maximize your gold lead, like maximize the gold you can find in the jungle. So they're super good at making stacks and like just taking a quick gold advantage.
Yeah, I do agree in that, because but normally they play more farm heavy people or easier to farm heroes like Stun comes out on the Moira, but Moira gets tableted by Aluna and he's safe for now. Normally they play like Hammer, they play Malikan and heroes like that, right? Which makes it really easy for them to take the stacks early and get that huge gold gap really fast. But now they couldn't, because the Legion team actually predicted that probably was what they wanted, right? And the Sandreff can't really kill any stacks quite early.
No, usually they pick up a hero that has like this built-in built-in farming tool, like
Mm.
as you mentioned, like a Hammerstorm, for example.
Mm.
Sandrift do not have that built-in farming tool, so he kind of needs to farm like 3k on the lane before he can rotate to the
Mm.
woods.
And the thing I noticed earlier was that instead of Sandref taking those stacks, the Gladiator was.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what slowed down the pace for the Hellborn side, because the focus was way too much on farming and getting those stacks than it was for Gladiator to gank and kill the other heroes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean it's kind of a tough situation, because I mean, playing Gladiator, you also have this kind of built-in farming mechanic, so you want to like utilize that as much as possible. Like if you can farm the stacks pretty early, you should do it to grab some gold. But then again,
There's
you're
coming
gonna wish
2
for it.
smokes up from the top side, and the Legion is gonna see to initiate on the Gladiator middle as stun comes out. Moraxis uses W, proxy it, he got his ulti up. Magnus got a PK, initiating with his ulti. Mex goes down on Moira, but it seems like it's just gonna be 1-4-0 at the moment. Predator coming in, they're seeking to fight more. The Sandrift can't really do much, he's just sitting here chilling, and the Shorkan goes down on the Aluna. That was a really good fight from the Legion side. Not much that the Hellborn could do.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but the Gladiator picked up the barrier not so long before the 5 starter.
Mm.
That's probably why they tanked so much damage in the fight.
Mm. I gotta say one thing right now. I think the Legion can end this because they're so strong at the moment, and there's nothing that the Hellborn side can do with them. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like they should just man up, go as 5, take all the towers, get even more of a gold lead, Congors, and I feel like that's 100% game then.
Yeah, if I know Imbaboy right, and if I know Huchel right, they're probably just waiting the peak on the engineer,
Mm.
allowing him to get the position he wants, and then they're probably looking to take 2 Congors and win the game.
Yeah. As you can see, there's coming an initiation on bottom, but the Pitfall misses the Meraxes. The Meraxes might actually seem to go in again, but no. Engineer TP's back to mid lane, starts farming because he really wants that PK, I would assume. Predator just chilling top. Sandnerf using illusions to farm lane. The Hellborn are moving in, 4 people at bottom, and might be able to catch off the Meraxes. Meraxes is playing quite safely, sitting far behind tower. He knows that something's up. Yeah, that's gonna be a free tower for the Hellborn side. Predator is still just sitting top, chilling, farming. Kinesis looking for the Soundwave, but they can't find them. And Morax moves in, and they're doing a lot of DPs to bottom lane. The Gladiator got his ulti off. There's a 50% reduction to many of the people on the team. Predator is going in, killing the Gladiator, and that was 1-for-1. The Engineer died. Gladiator died, and yeah, that was pretty much it.
It looks like the fight's gonna continue here.
And the fight do continue. It looks like, oh, never mind. They got a Moira, you know. It just use ulti and they're out. Fun hero.
Such a boring hero. Such
Oh.
a climax hero. Holy.
But it is what it is. Like, yeah, that was a huge kill for the Soundwave, killing the engineer there at mid lane. He actually been able to pick up a Hyper Crown right now, and I would really like to ask you, what do you think his next item will be?
Ooh, that's a tricky question. I mean, Shrunken Head this game is really
Yeah.
good, but then again,
You're gonna lose some momentum.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of picking up Shrunken Head overall on the center.
Oh, I'm aware, man.
I'd rather pick up maybe a Nullifier here or a Geometry Spain or something.
Yeah, I feel like he needs to tank up a little bit, don't you think? If he gets caught by the Zone Spirit and he doesn't have his W up, he's 100% dead. There's nothing he can do about it. I would really like to see a Shrunken on Soundwave, even though it might be boring, but I do believe it's going to be needed, considering all the magic damage that the Legion side can provide.
Yeah.
The Magnus is just farming up bottom. He might try to build... Yeah, he got a Guardian Ring. He's going to turn it into a push stick, maybe? Tablet of Command.
Yeah, he's gonna build into a tablet. I think that's the Shorkan's most like favorite item of all times is probably tablets. Like I hear him every time he speaks about items, he complains that teams doesn't pick up tablets every time.
It looks like the Miraxis is gonna go initiate on the Magnus bottom. It looks like he might actually be waiting for. No, never mind. There he goes in, stuns, throws axes, and actually doesn't really care about what the Magnus is gonna do next because he wants that juicy wave. Mid lane, we got Luna and Gladiator just chilling, watching Predator farm. They don't dare to go close to him because it's suicide. Sandra farming with Moira up top. It looks like Engineer is actually moving in to maybe get a gank on these people. But nope, he can see that they are so passive. It looks like actually Sandriff might be trying to go in here on someone. And
Yeah,
he initiated on bottom. He went straight to Kinesis with Moira stun, and they're actually gonna be able to pick him off, I believe. Yeah, that was the only kill they got with the ultimate, but I guess it's fine. It's 3 gold for Dutch on the Sandriff. But it seems like the engineer is actually just gonna go top, push with the Pred and Voodoo Jester, which probably will result in a tower kill. The Gladiator is just tanking up. He bought himself a plate mail, he got the barrier idol. I do believe he's gonna go for a Frostfield plate next. What items would you like to see on the Meraxes? A Hellflower maybe?
Yeah, I think Maraxus is gonna go the route that he always does when Imbaboy plays this. Is probably gonna pick up the Hellfire here.
The engineer is going in on the Aluna player, but he doesn't seem to get him after all. Moira. Huh? Server post. This was a huge fight. And yep, no worries, my dude. There might be some problems with the stream or something like that. Yeah. This game is. We're gonna get a little pause here. It's really unfortunate because a huge fight was about to happen. As you can see, the Moira tried to go in here and save his body, which he actually tried to, but he didn't get off his stun because the illusion died too fast. Right now, we got an engineer up in a storm spirit with a Magnus ready to stun him. The thing that's kind of awkward about this right now is that everyone will get a feeling about how people are positioned right now and what the next play will be.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward pause.
This is, as you can see, like the Hellborn team is balls deep in here. The Moira is far back, but they are 5 people ready to go in here. The Predator, I really like his positioning because he will just be able to go in and clean up and not be interrupted by stunts or things like that.
Yeah, I mean this is gonna be interesting. You already have Maraxus stunning the Luna and the Gladiator in the background, and you have Magnus lining up perfectly for a stun onto Engineer and Voodoo Jester.
But that's kind of what I find awkward about this as well. Oh, the Gladiator got all spells, but I don't know what he can do to save his teammates here. I do believe the engineer is dead though. As you can see, there's a desecration coming on him. The Dutch Sandrive is gonna probably just go in, hit him. Yeah, I do believe so. This was really unfortunate, but it's probably what was needed. Nothing we can do about it. It was an emergency. I don't know how to type it. I'm not gonna type anything. I'd argue, I'd argue that to make it fair, Legion just CCs. But yeah, this is really awkward situation because both teams got a pretty good feeling about how this game is or this fight is gonna go. They probably all made plans, but it's a 4 versus 5 fight because the Kinesis is dead on a 7-second timer. This can go really well for Hellborn, or it can go to shit when the Predator comes in.
Yeah, I mean as long as NE lands on the ground and gets his energy filled off, I think they're gonna be fine for the Legion.
But how do you think this fight will go?
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I'm thinking that Legion will win this fight.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like it. Yeah, I think Legion will pick up this fight. As long as Meraxus managed to push the Gladiator back a bit, I think they're fine.
Hmm. Yeah, but I do believe that the engineer is quite dead here. Let's just hope that the Magnus doesn't choke when he's gonna stun here, because that will result in engineer ultimate and everything. He has used every spells, but except for his ulti, and that's gonna save him if Magnus misses the stun.
Yep.
But others from this, how did you feel like this game went?
This game has not went the way I thought it would go. I thought that early game would go to the side of Hellborn, seeing that they had the Gladiator, they have the Moira, and they had the Luna.
Mm.
But I was wrong, and now
And
we
it
are where we
seems
are.
like we're gonna be able to go this game. Okay, let's see. I'm eager. Perfect stun from Magnus comes out, and it looks like the engineer got his ulti, but it's gonna fall. Anyways, a huge stun from the Gladiator ulti comes in, and it's perfect. Looks like the... Oh! Never mind, looks like the Predator might go down here. Everybody's running in here because they're gonna get some extra movement speed when coming out from it. Meraxus went back into the fight, but it seems to me that it's just gonna be suicide. Maybe not, maybe. Predator got the no, damn. Look at the man up. That's just a complete slaughter.
Yeah, so Hahaha activated his Hyper Crown, dealt so much damage while they were hitting on him. Meraxus comes back with his popping his ultimate, and I was about to scream like, why does Predator not just start hitting people instead of hiding and running away? But I mean, at the end, it goes the way that I thought it would go. Legion wins the fight pretty much.
Yep. I gotta agree, it's really grim and probably really triggering for the Hellborn team that that pause occurred, but I still think the same outcome would have happened this fight.
Likely. Most likely.
It's just frustrating, but it is what it is. There's nothing they could do about it. But yeah, the Predator got a lot of fun from that fight. He's almost at 600 GPM this game. Sandrev max, yeah, almost at the 400. So yeah, it is what it is, man.
Is that your new favorite sentence, by the way?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Of course, man, because it is what it is, man. Moira goes in initiating Kinesis using stun, ulti from Sandrev. They're gonna use 2 power frost and kills Kinesis and Voodoo Jester. It was perfectly executed. But, like, those people are just pawns in the chess plate, man.
It's true.
So, they can still take a huge fight with only Engineer, Meraxus and Predator.
Yeah, it looks like Sandrift is trying to build into the Nullifier Blade. Speaking of nothing. Predator finishes Dawnbringer.
Oh, look at this, they're seeking to find a huge fight here. A Gladiator ulti comes in, gonna stun, give 50% reduction. Vulcan gets caught out by the Meraxus. Meraxus is gonna keep on going onto the Luna. Maybe Luna can swap back, but maybe not. No, he cannot because he got leaped, which gives restrain. Engineer finds out the Gladiator is stun everything. Gladiator is slowed, getting initiated on by Meraxus, and Meraxus stun comes up, Predator leap comes out, and Gladiator falls. Yeah, there's not really much the Sandrift can do about it. It's just an awkward situation.
Yeah, it's what you mentioned right now. I mean, Voodoo Jester and Kinesis is pretty much only pawns on the chessboard right now. I mean, Predator, Meraxus, and Engi just wanna fight by themselves. So.
Yep. And as you can see, they're taking out the Congo right now, and they can just move over to the Hellborn Congo. The Hellborn people cannot fight at the Congo because they're not strong enough. Engineer got both of the pawns with him. He's safe at the moment. Yeah, everything they gotta do now is get a token, and it's GG. Sadly. Yeah. The Sandrift got himself a nullifier, but I don't know how much that's gonna help him. I feel like some of them needed to get a Bola, but nobody got a Bola, so the Predator can just tear him apart.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty confident lead right now for the Legion side. You have a 16k gold lead and a 15k experience lead.
It is indeed. Meraxus? No, I mean Magnus initiating in the Voodoo Jester. Meraxus coming in to counter initiate, and the Magnus goes down. Now they're gonna be able to... No, the Legion side is going to be able to fight without the Magnus ulti hitting them in the face, but it looks like the Gladiator is going to go in. Dash Onish actually died to Kinesis. I don't know how, I think he ulted or something.
He got
But-
caught in the field in the river.
Alright. Well, it looks like it's going to be a free Conger now, though. And
Yeah,
yeah,
this is not the spot that the Hellbourne wants to be in right now, giving a token and giving the token and the push buff to the Legion side. This is gonna be rough.
I do understand that the pause mid-fight was kind of awkward for them, but the same outcome would have happened anyways. They almost won the fight, but they couldn't because the Predator was too damn fed. That was almost a huge snipe from
Yeah,
the
that was so
shotgun.
close.
But the token is out, and what it is what it is.
It is what it is.
They're
Yeah.
now gonna have the Conger buff, which is gonna destroy towers. Marax has got enchantment damage, which is gonna give him 8% more damage since he got twice. And yeah, the Legion side is just owning at the moment. There's
Yeah,
nothing the Hellbourne can do.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. They're looking really good.
I don't think they can kill the Predator twice. Predator can be the one initiating now. Maraxis doesn't have to.
Yeah, the issue with the hero like Predator is that usually in these situations you try to kill everybody around the Predator, like you try to kill his entire team and then deal with the Predator. But Predator is such a in-your-face hero, like it's gonna be so hard just to kite the Pred.
Yeah, because of the leap, for example. And then
Yeah.
Initiate comes in on the Gladiator. Kinesis ultis and ultis again. The Gladiator is... There's happening so much right now. I can't even comprehend. But it looks like it goes in the favor of the Legion team. The Marax is not falling. It looks like the Sandref is falling. Gladiator is dead, Magnus is dead, and only the two supports are left. And the stun comes out on the Aluna. He tries to side step back, but they just fall like... Yeah.
Yeah,
It is what it is, and it's a GG.
in mechs we believe to defend.
Yeah, about that, man.
This is definitely gonna be 1-2 access. There's no buybacks whatsoever.
No, there's not. They still got the Conger buff. 60% damage to towers. They can actually just go in and they can't stop them anyways. It doesn't matter. What would be funny though is if Legion concedes and it goes to game 3, man. But they won't, of course. Engineer is just putting up a minefield in their base. He's gonna kill the creeps the second they spawn. They're just moving to top to take another axe, and we got Magnus and Moira alive, but I don't think it will matter. Sandrev spawning in 5 seconds, but his ulti is on a 30-second cooldown, which is gonna result in them not being able to team fight. Even though they're able to catch off Voodoo Jester and Kinesis with the Sandref ulti, it won't really matter. They still got 2 tanky people called Maraxis and Predator, and they also got an engineer with a shrunken ready to jump in as well. So even though they catch off the supports, I don't believe that it's gonna be able to be turned.
Yeah, Legion is gonna have to overstep their boundaries a lot here for Hellbourne to actually win a fight.
I think they're gonna go anti fountain, sadly, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's gonna it is what it is counter for you.
Sandro's just pushing. He's probably trying to just get buyback or anything, but I don't think it's possible. The Predator got a symbol, they're initiating in on the Magnus. Magnus got caught. Engineer goes in ultis, and that results in Magnus dead. They're also getting out the Gladiator. Never mind, he's actually doing okay. Yeah, there are just many supports who are low, but I think that the Legion teams are gonna go in again.
Yeah, counter initiation.
And there they are.
Great.
There goes Aluna, Moira. 2 people left. It's Glady. Glady got no damage, so it doesn't matter. Sandref is there, but it doesn't matter either. Sandref got no ulti, got no nothing. This is a free rack. And it looks like the Gladiator is gonna go down to leap, stun, and stun.
Yeah, this should be game.
And it looks like they have seen it themselves.
Yeah, that's game.
That is game indeed. Well, what do you think about this game, Boop?
I just think it's super well played from Team. They did what I did not expect them to do. They grabbed early momentum, like they kept pred farming during entire like mid game, and
Mhm.
they just played super well.
They did indeed. Do you think the pause had any
No, I don't think. I mean, the pause is
application or?
no. The pause is an unfortunate turn of events, so to speak, but it doesn't affect the outcome of the.
I do not believe so either, considering the momentum that the Legion team already had picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game went how it went, and it was
Yeah.
a really good game. And I can't wait for the next games because we are going to be playing against the
Boy.
good clan rejects,
Yeah.
and I assume it's going to be a fair fight and good fight. And we've been screaming them a lot of times, and they're really good.
Yep. So that
They
means
are
Team is walking on to the finals, I believe, and I also believe that's the first time ever that
big
that
Eagle Crew has
Big
fallen
Ego
out
Crew
of the
is
tourney.
not in the finals when
Yeah,
participating.
it is indeed. So that's going to be really fun to see. I'm going to give it over to Ice of Paradise here, who's going to take you over to the next game and so on. So thanks a lot for me and Boop today. Hope you guys had fun.
All right, everybody, welcome to the second semifinals of today of the HoN OMG cycle number 5. I'm going to be your main caster today, Easy Full Clan, and joining me is Dale. We are going to be watching the series between the former lactose intolerant, now known as Polymorph, versus Good Clan Rejects. How's it going, Dale?
I'm good. I'm good. Looking forward to this game. Have high hopes. I've seen both of these players in the previous tournaments, and there's some really skillful players and a lot of different tactics as well. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Me too. And just so our viewership knows, a technical error actually caused Dally to not be in the game as it was made right now. So we're going to go through the drafting phase really quick, and we will remake it after the picks have been solidified. So yeah, jumping into the picking phase of the game, rather the ban phase, we've got Electrician and Meraxis banned out by Polymorph, and Magmus and Engie are banned out by the Good Clan Rejects. So these bans look pretty standard to me. Anything jumping out?
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not in the game right now.
Oh,
so I think you have to go through it.
Well, so I think Paradise is actually showing you if you join his stream in Discord.
There it is.
Yeah, we're gonna have to just go over this hump right now. But yeah, I mean, these bans just look pretty standard to me. So I'll just, I think that Electrician, Magnus, Meraxis, and Engineer are obviously very strong heroes. We haven't seen a whole lot of Electrician lately. I'm not really sure who runs it. Fairly consistency on Good Clan Rejects. I know that's like a token Imba Boy hero who we just saw play in the last series, but yeah, I'm not really sure who runs it on this side of the Hellborn here. But we've got Moira and Moira followed by an Aluna pick, and then a Bombardier. So two strong and flexible support heroes coming out from both sides, and it looks like Polymorph has kind of revealed their mid pick immediately, and what a good one it is, right? Bombardier is a pretty dominant mid hero and doesn't really struggle against too many heroes in the hero pool, if at all. I think most heroes kind of run even to Bombardier in the mid lane if they're able to contest him at all. So
yeah, exactly.
And then we've got a Bensington pick.
Yeah, so Bombardier is like very strong 1v1, and if in case he ends up struggling, he can always nuke the waves and try to grab the runes. So even though you show that you pick the hero, like it still can do very well. However, it does die relatively easy if there comes rotations from the Hellborn side. So we'll see what kind of supporting or roaming picks coming out.
Yeah, and I mean that Bensington is a very scary pick indeed. That hero is just, it screams mobility. It's kind of I kind of call it the pseudo Sandwraith personally, just because it's got the global presence just alongside Sandwraith, except not quite on the level of Sandwraith, but it's still there. But it also is a very, very strong laner. I mean, with that really long-reaching line stun. So yeah, I love the Bensington pick. And then we have Artesia in the game right now, which is I think that's a hero that pretty much only Polymorph picks up, and I think they usually have it in the hands of TKB. So it's safe to say that looks like a comfort hero. And Artesia's a fun one. I think it's a really interesting hero. It's seems to have pretty specific timings as far as its effectiveness. It's a really strong early game hero. Kind of tapers off towards the late game, in my opinion. But
yeah, I think he has so much heal potential in that early game, and also high damage output. Compared to other supports who have healing power. So it's kind of like a mix in the early mid game that it does provide both survivability and damage output. So, and TKB has been playing it a lot, so it's definitely a comfortable hero for him.
Absolutely. And then the third and last pick of the first pick phase for Hellborn is Rally. So I mean, three strong stuns, strong nukes coming out. I mean, that's a terrifying. I don't know, like that looks like a tri-lane to me right there. Bensington, Aluna, Rally, triple stun, basically triple nuke. Like,
yeah, it could definitely work. And stuns is so important when you play a hero like Bensington. Like, if he can hit his ultimate on one or two heroes, that guy is most likely gonna die because it's so much damage. And especially against heroes who are not that much mobility as the Legion side, like Moira, Artesia, and Bombardier. Like, if they get stunned into a Bensington ulti, those heroes just gonna drop.
Yeah, I'm already I have to laugh about this. I'm already kind of envisioning a funny little almost like a toilet bowl of this game. I hope I see it, like Moira dropping an arcane vortex right in the middle of a Bensington ulti, and he just sinks right down into it. Whoop! But yeah.
Yeah, if
Anyway.
it times that, that's definitely a possibility.
But your point stands. I mean, the like all three of those heroes lack mobility in their kit, right? And they're all very, very squishy. So, it makes that global presence from Bensington just a little bit more threatening, I think. But
So we have a
we've
Hammer Storm to fill up this. I think that's a pretty good carry. Like, they needed a tanky one since they have 3 heroes who wants to stay in the back line. He can also survive relatively good from strong burst due to the extra strength and armor that he has.
Yeah, that
Uh,
armor is going to be, and that armor and HP pool is going to be really valuable versus Rally, who's probably going to be, it's probably going to be like a second support Rally if I had to guess, especially after that Midas pick came out. I kind of know a little bit about Bilbo Swaggin. I think he really likes Midas, and actually it was recently changed to an Intel hero, so I think he's kind of found a renewed love for a hero that he used to play. But we didn't touch on the bans, so just to cover all of our bases here, we've got Arachna, Polywog Priest, and Calamity are banned out by Polymorph, and then Swiftblade Predator and Oogie were banned by Good Clan Rejects. So you know interesting. I mean, mostly carry heroes. Kind of looks like, well, I mean, one side banned carry heroes and the other side banned mid heroes. I mean, basically, just they banned which team, they banned what each team was missing from their lineup, basically, and just kind of difficult. They don't want to have to send their bomb against Arachna, Poly, or Calamity, which 3 heroes that could potentially contest Bombardier in the mid lane kind of effectively, and then just like frustrating carry heroes are banned out. So
But
yeah.
now we see a Sulfuris pick. That here is also usually played in the middle lane. Obviously, it's possible to go long lane, but if that's a defensive tri lane, Lord Sulfuris is going to struggle against that. Uh, but
Yeah, I mean, it almost kind of looks like it might be. I mean, Salforce is a pretty strong hero, right, in a solo lane, so I feel like could be a solo short Salforce as well, or even a solo short bomb. It's
Yeah.
kind of not something that you usually see, but I feel like,
yeah,
that probably works.
yeah, that's definitely more viable. And then finish it up with a Moon Queen. That's a testy hero for sure.
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting pick, and I'm not sure how they're intending on running it. I was kind of predicting this Rally, Bensington, Aluna tri-lane, but now it looks like they're looking to tri-lane this Moon Queen, and maybe have a solo Benz, maybe, or maybe even a solo Moon Queen. I mean, so
Yeah, they have a lot of
does
options.
Legion run a tri-lane here? Is Moira, Artesia, and Hammerstorm is that a solid tri-lane?
I definitely think they should. They have a stronger tri lane, and they should definitely try to pressure the Moon Queen. However, it's a little bit harder to go aggressive tri lane in this meta because if you don't win the lane, the enemy is gonna have an advantage with all the stacks that they can do in the meanwhile.
So yeah,
So-
apologize to our viewership here. We are going to have to remake the game. So it'll just be a few more minutes before the action begins. But in the meantime, we can talk about the on paper predictions that each of these that this game is going to kind of look like. And I agree with you totally. That at one of the, I think I casted a game yesterday that had a Moon Queen, and they did attempt to tri-lane her, and she felt really weak. She didn't really offer much to the other two. In a tri-lane versus tri-lane setup, all she really offers is the Moonbeam. Her damage output or even CC potential against 3 heroes, it's not there in the early laning phase. So
No, and he dies really quickly as long as he gets stunned into a toxic bomb or an RTH like that. That's gonna be a dead Moon Queen all the time. So he's gonna have to play very carefully. Just wait for pulls and so the creep wave gets in his favor.
Now, I think the supporting cast from the actually, gosh, it makes me want to look back at that game. I know that that there was an Aluna, so I think I predict the tri lane to be Moon Queen Aluna Rally, and I mean Rally is a decent hero to have, right? Rally's pretty much, as long as Rally doesn't also get caught or mistakenly push forward a little too hard. to try and get a kill, like he can always save somebody, right? Or
Yeah.
in my mind, that's typically what's going to happen. So
Yeah, it's
I
a
mean, at
great hero
least
in a trial lane due to that fact that he can both go in and initiate, but he can also save his carry. But there is also a very strong lane together with Midas, so we'll see if they decide to go either a man up lane or if they decide to go the defensive trial lane, which I think they have to if the Legion sends 3 heroes top.
yeah, I don't think that there's any way that they can kind of weasel out of going in the tri lane versus tri lane. I mean, I think if they don't go tri lane v tri lane, they just kind of lose more lanes, or like Moon Queen just seems like Moon Queen's going to be unable to recover. Um,
Yeah,
like if they
a
don't have a
smart move would
successful.
maybe be to send the Moon Queen bottom just to force the rotation bottom. When they teleport there, Moon Queen can teleport top, and they will always be like one step ahead. But we'll see. Like both teams has a lot of like their heroes has potential to be in a multiple lanes. You know, Ben Sington can be in a tri lane as well. If he wants that, he can be in the middle lane. He can be so short. So we'll see what they come up with.
Mhm. Give me 1 sec. I seem to be having an issue joining the lobby. Okay, there it goes. Whew. Don't want to have to delay this any more than it's already been delayed. I know our viewers are eager to get into the game as much as I am. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I actually like that idea. I like that idea of basically just dodging the tri lane initially and then forcing port rotations. And then, yeah, so you basically, what's the cooldown on port? Like 80 seconds? So you're, you're always kind of
Yeah,
like 80
exactly.
seconds ahead. That's actually a really good idea. And ports are very cheap, and some of the key starting items like Logger's Hatchet were recently lowered in cost. So, I mean, you can pretty much fit a homecoming stone in your loadout these days. So I actually really like that idea, and I hope that you correctly predict it in terms of just some early game strategy to help Moon Queen have the best time, because that hero is going to suffer in the tri lane versus tri lane, like we you know. Well, in my eyes, that's what's going to happen unless they are a little bit clever with their gameplay. So
Yeah, and there's just so much burst and damage coming out from the Legion. So if Tested doesn't get items such as Geobane Shrunken, like he's gonna struggle in the mid late game as well. So to secure the farm for Moon Queen is definitely gonna be the strategy for Hellborn here. If they decide to do that top or bottom, we will see. But
yeah, and I mean,
it's gonna come down to this Moon Queen this game, definitely.
absolutely. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see where these where the bomb and South Forest go in light of that. I mean, these drafts just they leave me guessing, which is always it's always a fun kind of thing, and I always like being wrong, like being surprised. So, but
So
we're in the game now.
yeah, and Snooki is playing the Bombardier, and he's been going the mid lane all the previous games and the scrims. So I would be surprised if he goes anywhere else. So maybe a solo self wars in the short lane and an offensive tri lane for starters, and then we'll see if they how the Hellborn responds to that.
Yeah, and I think that I'm right with you. I think Bombardier is just slightly better than Salforus at controlling runes with the wave push strategy, like you said. And Bombardier is so good. So just with that strategy of being able to control runes from wave clearing, so it is going to take some rotations to basically shake things up and give him a hard time. But I mean, when you look at Hellborn's draft, they have the heroes to do it, 100%. Especially from like what looks to be like an off lane Bensington or something, or a solo Bensington. So, if Bensington has a reasonably good laning phase, I predict that his first ulti is going to go in the mid lane. But that's just a prediction.
Let's get it on.
Another good thing to notice is, Sulfuris is obviously a counter to lifesteal heroes, and Moon Queens will get a lifesteal regardless. It's just a core hero on the hero. Uh,
Yeah, Whispering
so
Helm's just too good to
it's
skip.
just it's just too good on Moon Queen. So they have a little bit counter to that in late game as well.
All right, so let's we see it here. Moon Queen is running towards she's at the bot tower, so it looks like she is going to be going down there, but she's going to be going down into a defensive tri lane if she commits to this lane. So
Yeah, they might.
It looks like Legion is on the initiative here. They're gonna force out the port for from Moon Queen, and she's gonna be the one step behind. Maybe.
Yeah. This is mind games to the next level. Like maybe Hellborn was like, okay, they're probably gonna send Moon Queen bottom since we have a stronger tri lane, so we just go bottom instead. So really heads up play there from Polymorph. But you know, we will just see Moon Queen teleport up when we see the heroes. When he
It's
sees the
interesting.
heroes showing.
Yeah, I mean they're running this tricore, right, of Moon Queen, Midas, and Bensington. So, you know, it's going to be kind of awkward if Moon Queen like quickly rotates up to top because it's like, okay, well, what does Bensington do now? Like Bensington's like, if Moon Queen, obviously the farm priority is going to be Moon Queen, right, because she snowballs harder. But you know, if she is forced to rotate into the top lane, well, then you just immediately put Bensington's farm on pause. So.
Yeah.
But it looks like Luna. So I thought they were going to try and begin with a 2-1-2, but it looks like they're actually running the offensive tri lane, which is interesting. I mean, I feel like it's not what they want to do, but
They
you know,
probably
these
wanted
wards of
to dodge
sight.
the Hammer Storm. But as you can see, Bensington has already bought Homecoming Stone, so they are ready to just switch lanes.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if they do that once they see the defensive tri lane here. Yeah, Moon Queen instantly
absolutely.
buys the TP and goes top.
Wow, yeah, very interesting. So it looks like Bensington might port away, and then it's just going to be. I kind of like this. I think that Moon Queen obviously isn't going to win the lane versus South Forest or like kind of stop his farm, but in the meantime, Rally is actually getting jumped on. He is in no man's land here. He's actually going to be able to compel himself into the river, but it's only going to take one more arcane missile. There's the Bloodlust coming out in favor of Artesia. So Artesia with a quick kill, but watch out, Bombardier. What's going to happen to Bomb? He's taking some pressure.
Yeah,
Eats
good
an
rotation
Emerald Lightning into a Lion's Pride, and auto attacks are going to bring him down. So you know, the trade was off lane Rally and Bloodlust for the mid player. So that's really good for Midas. Looks like Midas is going to be in a position, if he's able to keep that momentum from that kill, to kind of dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, that's a really important kill for Midas. I would say that Bombardier in a straight 1v1 has the advantage, but that's going to give him a really fast bottle. He only needs 10 more gold to buy it, so after that he can just sustain himself, nuke waves, grab runes. So really good start. Heads up rotation from what you got there on the Aluna.
Yeah, I like that okay, South Force is actually getting gone on by Bensington and Aluna here in the top lane, but with the life tap movement speed, I think he's just a little too fast for them to kill, but they push him out of lane. And yeah, right now it looks pretty good for Good Clan Rejects. I mean, obviously the game has just began, but you know, they're getting the laning setup that they want. I think when it comes down to a Moon Queen versus Hammerstorm, like free farm game, Moon Queen is going to outfarm the Hammerstorm. Hammerstorm, they both have like these farming utilities built into their kits passively, but you know, I think Moon Queen just has the upper hand.
Yeah, and Moon Queen can threaten towers and deals a lot of AoE damage in teamfights. So it's a little bit harder to kite a Moon Queen as it is for a Hammerstorm. Another thing to point out is that Rally is bottom with a Synchronizer, and Benson is roaming middle actually.
Yeah, they're pushing.
But he has the hatchet, so it's kind of awkward with the items on the Hellborn side. Even though they're probably happy with how the lanes looks right for now.
Yeah, I would like to see them figure out a way to get some XP on this Bensington. I mean, honestly, I would like to see Rally and Bensington kind of just swap their roles right now. You know, Bensington just try to do whatever he can to soak up some XP because, you know, like we said, you know, Bensington, that level 6 is pretty important on Bensington for the global presence, right? So I feel like we prioritize XP
again now.
gain. He is, and Midas is going to land the combo into the stun, but here comes some arcane missiles from Artesia, but Bombardier is completely surrounded and actually finds the kill onto Midas, and Midas is going to go down, and so is Bensington. So that's a huge turnaround. Artesia showing up there with the arcane missile damage, and heals. Really, really big turn.
Yeah, huge place from TKB there. Healing in the right moment and then swaps to deal the damage to get the kill. And then swaps back to another heal. So 3 arcane missiles with perfect value from it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, just think about how close that kill on Bomb was, right? He was probably, I didn't see the number, but 50 HP, like 2 auto attacks, maybe.
Yeah, and he got healed from 2 arcane missiles, so that's a lot of damage.
And South Forest is doing a good job. He's taking pressure from Bensington and Aluna here, but he is helping control the runes for his mid player. So kind of indirectly influencing this mid lane from the top lane.
Yeah, so Bombardier picks up an Invis rune. Do you think he will try to set up a kill somewhere, maybe on the Moon Queen once they get 6, or will he just farm?
Man, you know, it's hard to say. I feel like he's back in control of this mid lane now. After that turn, I'd like to see him kind of extend his lead. I don't think that they need to do anything too committal right now on the Moon Queen. I think she's going to be a threat, and they're getting some stacks. You know, Bensington has spent nearly all of his time stacking in the jungle, but I think that she's kind of she's not quite a threat right now. Obviously, they want to slow her down, but
We also see Artesia is stacking the Legion side, so both of the jungles gonna be stacked. So it's gonna be really important to make sure that you don't get the steal, like the enemy steals your stacks, as we saw a game yesterday. It's just so much resources that you put in to have one hero stacking for you, and not to take advantage of that. It's just crucial for the game.
the port's coming out into the top lane. Oh, okay, and you were right to ask me because we have an invis bomb here in the top lane. 3 heroes from Hellborn are here, but they're going to go on to Moon Queen. South Forest might die rather quickly, but no, the airstrike is going to finish off Moon Queen. South Forest is running away, so we've got a 2-for-0 exchange here. South Forest with the mana up, going to throw down a more Satursima on Aluna. Artesia's here with the heals, and it looks like Aluna is going to die. That's a triple kill, double tap for bomb and a kill for South Forest. So that is a huge rotation.
Yeah, that line from the airstrike was just amazing, hitting 2 people and dealing almost full HP of that on that Bensington. So yeah, very well played. Heads up from Snooki.
Yeah, I like that, and I'm glad to see that my strategy with that Invis rune was shown to be the wrong one. I mean, he found the timing on that gank perfectly. You know, I said he could just extend his lead in the mid lane, but whew, that bomb, that Invis bomb, what fantastic value from that rune. And now they have a commanding lead here, 4K gold, 3K experience nearly. And yeah, I mean, what do you want to see them do with this lead?
I think they're relatively happy as it is right now. South Force is getting pretty good farm and levels top. Bombardier is obviously dominating, and Hammerstar is going to be cleaning the stacks. But definitely try to. Oh, there
They
was
do find that kill on South Forest. I missed the initiation there. And Rally's actually getting chased in the bot lane. Hammerstorm and Moira are going to go on to and find that kill on the Rally with the well-placed Moira illusion behind the tower. There was no escape for Rally. So offlane for offlane there. I think it's slightly in favor of the Legion, or excuse me, the Good Clan Rejects, as their offlaner was struggling a little bit more than South Forest. But
yeah, so I think they're gonna want to contest the stacks. Like they know that the Hellborn has been stacking all game, and since they're in a lead now, if they would manage to take a team fight and then go as 5 into the jungle, just clear the stacks, that would be my game plan, at least if I was the captain of Polymorph.
Now we've got a Whispering Helm picked up on Moon Queen here, but look at the skill build from Moon Queen. I actually just noticed this. She's got 3 points in the Moonbeam, and I know that, you know, when you're talking about transitioning into the jungle early on as Moon Queen, right? Like you want those points put into multi-strike, and unfortunately he's only got level 1 of multi-strike right now.
Yeah. They kind of felt like now the Bensington can farm the top lane while Moon Queen is clearing the attack. So I think going the Whispering Helm with the red boots is pretty good, since they know they have stacks. They knew they need to get levels and farm on Bensington as well. So, but Legion is picking up this and actually moving over. As I said, they don't want to leave these stacks for the Moon Queen.
Yeah, they are going to be just a little too late right here. They might try to make a push onto Luna. Nope. Are they going to get the Whispering Helm creep? I mean, that was a very good Whispering Helm creep. You know, he lacked the points into multi-strike, but the Vagabond leader with the triple wave really helped him clear out those 2 stacks quickly. So that was actually really well played by Testy. But Rally is actually taking a lot of heat. He's going to manage to compel himself out in the bot lane, and they're not going to find the kill. So, you know, kind of shrinking that golden XP gap a little bit on the Hellborn side. But the stacks are still available for Hammerstorm to farm in the jungle. So I'm kind of curious when they're going to make that transition into the jungle for Hammer.
Yeah, probably after this tower. They have a catapult here, so I don't see Hellborn side to be able to defend that. So probably just gonna push this out and then going to clear the jungle.
Yeah, and he's level 8 right now.
Smoke,
So he's...
Invis Bombardier top again. Finding that.
Thank you for
Queen.
pointing out. I definitely missed it completely, and that's a huge kill. So 2 Invis runes with great return from Bombardier here, and they're going to find that that ward in the jungle. But Bombardier is still like really aggressively positioned. I don't know. I think he's just going to try and find an escape plan here, rather than try to find a kill.
Yeah, so he has no TP on him, but from the looks of it, they're just working. But they're actually going on Self-Force here.
Yep, Self-Force is going to take the Compel into the Seismic Slam, and that is a quick kill onto South Forest. So a little bit of return there. And Moon Queen ports back. Gonna just do her thing in the jungle, but meanwhile Hammerstorm is finding his farm in the jungle. So right now it looks like, you know, carry versus carry, Hammerstorm's having the much better time. Hasn't died yet. Moon Queen's died twice. 400, nearly 500 GPM versus 300 GPM. Like, this is looking pretty bad. Arcane Vortex is going to miss the mid lane. Yeah, Compel is going to come out onto Moira. Moira is going to get the Shards of Harkon off. There's going to be the Nightfall into the Joust, killing Moira. There's a bomb on top of Midas's head. Midas is going to combo backwards, hit Bombardier. Aluna's taking a lot of trouble. The Essence Projection comes out. Midas is going to barely evade the hammer. I feel like it was disjointed by the Compel. My gosh, Midas is going to end up falling. The double Joust is going to connect onto South Forest and Bombardier, but it looks like it's a 3-4-1 exchange. So, yeah, Hellborn playing really well, nearly escaping on Bensington and Midas, but in the end they are both going to fall. So yeah, Legion, Polymorph really taking control of this game right now.
Yeah, Bombardier is almost 500 GPM and picks up a tablet now. So Snooki's having a great time in that middle lane. So what items do you want to see Bombardier do this game?
I feel like I'd just like to see him keep up the pressure with the PK, but South Forest is getting surrounded by Rally and Bensington here, but you know, he's actually, the Joust is going to come out on Hammerstorm. Bensington uses the Joust. He gets compelled back in. A nice double stun coming out on the South Forest and Hammer. Bensington is going to go down as well as South Forest, and now the Legion is in retreat mode. Moira gets tableted out by Bomb. Essence Projection comes out. 2 Arcane Missiles are going to hit Midas. The Airstrike barely misses the finish off on Midas. The Moira illusion spawns, but it's not really going to do much. Okay, so, you know,
a lot of fighting going on this, in this middle lane.
But Legion got the mid tower, and that's probably, you know, more so than the kills. That's the big thing going on right there. The bomb tries to tablet himself into a sticky bomb on Midas, but just barely misses. But yeah, that mid tower is going to be really, really big. The fact that they got that's the you know, Legion is 2 towers ahead at this point, which is a pretty sizable gold lead in itself. Artesia's smoking behind South Forest here in the top lane. So I wonder what's going to happen if they're going to, you know, there's 4 heroes here in the top lane for Good Clan Rejects, so this might be kind of dangerous for them. They've got the tier 1 tower. The Joust is barely going to miss on South Forest. South Forest putting a little bit of damage on Bensington, but gosh, they're pushing ahead aggressively. They're just forcing Hellborn to play really tight. Midas finds a good kill on the Moira in the bot lane, missed it completely, but the result is there.
Yeah, I mean, this South Forest is really tanky. He already has a Westment, and he's 350 GPM, even though he was against a tri-lane. So he's doing very well, and I mean, that's gonna steal a lot of space for Moonqueen. So Moonqueen has to be in the jungle, unless he has his supporting cast with him, so...
Yeah, and this idea to let Bensington farm the top lane in the meantime is basically, you know, been completely countered by how strong South Forest is right now.
Yeah, it's been.
And they are going to dive him. Bensington getting dove. He's going to be able to stun away, but this tower is taking pressure, and looks like Legion might be able to comfortably grab this tower. Midas TPs to the second tier tower and has a smoke activated, so he's also got a PK ready. Not sure if he picked that up before or after that Moira kill in the bot lane, but that's a much needed PK to make something happen for his team. Artesia a little too aggressively positioned here, all alone. She's gonna get killed. Pretty important kill to help save that top tier tower. It's actually gonna get denied, so all the tier 1 towers for Hellborn are out at this point. So map control is certainly in favor of the Legion here. So what do you want to see from Hellborn to help swing it back?
I mean, like either they needs to get the Saphoris out of top lane so that Moonqueen can free farm, or they need to try to get a smoke and kill Hammerstorm, which is kind of hard to do. So like the fact that Saphoris is top, and the fact that Moonqueen can't be top is just hardening them so much now, because Moonqueen is still 350 GPM. He has not increased his GPM after that Whispering Helm. While
They are going to joust
lane.
onto South Forest, so they are like a sixth sense. They heard you. They're trying to go into South Forest, but he's got a headdress. Turns it right back onto Bensington, and Bensington is the one that's going to fall. Rally tries to compel through South Forest and TP out, but he's also going to find his grave. So now it's Legion that is pursuing through the jungle here, and Moonqueen is trying to farm. She's actually going to get PK'd on by Bombardier. Takes a sticky bomb to the head and an airstrike, and that's going to be a quick kill on the Moonqueen. And she's going to probably lose her second Whispering Helm creep here. Nope, they're actually going to turn it on to Luna here, who gets Arcane Vortex into a hammer throw, and quick kill. Arcane missiles are looking for that Skeleton King, but Skeleton King is going to be able to escape. Midas tries to kill TKB on Artesia, but not going to be able to connect the combo. So yeah, Legion is just in the driver's seat right now. This is looking really rough for Good Clan Rejects here in game 1.
Yeah, there's literally no space anymore for Moonqueen, and you know Hammerstorm and Bombardier is having their time of their life. With Bombardier going over 500 GPM now, and actually Force is 450 as well. So
Yeah,
3 heroes above the Moonqueen.
And it's just still so early, and all 3 of these heroes can snowball so well, right? Like all 3 of these heroes can flash farm waves and just comfortably like make rotations through the jungle. This looks extremely difficult to come back from.
Yeah, well, we can't count the Good Clan Rejects out yet. Moonqueen is still really strong in the late game, and they have the Aluna and the Midas to counter push waves, and it's actually hard to go high ground against them as a 5v5. But they're actually trying to do the Kongor now, so maybe they will try with a Token of Life.
Yeah, so I mean, just if we can kind of concisely put it, the Hellborn's game plan is delay, and Legion's game plan looks like to be, push our advantage. So, both teams going to do what they can to exercise their respective strategies, and the Kongor kill is certainly going to help the Team Polymorph, push ahead towards these last 2 tier 2 towers.
That's a barrier finished on Self-Force as well, so they are very comfortable with going the Hellborn Kongor as well.
Yeah,
I don't see any way for Good Clan Rejects to defend that.
So what do? They push for the 2 tier 2 towers before Kongor, or do they just looks like they're making a move on this bottom one right now? And it looks like Hellborn is gonna have to concede it, or they've decided to concede it.
Yeah, it's a little bit safer to kill the towers first. In case of buybacks, they cannot teleport right in. So I think this is a smart choice to decide to go for the towers first and then finish Kongor when they still have time for it.
Yeah, we've got, let's take a look. We've got about 2 minutes on the Kongor Slayer buff, so they are going to take out the bot tower. They're going to leave the mid-tier tier 2 tower up and just make moves on this Kongor. They've got decent vision. Hellborn has no vision of what's going on in the pit right now. They kind of know they're there, but they feel forced to give it up. So that's going to be a Token of Life coming out on Hammerstorm on top of the Kongor Decimator buff, so safe to say that this is going to be a base push probably within the next 3 minutes. Hellborn's finding their second tier 1 tower. this game. Sorry for cutting you off, but yeah.
I think the Legion just want to wait for the Hammerstorm ultimate again. It's up in 40 seconds, and then you're just gonna push the high ground.
I think he's nearly at his shrunken head as well. I think he's got 1280 gold right now. I think he has it in 20 gold, if I'm not mistaken. Which is going to be a big item. I mean, yeah, you talk about Moon Queen being really strong in team fights and everything, but that barrier idol, as long as they all can, you know, are within range of each other but not too compact, you know, eating like line stuns and everything, they're going to have a really great team fight. And the Shrunken Head was purchased by Hammerstorm. He's just wheeling it out on the courier now. We've got Portal Key pickup on Rally. Hammerstorm goes ahead and uses his ulti and starts working on this tower. I mean, he's just chunking the HP off of this tower. He's going to eat a Midas combo here, but he's still got the token of life, so they are going to be able to burn the token maybe. The Artesia heals are keeping this Hammerstorm alive. They're burning so many spells into him. Hammerstorm is just so tanky with this Artesia behind him. I mean, he's back up at half HP now. The heals are just crazy. Midas is going to land another combo, but here comes the Bensington ulti. The Joust is going to connect into Hammerstorm, and I mean, they have put so much damage onto this Hammerstorm that's just been canceled out. The airstrike is going to finish off Bensington, and this is almost certainly a Rax. They cannot touch this Hammerstorm.
No, and they have no initiation to reach the Artesia in the backline either, so...
Double combo going to come out from Midas. Double Compel is going to connect on Hammerstorm Self-Force, but Hammerstorm is still standing, finally goes down. Token of Life is going to bring him back up. The Moon Finale is going to throw some damage out, but Moon Queen just not enough damage to take out this Legion team. How much do you think that Artesia healed for in that fight? Like, seriously.
Oh man, like 3,000-4,000 HP at least. Like
that was
it was insane. TKB playing super well this game on point, but you know that just lack of like they have two PKs. They have Rally and they have Midas, but they don't want to commit everything onto a support Artesia. But if they have no other way to reach him in the backline, they just heal up the Hammerstorm over and over.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Hammerstorm is getting 3-man here. He takes a Seismic Slam, Midas combo, and they are going to find that important kill onto Hammer. So couldn't take him out during the team fight, but got him while he was all alone. So it's a very important kill, but you know, there's still a Rax down in this game, so certainly an uphill battle. You know, Moon Queen finishes a Firebrand, is 1,300 gold away from a Shrunken Head, so she's going to be able to push a little bit deeper into these team fights, get some more damage in. Which, you know, that was kind of what they were missing while they were poking into that Hammerstorm. And the Hammerstorm, while pushing that mid Rax, must have dropped to like 100, 200 HP like twice, and Artesia just kept him up. So, you know, the fact that Moon Queen wasn't able to get close like really showed up. If she was able to, then it could have been a different story. A Sheepstick finds its way into the hands of Midas. That one snuck up on me.
Yeah, that's actually a really big item. Because now they can easily lock down either Bombardier or Artesia, get a fast kill, and then together, as you can see, like once the supporting cast is gone, like they can deal with the Hammerstorm. They can kite him, so that's a huge item.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I know you I know you mentioned like, oh, we don't want to have to dump everything into this Artesia support, but man, after that last fight, the last team fight, it feels like you have to at this point. It feels like you're forced to. But Rally is smoking, pushing ahead of his team. They're going to find this Moira. Moira is going to eat a Compel. See if the damage is there for the follow-up. The Joust is going to connect, so she gets chain stunned into death. And now the Arcane missiles are pumping into Rally. Midas is going to find himself a quick death. And Bombardier is pushing forward towards this Aluna. Aluna, trying to pour it out, is going to be able to complete it. Meanwhile, Bensington is getting chased by Salforus and Bomb. Looks like he's got his escape path cut off by this hasted Bombardier, who also has a Sheepstick. And he is going to fall. So Moira happy to pay that price for those two cores.
Yeah, and that's a bloodbath streak as well on Snooki. But Moon Queen actually finished the Shrunken as well, so that's gonna help. But a demonic breastplate on the Salforus, he's so tanky now.
Yeah, and he's able to just, with the first set of Raxes down, there is no backdoor protection for this tier 3 tower, so Salforus just able to tank it with this Artesia behind him and slowly chip it down with this newly found demonic breastplate. And it looks like this is almost certainly going to be a second set of Raxes. Moon Queen is TPing in. Rally is going to get sheeped out, and that is just a quick kill under Rally. Wasn't able to do anything. Moon Queen is running away with the Shrunken Head active. Burns the Moon Finale. It looks like almost all of her damage is been expired. And South Forest is going to push forward, and it looks like this is game 1 right here. GGs are being called. So what a performance from Polymorph going into this first game.
Yeah, very solid. I had to give the MVP to Snooki this game. Like 2 early kills on the Moon Queen with those Invis runes, and then it's completely taken over the game. Bloodbath streak as well, and just his rotations and his farm was just overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially coming back from that early death, from that quick rotation, like before the second wave, maybe from a Luna.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Level 2.
so yeah, he was in a little bit of a rut there after dying that first time. But you're absolutely right. That first Invis rune netted Polymorph that triple kill in the top lane, and that was, well, I'll just say it was everything.
Yeah, there
They
was
did
no
end up winning.
yeah, there was no real comeback for that, because that always also gave Sulfuris so much gold, so he could stay top forever and just soak farm from the Moon Queen, while Hammerstone was free farming and had the stacks in his own jungle. So heads up
Absolutely.
plays from Polymorph.
Yeah, well played, and we are going to be going into the second game here, so stay tuned, everybody. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, everyone. This is the HoN OMG cycle number 5, game 2 of the series between Good Clan Rejects and Polymorph. I'm going to be your main caster, Easy Full Clan. I'm joined by Dale. Dale, how was your break?
It was good. I managed to grab a drink. That's it.
Yes, and yes, I'm looking forward to the second game. I'm looking forward to seeing how Good Clan Rejects are going to shake up their strategy to try and throw Polymorph off their rocker and take this game 2 so that we can have our game 3.
Yeah, they definitely need to do something differently. I think at least putting some more pressure onto the Snooki in the middle lane, especially if he picks such a greedy pick like a Bombardier who has no escape.
Yeah, so obviously, the counter strategy is already underway. Looks like we've got bans out on. Well, actually, this is interesting. So Polymorph actually bans out 2 of the heroes that they wielded last game, Moira and Bombardier, whereas the Hellborn team has banned the same 2 heroes that they banned last game, Electrician and Magnus. So what do you think about that? That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not, as you said before the last game. I don't know who's playing the Electrician, but maybe it's just a hero that they don't want to deal with in the laning phase. Magnus is a pretty standard ban though. Just provides so much and can be played in every role. But yeah, a little bit confused about the Electrician ban.
Yeah, I mean the Electrician ban still sticks out to me. I agree with you completely. But yeah, the head scratcher for me was really just the way that Polymorph banned out the 2 heroes that they were playing last game. I mean, it's actually just really interesting to me because it's I mean, I guess you don't want to basically necessarily run the same strategy twice, but in my mind, it's almost like, why fix what's not broken, right? I mean, they played those heroes like exceedingly well last game. Snooki had the bloodbath on bomb, and I mean, Moira is just like super strong at what seems to feel like all stages of the game. So yeah, that just interests me. But jumping into the picks here, we've got an Engineer first pick coming out from Good Clan Rejects into the Aluna for Polymorph, and then a Bensington pick. So what do you think about this NG pick? Where's that hero? Where's that hero strongest? Do you think?
He's very strong in a mana lane, but also in a tri lane. Just provides so much damage and has a stun. But his laning presence and then the ultimate in team fights is just a really solid secondary support. But I'm kind of confused that they went to the Bensington once again. Bensington is a strong hero, but it does require farm, and as we saw last game, like a Bensington without farm doesn't do very much, even though he has the global global ganking potential.
Yeah, we talked about that last game, how Bensington was kind of doing the job that we almost felt like Rally should be doing. Rally was like the offlaner, but we almost felt like, well, I don't know if you agree. Well, no, we touched on it, right? Bensington, we felt like should have been the one that was soaking up XP as well as he could in the bot lane, where Rally was kind of being the support that rotates between the lane and the jungle to support the Moon Queen, stack up the jungle for Moon Queen, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, definitely. And especially since, Rally had a synchronizer, so he could be, synchronized with Midas and get some extra gold that way as well. So, to having a Bensington with a hatchet running around top didn't really make sense.
Yeah, but they are going to run the Bensington here, and we've got Hammerstorm again. Looks like it's probably going to be, and Artesia. So, looks like they want to run the same draft. So I'm still going back to those bans. I don't know why they banned out Moira and Bomb if they're going to pick Hammerstorm and Artesia again. But who knows? I won't question any further. But now we've got the Glacius pick in the hands of Good Clan Rejects, and I love this hero. It recently got buffed a little bit. It's got pretty insane mana sustain with just 1 point of Chilling Presence now for itself, as well as the global mana aura for the team. And then I think damage on Tundra Blast got buffed or something like that. So I'm really excited to see how this Glacius is able to perform in this game. What do you think about Glacius?
The hero was amazing a couple of years ago, especially when you know, there was no shop in the jungle where you could buy mana pots, and there was only one courier in the team. To have the mana presence was so good. But we haven't really seen him in a competitive setting, so I'm actually excited to see what it brings to the table. But the chilling presence does definitely benefit a hero like Engineer, who needs his spells to be useful. So yeah, it's gonna be fun to see. Also
Yeah,
provides a lot of team fight damage with that glacial downpour.
yeah, a well-timed glacial downpour is really devastating in team fights. And that's actually a really interesting indirect nerf that you kind of brought up. That I never really thought about the presence of the observatory being in the jungle, allowing giving that access to to shoppable mana to both teams. Really, actually does kind of take some value away from the Glacius aura. But enough about Glacius. We've got bans here: Lord Salforus, Gladiator, and Nitro banned out by Good Clan. Rejects, and Calamity, Arachna, and Zephyr banned out by Polymorph. So, yeah, I mean, pretty interesting bans. Kind of what sticks out to me is the Zephyr and Nitro. What do you think?
I mean, the Zephyr, I guess they don't want him against the Hammerstorm, because if Zephyr puts down the Typhoon, when Hammers has shrunken, he can't really move. So it's really hard to get kill, and you do want to get those kills when you have the shrunken active. And Nitro is just a horrible hero to play against. It's so strong in the laning phase, either if you put him mid or in the short lane. Like,
Yeah,
that hero's
I'm kind of
super
seeing it
strong.
now. I'm kind of seeing the theme of these bans now. Looks like Legion bans out 3 frustrating laners, Nitroglad and South, and then all 3 of the bans from Polymorph look like they are trying to protect their Hammerstorm in team fights, right? Like
Yeah,
Calamity,
exactly.
Arachna, and Zephyr are all great tools to lock down their melee carry. So yeah, those bans certainly make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
And
but like the Nitro is so strong. Like, you can't play 1v1 against that hero. Like, it's like an Arachna, but it deals more damage. But
all
they
right,
actually picked Defiler, so I believe that will be a tested Defiler. He's the
yeah.
one who's been playing it.
This
And
is an interesting lineup here. So yeah, we've got a Bubbles that followed by a Midas pick, and then yeah, that like you pointed out, that Defiler. So really interesting hero. Don't really see Defiler on the scene too often, but it's definitely very strong and has a niche to fill. I mean, it's such a great team fighter, which is what they're all about over there on the Legion side right now. I mean, they've kind of got the semi carry potential. Like, I feel like Defiler and Benzington are both. What do you classify Defiler as? Like, obviously she's a pusher, right? But like, is she a carry or a semi carry?
I would say a semi carry, but it's one of those heroes that you pick because you want to do well in the early game, and then you want to group up. And in that regards, it's kind of synergizes pretty well with a core Sir Bensington, because they can group up as 4, pushing a tower, and Bensington can farm on the other side of the map, and then just
Right.
join the team fight. So those heroes has pretty good synergy. Um,
Yeah, I'm
and
I'm with you completely. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the last pick for Polymorph was Pebbles. So Pebbles is a really interesting pick. After seeing that Defiler, I mean, if it comes to the mid lane matchup of Pebbles versus Defiler, like who do you think? Like, obviously, not obviously necessarily, but I'm thinking Defiler like has the upper hand there, right? And the
yeah,
pure 1v1 setup.
in a pure 1v1 setup, without any rotation, Defiler should win that. But he's actually going to the bottom lane, and they're sending the
Aha,
bubbles with him.
yes. Yeah,
Um,
and so the one thing I was thinking about, and in the purely 1v1 matchup, of course, Defiler versus Pebbles probably goes in the direction of Defiler, but this is not a 1v1 game, it's a 5v5. So with proper rotations, I mean, Pebbles is very scary for a mid laner.
yeah.
And when you put it that way, Bubbles is actually a really great hero to have against a Pebbles.
Yeah, their laning situations looks very good. Bubbles can dodge all the stuns and the chucks from the pebbles. Defiler should be do pretty well against a Midas 1v1. And against, I mean, the trailing top, I mean, I would, however, give the stronger for the Legion side, the Hellborn side, simply because they have stacks and pulls. Like, if they manage to do even or win, they're gonna come out so far ahead because the hammer can
Mhm.
just go into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, both of these tri-lanes on paper look extremely strong. I mean, this is nearly the same tri-lane we saw from Hellborn last game. I actually can't remember. I guess it was Moira was the yeah, instead of Aluna. But Aluna is obviously a very strong tri-lane hero as well. But you know, they've got a little bit of a triple stun thing going on the Legion side. So if they, you know, are able to catch Aluna out, looks like, or even Artesia, they're both pretty squishy, so they probably could get dropped. But you know, in the 1v1 setup and these two solo lanes, I feel like Legion has a slight advantage in both of them. So maybe that slight advantage will snowball into something larger. But Glacia's already taking arcane missiles from Artesia. Artesia's pressing forward. She gets Ice Imprisonment. Engineer and Bington are surrounding her. She's kind of in no man's land right now. The Joust is actually going to miss, but the Keg with the auto attacks is going to finish off Artesia, and now it's Aluna who's taking a little bit of heat, but I don't think that they're going to push too much forward because Glacius is in the red. So, nice. Bloodlust, does it decide the game? Polymorph got Bloodlust last game, they won. Will Good Clan Rejects win, carry that Bloodlust all the way to victory in game 2? Time will tell, but it's certainly something that they needed.
They're very interesting that they have eaten all of the trees here as well. So it's very hard to get an angle here.
But yeah, I mean, in the mid lane matchup, it looks like Pebbles is actually having a fantastic time against Bubbles. 7-3 Pebbles versus 4-0 Bubbles. Like, I figured Bubbles would have a decent time, but the amount of auto attack damage that Pebbles has is that Joust is actually going to find his way onto Aluna, followed by a Keg, Ice Imprisonment. The Hammer Throw is going to connect on the Engineer, but there's just too many auto attacks surrounding Aluna. Engineer is forced to retreat. It looks like the last auto attack, no, the Power Supply is going to be able to save him from that last Artesia auto attack, and Artesia takes the Ice Imprisonment into the Joust, is going to end up falling, so now Hammerstorm is taking a lot of pressure. The Keg is going to connect onto Hammer, pushing him away, but Aluna is there to stun Engineer and Glacius. And they are going to have to retreat on the two supports, or at least keep their distance, but Engineer is going to the top rune. It's a double damage, so yeah, Legion is doing extremely well in this tri-lane right now, which is exactly what they need.
Yeah, the 3-man stun is very, very powerful, especially before Artesia gets levels in his heal. So one stun into a Keg is a dead support on the Hellborn side.
Yeah, and Artesia is, you know, kind of over here at level 1. I mean, what do you want to see from Hellborn to try and, you know, steer this back in their favor?
I mean, they have the advantage with having the jungle on their side, so as long as Hammerstorm doesn't die, they can recover relatively easy if they have a couple stacks.
And that that warded small camp is taking away that little bit of extra XP. I mean, do you try to counter that? That ward has still got about 3 minutes left in the small camp there.
I definitely think you should. It provides some extra XP, some easier last hit as well from Hammerstorm underneath the tower if you manage to pull. And they actually wasted a real ward of sight. You usually place rev wards to counter. So
yeah, so that camp's going to be blocked for a while, right? Joust is going to connect onto Aluna. A nice hammer throw is going to connect onto Glacius and Engineer, stopping the follow-up onto Aluna, but Artesia is going to eat the Ice Imprisonment. The power throw is going to put Engineer and Glacius kind of scarily low in the HP department, but Artesia is going to end up falling. So just a little bit more poke from Aluna, misses the power throw onto Engineer, so yeah, this is a 4-0 top lane here, so something's got to happen here in this top lane, or things, you know, it's going to get kind of out of control here for the Hellborn team.
The Bubbles actually forced Pebbles to run back to base, so he's going to be able to pick up a rune.
Yeah, that was really big. And I think it's because he had a double damage. I kind of, you know, missed the lifetime of that double damage completely. I did point out the fact that it spawned, but you know, I think Bubbles picked it up whenever it was camped by Engineer, and then was able to kind of steer mid lane back in his favor, or at least even it up. Pebbles actually does have the last hit advantage slightly right now. Joust is going to go on to Hammerstorm, followed by the Keg. Engineer is going to throw out the mine. Hammerstorm is able to retreat after throwing the hammer onto Bensington. The heals are starting to come out from Artesia showing up, but Ice and Prism is going to connect onto Luna, but a little bit too much damage between Bensington and Engineer. So extending their lead just even further. The Joust is going to miss onto Hammerstorm. That's a big miss Joust because he does take the hammer throw under the tower, but too much AoE damage is going to finish off Hammerstorm. Now Artesia's even taking a lot of heat. The tower attacks are canceled because of the port, and now it's Luna who's being completely surrounded. She's going to get chain stunned to death. This is 8-0. All 8 kills here in the top lane. Like,
yeah, that's
wow.
four kills within like 30 seconds.
This is a disaster.
Now Hellborn's gonna struggle after that. They really need some rotations from the Pebbles or the Midas, trying to force them out of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, 2 supports here, 60 GPM. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's where the difference is. You know, mid matchup is relatively good. The carry matchup is also even, but look at the supporting cast, 220 GPM on both the Glacius and the Engineer versus 60 GPM on the
So
Artesia
now,
and Luna.
yeah, now none of these supports in the tri lane are like easy targets, right? Unless you get that 4th man. So Pebbles is kind of okay. Pebbles is going to find himself a DD. That's a big rune now that he's level 6. He's going to be chunking out like 250 damage auto attacks if he is able to find somebody. So, but they haven't sent any rotations towards the top lane yet. I mean, actually, things have kind of calmed down in the top lane, but it's only because Glacius and Engineer are exited that lane. But Bubbles is going to TP into the top lane, and she's going to be able to combo onto Hammerstorm following the Bensington. And Artesia is actually in a lot of trouble right now. She's able to she's trying to tree juke, but the shell surf is going to reveal everything. And now it's a double tap for the mid player.
Yeah, unfortunately there, TKB tried to heal his carry, but there was creeps in the way, so he healed the creeps instead of Hammerstorm. Could probably delay it a little bit. Hammer would probably be dead anyway since Bubbles teleported top with ultimate, but...
Yeah, and they've actually still got 4 up here. Keg is going to follow the Ice Imprisonment, the Joust. I mean, there's just too many stuns, but Hammerstorm is going to be able to power supply up. Sidesteps the Shell Surf, but there's just too many players, too many spells. But they're going to find a very important kill onto Testy, on Defiler in the bottom lane. So we've got Polymorph on the board, finding that Defiler kill. So they needed to slow somebody down, and it was the Defiler.
And that's actually a very good kill, because that will delay the push a little bit. Since they lost the top so hard, it's going to be hard to take team fights early on. So getting a kill on the Defiler to delay that push will be actually very important. Ulti coming up against
yeah, missed it completely, but yeah, so we saw the Nightfall Joust and the Keg just clean up a Luna in an instant. And yeah, let's talk about some items here. You know, we've actually... Something that's kind of curious for me right now is Pebbles here with this, who's getting surrounded by Glacius and Bubbles right now, is not going to be able to take this haste rune, and Bubbles is going to kelp field Pebbles, who's in a really tough spot right now, and it's going to get chased down by this haste Bubbles. So another big kill coming for Bubbles, who's now on an Ultimate Warrior streak, 4-0. So yeah, I was actually just kind of marveling at this move speed Pebbles build coming out with the Ghost Marcher's Wind Whistle, as I missed the kill onto Midas there. But Glacius is going to get hammer thrown into power throw, into autos and dead. Defiler is standing right next to this Luna with her Unholy Expulsion up, is going to be able to bring her down. She's still got the ulti up, is going to use it to, looks like, just maybe farm some creeps with it.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, they're pushing top as well. Bensington is free farming and pulling the lane to the jungle, so he's getting some extra gold as well.
Yeah, I mean, these Legion cores are really taking off. 2 of them above 400. You know, the solo short Defiler not having the best time, but not having a bad time, right? 330 GPM after that gank is certainly nothing to scoff at, especially whenever you compare it to Midas's 250. But Hammerstorm, thought he was getting a little low there. Bensington's going to take a Midas combo here. He's going to be able to power supply up, but it's just barely enough. He's able to joust away and live. That would have been a huge kill for Midas, but it was just out of his range.
3 men in the bottom lane now.
Yeah, they're pushing into this tower, and they're actually pushing onto Luna and Hammer right now. The Glacial Blast is going to trap Luna and Hammer between these 3 heroes, but there is a port response as Snooki on Pebbles is going to get picked off at the bottom lane. And they're pushing pretty hard onto this Engineer right now, who's not quite level 6, would love to drop an energy field, but it's not available. He is going to end up falling.
Create
And
some
yeah,
space
so-
for the Hammer Storm, at least. Getting them out of the lane.
Yeah, certainly. But Hammerstorm's taking the Ice Imprisonment, just a little bit of harass, trying to push him out of lane, saying, you can't farm here, buddy, without paying the price.
I definitely think they need to do some sort of group up from the Polymorph side here, bringing the Midas to secure farm on Hammerstorm. Either you port him top again and try to stack, because right now Bensington is free farming, but Pebble's actually setting up here.
Yeah, it looks like they
So-
are committing to a big gank here. And actually, if Pebbles can land the Stalagmite, or Midas might try to combo from the smoke here, let's
should-
wait and see. Yeah, Stalagmites are going to miss, unfortunately, and that gank attempt is going to come up empty as now the Legion team are
Invis
responding.
Bubble.
We have got an Invis Bubbles. Invis Bubbles with no kelp field available for 10 seconds, just kind of patiently waiting, seeing if Midas and Pebbles get a little too close together, pushing into the jungle. They know that Pebbles is retreating from the top tower, and it's Midas all alone. Looks like they probably are going to dive this Midas to get silenced, Ice Imprisonment, stunned, dead. And this is going to be a tier 1 tower for the Legion side for sure in the top lane. And I wonder what they're going to do about this bottom lane. This bottom lane tower getting pretty close. It's actually in deny range right now, so they are going to get 2 towers probably. One of them being denied, but you know,
Yeah, it's still a lot of map control.
absence of the tower, yeah, is going to show up for sure.
Especially when since Hammerstorm is lacking space, you know, it's really important to be able to move across the map to help him out whenever he tries to find farm.
Port coming into the top lane is actually going to get canceled. That was an odd port and an odd glyph. Maybe just a little bit of team miscommunication there.
Yeah, but they actually let Pebbles clear the stack, so he's closing in on his PK even though he died twice. And that's going to be really important.
Bubbles has Portal Key, just noticed that he picked that up. It's a huge PK pickup very early, and all 3 of the tier 1 towers have been taken, so now map control is absolutely in favor of Good Clan Rejects, but Pebbles, we have to wait and see what's going to happen this game, because Pebbles' Portal Key is obviously a very, very big pickup, and he's only 450 gold away from it. So
Yeah, and you know, Glacius and Engineer is still a very low level, so those heroes has to stay close to his support core heroes. So that's
even
gonna
Bubbles, though, who
Yeah,
you
even
know,
Bubbles
with-
dies relatively fast.
Exactly, but ooh man, some juicy stacks. Juicy stack steal coming out from Bubbles here in the Hellborn jungle. So he's going to be able to accumulate just a little bit more net worth as he pushes towards 500 GPM. And
Glacius
Bensington is
probably
already
gonna
there,
get
but
him.
yeah, Glacius is
denies
trying
at
to
the
die to Kongor. All
Well played.
right, nice.
Well timed there on the imprisonment, making sure to get the distance that he needed.
So,
Bensington
okay,
ulti.
Nightfall. Yep, then onto Midas. Midas uses the Elemental Warp. Is going to be able to sidestep the Joust, but too much damage between the Spider Mines and the Bensington Lance Along. But the Pebbles has picked up the Portal Key, so this is something we need to keep our eye on. How is he going to use this big item pickup to try and bring this game back under control for his team? He's going to wait patiently here at the mid lane. There is no ward available from the Legion side. The creeps are in the river. They don't really have great cross river vision, and it looks like he might make his new move. Nope. No, he is. Shell Surface burned. Here we go. This is a Pebbles combo. Nice. A very, very big kill on the Bubbles. Well coordinated. And I'm actually surprised that Bubbles kind of lingered as long as he did. He had vision of Pebbles from the Shell Surf, right? And he had Portal Key available, I think.
Yeah, I think so
but-
too. Maybe he didn't pick up the fact that Snooki had PK, since this was the first time he revealed it.
Yep.
So small misplay, but this obviously gonna help the Hellborn side a lot. And you know, this it's up to this Pebbles now to create the space necessary.
Absolutely. And, you know, that was a good first kill. We'll see if he's able to tail on some additional ones as he's actually starting to smoke into the bot lane now. Just unfortunately, there's a haste rune that's been sitting there at the top lane. Wasn't able to pick that up, but now he is waiting behind this hammer, smoked up for 30 seconds, standing right next to this ward, but hopefully he can make something come of it. Can you tell I'm kind of rooting for the underdog here?
Well, we all want to see a fair match, so
Right.
I would also want to see a couple kills from the Hellborn side. But he is hunting now. It's very deep.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to take out Defiler himself, who has a Gnome's Wisdom as well as a Beast Heart. So Defiler, not an easy target. He
He's
is
still gonna go
flanking,
in.
going right onto this Glacius. He is going to eat the Kelp Field into the Defiler ult. Just too much damage is going to bring him down. And now Defiler is pushing forward, but oh, this port attempt was just, yeah, had a better chance of running away. Honestly, that Defiler ulti is just too much damage. Bensington is going to ulti into the bot lane, I guess, for some farm. Artesia is going to end up dying here in the mid lane, though. So that's a hat trick coming out for Testy on Defiler. And he's going to take his ulti. It just expires. Not going to be able to put too much damage onto this tier 2 tower. But okay, Bensington manages to find that kill on the Hammerstorm. Missed it completely.
Yeah, Hammerstorm was sticking around for way too long. Instead of just tipping out after the first initial stun, he decides to man up. But he didn't use his ultimate either, so I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, Bensington just has a lot of farm too in comparison, right? Bensington with
Yeah.
the Firebrand and the Thunderclaw in his inventory right now. So items are something that we haven't really touched on too much.
Yeah, Hammerstorm actually didn't level his ultimate, so
Oh
that's
wow,
why
yeah.
he couldn't fight him. That's
Okay,
even weirder why he stick around then. Maybe he was like faking it that he had backup support to make the Bensington run away, but
right. And Pebbles is actually going to find the kill together with Artesia on the Bubbles. So Bubbles has a haste rune in his bottle. Probably see if he will try to do something with it upon his respawn. But yeah, that's actually really interesting with no ulti on the Hammerstorm. I find that kind of strange because, you know, I guess, you know, you want to go full cleave, but for farming potential, but isn't the ulti also part of the farming potential, especially when trying to take out like an early triple hard camp or especially triple ancients?
yeah, I think you should have the ultimate relatively early, especially when you're behind, so that you can actually participate in those team fights.
Right.
Because they are lacking damage, so the fact that they can't use any damage from the Hammerstorm is actually hurting them a lot. Just to have the potential to actually group up does more than the extra 10% cleave, in my opinion.
Right. And Artesia is going to walk into this engineer combo, trying to just counter ward, but unfortunately not able to do anything. Pebbles getting Kelpfield here in the mid lane, walking into Defiler. He's trapped right now. He's going to try and combo Bubbles, but just too much damage in that window of silence. Isn't able to find anything. Aluna is completely surrounded here, almost certainly going to die. So just another fantastic exchange in favor of Good Clan Rejects, who also get the tier 2 tower now. Spell shards, additional levels are up on Bubbles. Hyper Crown finished on Bensington. This is looking really bad for Hellborn. I don't want to obviously count them out, but what's the path to recovery? Yeah, Hammerstorm is going to be able to evade death here.
And he's level 10 now and still hasn't leveled his ultimate. Maybe
Yeah.
they just want to completely dodge fights, but I'm not sure for how long they can do that. You know, Defiler's just picked up an icon. As you said, Hypercrown on the Bensington. Like, there's not going to be a lot of space to farm. They're gonna have to fight eventually.
Yeah, Benson is alone here, and Midas is barely going to miss the combo. So they tried to make something happen on that Bensington, who is all alone, but they commit some ports here, and now Defiler is pushing to the bot lane. And yeah, was Icon the right item here on Defiler? Looks she picked up another Beast Heart, so she is going to be going hard, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure really. I usually don't play Defiler, but in general, I don't really like the icon. There are better items for team fights. There are better items if you want to be tanky. So I'm not sure. He wants a little bit of everything. I feel like he wants the mana so they can continue to use spells. He wants to be tanky. So I guess it might be the correct choice since they're in the lead and they want to keep the pressure up.
yeah, I kind of like it. If he's able to ride the wave of all the momentum that they have right now for a while, then I think Icon is definitely going to pay off. So, but yeah, I mean, one of the things that's actually really difficult to overcome for Hellborn that I'm noticing. I mean, this is the third. We didn't even like announce it, and have kind of not neglected to announce it every time it's happened. But I think Engineer has gotten 3 Spider Mine kills now, and he's just able to help control the jungle with just the presence of those mines. Like, it's really scary for the supports to even walk through their own jungle and try to ward and secure it because of those mines.
Yeah, that's another benefit of having an engineer. Like he can be a threat even though he's not even on the spot.
Exactly.
He can place the mines. And the supporting cast like Aluna is dead every time, but he's picked up the second fortified bracers, trying to get enough HP to survive that. But
Yeah, trying to bulk up. So the first tower drops on the Legion side. Much needed gold, but my gosh, if the Hellborn team isn't in a hole right now, behind by 16k gold and 13k experience. I mean, what a huge advantage.
looks like they're gonna
for
try
Legion,
to do the
and-
Kongor. I kind of like this, trying to do something to get back into the game. If they can sneak a Kongor here, that would be pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely if they can snag it, which they have completely secured it vision-wise. I mean, all of their vision is around this pit right now.
Yeah, they also
Looks like
saw.
they're gonna be able to take it.
Yeah, they also saw Defiler teleport top, so they know that he's not gonna be there for the fight. So it's a risk that they're willing to take, and I like this. This, I mean, it gives them some momentum. Getting them back into the game.
Well, it certainly also cuts off the availability of the token and the building damage buff, right? Which is going to be extremely key for them to extend the duration of this game to try and come back. Because, if this game does go 40, 50 minutes, which is what, which is kind of their timing, is Pebbles is getting jumped here by Defiler and Bubbles. He's trapped next to this Defiler because of the kelp field. Mass Port's coming in to try and respond, but they're all going to get canceled. They're just going to yield this last tier 2 tower, so... Yeah, I mean, at least Pebbles is kind of opening up some space for Hammer as a consolation for that death, but they're going to keep going. They're going to push into this tier 3 with the Defiler ulti up for another few seconds, try and get a little bit of damage in. Yeah, was watching, but Hammerstorm actually is going to end up falling to Bensington and Engineer. And yeah, I mean, the map presence from these towers is really starting to show up. Bubbles was in the top lane, found that kill onto Pebbles, and then just quickly came to the bot lane because of the presence of that tier 1 tower. And then on top of that, they've got the Bensington ulti, who has a completed Shrunken Head right now, taking a Midas combo, but whew.
Yeah, he barely doesn't take any damage from that. So yeah, they're lacking damage so much here on the Hellborn side, and they can't really fight without Hammer before he gets any items.
Yeah, this is that they got the Kongor, right? I mean, that Kongor is really big right now. Engineer is going to follow a Pebbles combo, Pebbles Midas combo. Very necessary kill to try and keep them alive in this game. I mean, Hammerstorm still pushing forward towards a Twin Blades.
I mean, it is the item that you usually do follow up after Whispering. But that's like he's just not going to be able to do anything without the Shrunken. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold him off from the base against this Defiler in time.
Yeah, I'm really worried for them. It looks like Defiler. She had 3k gold saved up. I think she just finished her heart, or at least bought the Axe of the Malphite. Yeah, I mean Bensington, he's got lifesteal now, so he's got right-click sustain, right-click damage presence. They're doing their own Kongor right now with the Defiler ulti. But you know, Hellborn keeping it alive right now. What's the item that Pebbles is going? He's saving up 2,600 gold right now.
I think he wants to have a buyback ready, but I definitely think the staff is such a strong item on Pebbles. In general, it provides split puts potential and extra burst in team fights. So I would
I
like to see a
think
staff that's also be able to buff the Hammerstorm if this goes to late game.
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think he is keeping buyback. You know, I think that the success of a fight depends on him actually getting at least 2 combos off. So if he goes in combos one person and they die and he dies, he can at least buy back and maybe do it again.
Exactly, and that will delay the game further. But yeah, as you said, the heart is picked up by the Defiler. It's also got level 16 right now, so 2.7k health plus the Gnome's Wisdom. I mean, that's gonna be a really hard hero to kill.
Yeah, I mean, she's just a crazy frontliner right now. I mean, she can almost solo push these towers and just force the opening initiation to go onto her, which is obviously not ideal. I mean, they have got to pick off this Glacius and Engineer. They just offer too much team fight control if they're able to stand and come in like as a counter initiation.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Bubbles would obviously be a good pick off as well, if they could get a Midas combo and a Pebbles stun to him. But I mean, they just need to try to dodge the Defiler, run from him. And obviously the best will be if they manage to smoke behind and get the Bensington before the fight starts, because he's just farming. But now he's using knife onto the Hammerstorm in top lane.
Yeah, and he's able to more or less solo Hammerstorm. You know, Glacius was there to slow him down, but I mean,
The
the
damage
damage was there. Yeah, Pebbles is actually getting caught here. Nope, but the Essence projection was used, and all they have to do now is kind of, with the pick onto Hammerstorm, who doesn't have a buyback, they can just wait out this Essence projection. I feel like this is going to be an uphill push. I don't want to say it's now or never, but you know, they're pretty far ahead right now. Defiler does get tossed into the base with her ulti up. Is that really what they want to do? They are able to bring her down a little bit. Kelpfield is going to connect on Artesian Pebbles. Pebbles probably going to buy back, or no, they're not. He's not going to buy back. It's a triple kill.
The concede is coming out.
Yep.
I mean, the call was. I mean, the intention was good. Like they saw Defiler was way out in front, but you know they just lacked the damage. So they feel like, okay, this is our chance to kill Defiler. They went for it, but sadly the farm wasn't really there. So we will go into
Yeah.
game number 3.
Yes, this is going to be a game 3, and you know that they just had control of that game since just the early laning phase, right? I mean, you go back when you backtrack to what happened in that game. You know, Hammerstorm was just never able to properly take off that game. I mean, that tri-lane versus tri-lane went heavily in favor of good clan rejects, and I think that's more or less the story of the game.
Yeah, like there was. They just created so much space for the Bensington once they got those kills on the supporting casts. You know, they had boots and power supply on both Engineer and Glacius at like 3-4 minutes time, and that just provides so much in a tri lane.
And I think that Bloodlust came out in both games in the tri lanes. So I'm calling it right now. Bloodlust in the tri lane dictates who the victor is. Just calling it. All right, but we're gonna be
I
back
think
after a short. Oh, yes.
I think Twitch chat would say the server had more impact, but I can give you that. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But we're gonna be right back after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Game number 3 is coming right up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the HoN OMG League Tournament, cycle number 5, second semifinals of the day, leading into the grand finals right after this. Right now, we've got Polymorph versus Good Clan Rejects, game number 3, coming at you. I'm Easy Full Clan, joined by, I'm Dally, or just Dally, I should say. And Dally, how are you feeling about going into this game 3? Both.
Man, it's very excited. I hope a little bit more even, and to go to the late game. Both the previous semifinals has been pretty one decisive. At least one team have a huge advantage. But we'll see what they switch it up with.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of our viewers that weren't able to catch the first 2 games, what we saw pretty much, was a tri-lane versus tri-lane setup get kind of out of control for both of the victor teams in the first 2 games, right? Like, it seemed like the pace of the game was dictated by how strong these tri-lanes came out of the laning phase, because they just either dominated or lost completely, right?
Yep.
So it was very one-sided from there on out. So I'm kind of wondering what both teams are going to be doing to try and prevent if they're going to try lane at all, if they're going to switch it up to 2-1-2, maybe throw in a jungler type deal. But we've already got our first pick, so let's just jump into the bans, which look pretty familiar. Electrician and Magnus being banned out by Polymorph, and Moira and Engineer being banned out by Good Clan Rejects. Pretty standard bans, I think. Nothing too crazy, except for that kind of head scratcher Electrician ban. But it's actually banned out by Polymorph this time, so I'm kind of curious where that hero hero ban is coming from, because I've really actually never seen either of these teams play it. But maybe they've been scrimming lately. I don't know. But the first pick, Polymorph picks up the Bombardier, going ahead and solidifying their mid pick. Do you like it, or what?
Yeah, well, Snooki played very well on the Bombardier in the first game. Got a bloodbath, got a couple important kills onto the enemy carry. So securing a strong mid laner is definitely a good option.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw 2 Invis runes in the Ham of Snooki on Bombardier. Really kind of took that tri-lane victory for his team and really snowballed it out of control. I mean, it seemed like I think Testy was playing Moon Queen that game. Moon Queen was never able to get her 2 feet on the ground properly to come back into the game. So yeah, I mean, Bombardier is certainly a solid and secure choice for their mid laner, Snooki.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I definitely
No.
hope they try to put some pressure on the Bombardier, either with ganks or pick up a hero like Arachna who can actually deal with a Bombardier. Because having a Bombardier is it's really strong in a 1v1 situation, but it does ganks, dies to ganks, as we saw when Eluna rotated early on in the first matchup. So a little bit more mobile heroes I would like to see from the Hellborn side, so that Snooki can't take over the game completely like he did last time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see an Eluna picked out as the first pick for Good Clan Rejects. And they followed it up on the Legion side with the Chipper and now the Kinesis. So Chipper has been a hero that has really taken the scene by storm as a traditional mid hero. I feel like that has really kind of transitioned into a top tier support pick, and I think it's because of the long range assist potential that this hero is able to give onto heroes like Bombardier, right? Following up a sticky bomb airstrike with 3 or 4 rockets is how does 90% of the hero pool survive that, right?
Yeah, and it also has a huge potential with stacks, and the fact that he can put the focus buffer on the tanks. And since if he has stuns in front of him, and to keep the enemy locked in place, he doesn't need any items to deal damage. So he just needs some levels, hit his rockets, stack, put the focus buffer. So it's a very all-round support that actually fits the meta pretty well.
Yeah, I mean it's really all out aggression, but that like you pointed out, that that focus buffer is a really nice part of its kit that just allows him to give some nice magic damage tankiness or additional magic armor to the frontliner, like you said. But they followed it up here with the Kinesis pick. How do you feel about Kinesis? Was Kinesis the right pick here? I mean, they didn't really pick it into any like remarkable cues. I mean, Sticky Bomb and they're okay, right? It's like there's no magma stuns or anything. There's no bubble shell surf, but
No,
he's got some extra nuke potential.
Yeah, he gets some extra damage with the sticky bomb or the rocket barrier, but what I like with Kinesis is also that he's so all round. He's good in a tri lane. He can be suicide. He can be in a dual long lane. And since he can provide the lane control with the telekinesis control, it also provides the ability that they can send 2 heroes against the tri lane to get levels on those heroes and still have free farm on their carry. So I think Kinesis offers a little bit more than just to steal Qs. So I'm totally fine with it, even though there's not a Magnus or a Bubbles on the board yet.
Right. Makes sense to me. And now we've got Tundra and Rally picked out. So Tundra, my favorite hero in the game. Love to see it picked up here in the final match between these two teams, the decider match, and really love the way it synergizes with Chipper as well. The Avalanche ulti, just such a strong lockdown ability, and can follow it up with some crazy Chipper barrage damage. So really, really loving that Tundra pickup. And the Rally pickup, I mean, we've touched on it many, many times. This hero is just like super strong in dual and tri-lane setups. So I've fully expect it to perform and do its job successfully. And before we linger on that, just want to cover the second wave of bans here. We've got Calamity and Arachna and Moon Queen banned out by Polymorph, and Swiftblade, Sandwraith, and Oogie banned out by Good Clan Rejects. So how do you feel about those bans?
I think that most of them are pretty standard. Swiftblade is really, really strong at this point, and you don't want to, you don't want to give that away. Oogie is very strong in TMM at least. I think it's up to almost 60% win rate. So it's just one of those heroes that you don't really want to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, they take away this Calamity and Arachna as well. Polymorph does, so they really, I think we touched on it last match, or at least the match prior. Those are two heroes that are pretty decent at contesting bomb in the mid lane. So, they're really trying to solidify this Bombardier's presence in the mid lane here. We've got MOA, Master of Arms, picked up by Polymorph, and Bensington is rounding out the fourth pick for Good Clan Rejects. So I love the Master of Arms pick here. I think it's a great hero. It's very, very flexible. It looks like it's probably going to be ran as a core Master of Arms here, or maybe not, following that Predator pick. How do you feel about Master of Arms? And now that the fifth pick of Predator is revealed for Polymorph, how do you think it's going to be fitting into their strategy?
I assume it's going to be a support. I would at least prioritize farm on both the Bombardier and the Predator. Master House does a lot as a support anyways, both with the acid bomb, but also extra attack damage early on. But the global ultimate is actually very, very good, because the enemy think that they're going to get the kill. The Master's Calls comes out from nowhere, saving the life. Or even just granting assist gold if you want to use it offensively. So I think the support role fits him very well, and I like the fact that you can choose if you want to go him as a core or as a support. It's not that many support heroes in the game that can do that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's actually just a great, that makes him such a strong fourth pick, right? Is you basically you have that opportunity to either run him as a support or a carry, so you can basically kind of just like bait a pick out from the enemy team with him as a fourth pick. So yeah, I like it a lot. But the final pick for Good Clan Rejects is Silhouette, which is obviously a really, really high skill hero. It's going to be played in the hands of Testy here. Fun hero to watch, honestly. I mean, she's able to do so much. She's got low cooldown on the tree grapple and everything. She's just bouncing around the team fights. Hopefully I can keep up with her movement. What do you think about the silhouette as the final pick?
I think it's a great pick, especially since it's super strong against the Predator late game. Once you have Null Stone, Geobane, Shrunken, like there's no way for the Predator to get close on you, and you just hit them down with all of those auto attacks and illusions with the Restless Salvo. Um, but you know, actually, early on, heroes like Tundra is really good against the silhouette to can predict the movements with the bird. Also, you know, the nuke damage from Bombardier is also pretty good against silhouette. But you know, if this goes to late game, I would say the Hellborn is would do very well.
Yeah, so it is going to be up to the initiators from the Legion side, you know, trying to keep this silhouette locked down so that Predator can get in the damage. But you know, she's got a great supporting cast of her own. You know, lots of lockdown, lots of mobility and global presence over there from the Hellborn heroes, Hellborn supporting cast. So this looks like it's going to be a really fun game, and you know, it looked like Tundra was actually initially going in the top lane, but they actually did a last-minute lane switch, and it's going to be Bombardier going into the off lane here. So Snooki, traditionally the mid player, opting to play the off lane this game. So we're going to have a Bomb versus Silo 1v1 in the top lane with a Tundra versus Kinesis here in the mid lane. Yeah. So who is favored in these solo lanes here?
I think they chose to put the Tundra there just so he can push out the waves and decide not to die. Because as he did this, he just used his piercing shards right away. Because it's really easy to get levels and get gold with Tundra without putting yourself in danger. So I just feel like they may be a little bit scared that, you know, with a sticky bomb on a Kinesis and a rotation, you know, Bombardier would be out, would fall. So I think it was just I think it's a good call.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I didn't actually think about that until you pointed it out. That, yeah, I mean that's, you know, Bombardier. One of the things that makes him such a strong mid laner is the fact that he can throw the sticky bomb on you and then just kind of run you down under the threat of, you know, having the stun follow you up after he chunks a couple of auto attacks into you. So you're almost forced to retreat. So yeah, exactly. Kinesis is able to just turn that right back around on him. As well as having the telekinetic lift damage. So, yeah, probably a smart move, as you pointed out. But yeah, you know, things are pretty quiet right now. Both teams are just kind of trading CS. Bennington does take a stun. He gets leapt on, but the Compel quickly gets him to safety as that Venomous Leap from Predator connects. So, not going to be able to find that Bloodlust. And like you know, my prediction still stands. Bloodlust in this tri-lane means victory for the match. I'm calling it. I'm standing by it. So
Forcing the stone at it as well. But heads up play there from Whoop to actually use it. It would take a lot of damage if you get stunned here in the creep wave. But he's out of mana, and a Predator without mana is not going to contribute at all in this tri lane. So I would not be surprised if the Hellborn side to play a little bit more aggressive now.
yeah, as they actually do find a stun onto Master of Arms, but Bennington and Luna are just a little too far out of range. Farming that pool camp, but Chipper is kind of flanking with an illusion rune here, and an early illusion rune on this Chipper means more auto attacks, more rockets. So this we'll see if there's illusion rune RNG is going to net a kill for them. But yeah, I mean things are looking pretty even in the solo lanes. Or actually, Bombardier is kind of taking control of the top lane like pretty handily. I'm actually looking over these stats. You know, Silhouette has got a 6-1 creep score versus a 14-6 Bombardier, so she's going to need some help at some point. But Compel is going to find his way. Chipper, yeah, Chipper is going to take the joust. Rally gets leapt on. Chipper is able to find some space. She's getting a little bit of auto attacks from Aluna, but the Bloodlust is going to come out onto Rally, and it's now a double kill as Aluna also falls, and they are pursuing this Bennington, but they're not going to dive him under tower. So it's not only a Bloodlust, but a double tap coming out in favor of Polymorph. And what does that mean for the pace of the game?
Yeah, we'll see, but definitely important that dude had
Bombardier taking heat in the top lane. Eats a Compel from Rally, getting chased by Rally, but he's potting up. It's probably not going to be in any danger. But he is pushed out of lane right now. Rally has the sticky bomb on his head. So what is Bombardier going to push forward and try to maybe find that kill onto Rally, who is out of mana, but actually has a full power supply ready to go. So he is going to bait Bombardier a little bit, impels through him, and just walks away. But that's going to find some nice space in the lane for Silhouette, who has now managed to get to level 5. So has level 3 of the Death Lotus. And one of the things that's really nice about this hero is that it's just it can farm with levels, right? So even though he did kind of lose the matchup with against Bombardier, he's actually recovered completely at this point, just with that little rotation from Rally. And that's actually something I really like to see, right? I don't know how you feel about it, but you know, they got double tapped in the tri lane and they actually just kind of like immediately abandoned it, right? At least for a while.
I mean,
So
if they can't, like, they can't really kill Predator at this point, so I agree with the choice to secure farm for Testy here on the Silhouette.
and Kinesis and Tundra here trade in blows in the mid lane, but it's definitely going to come out in the favor of Tundra for any trade that's made, as Tundra has a regen in his bottle right now.
Yeah, and Tundra's
So-
actually doing very well. Like, he's 300 GPM. So it was a very good, smart choice.
Oh,
to send
and
him
they
in.
actually are going to find the kill onto Bombardier in the top lane. Luna and Rally rotate and successfully get the kills. Sorry I missed that until the very tail end. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to, like, they lost the tri lane, right? And I'm totally willing to eat my words here, right? I did make that prediction, but you know, they're actually, when it comes to carry versus carry, like Silhouette and Predator are on even footing right now. So, and you already did make the point that Silhouette does have the better late game against a carry like Pred.
Yeah, we cannot forget though that Predator is actually kind of good against the other heroes on the Hellborn side. It's very strong against the Bensingtons simply because of that Stonehide. It's good against the Kinesis as well. So I mean, if Predator can just go ham and killing the supporting cast, you know, they can probably kill Silhouette together.
Tundra is actually going to use the Avalanche on the Kinesis, but the Bensington is here to stun Moa in the background, but the damage was there, and the Kinesis actually is going to fall, but it looks like it's going to come at the price of the level 4 Moa, but it is a trade that they're happy to take, I imagine. Support for mid player comes out in favor of Polymorph right there, I believe.
Yeah, they're definitely happy with that. Another weakness with Kinesis is that he has no like real wave clear, so it's kind of hard for him to recover if he has a slow start. If you compare it to a Bombardier who can just nuke waves to run away.
Yep. Yeah, he can take the piercing shards from Tundra, but at this point he is a bit behind, and you know, chose to level the telekinetic lift more so than the thought steal. So, but he is going to lift Tundra in the mid lane, and he's going to eat a joust to follow up. Tundra has no real escape. Luna was there to help secure it with the power throw if she needed, but yep, they do find that return kill on Tundra, so things are basically even back up for the mid laners. Sticky Bomb is going to get thrown out on Silhouette, and Bomb is pushing forward for this kill. He might choose to airstrike. He is going to find that kill onto Silhouette, but he is in a bit of trouble. The Compel is going to be sidestepped by him. Well played by Snooki, but Aluna is there, ready to throw the Emerald Lightning out, and the power throw is going to follow to get that kill. And Kinesis is actually taking lots of heat from these two supports. Moa and Chipper pounding in auto attacks and rockets. Get him about to 150 HP or so. Aren't going to be able to find the kill though. Tundra charges, I like that play, charges onto the creep and tries to snipe Kinesis with the piercing shards, who actually barely walks away from that last rocket that landed. Got him like 20 HP.
I would like to mention this Ion Stone that dude has picked up on the Chipper. Like, it has so much impact. In the first kill in the bottom lane, he had an illusion rune, and then he used it again so he get another illusion. And now he's been mid using the region rune to just keep spamming rockets so that Chipper, I mean Kinesis, actually had to run back to base. So we don't see that item very often, but he's really making use of it.
This is true, and you know, Ion Stone is really interesting. He actually picked up an invis right now. It's going to show up on Bensington, who is able to joust away, so he'll be just fine. But really interesting, you know, aspect of this item is that when you use it to So when you Ion Stone in Invis Room, like I'm actually so unfamiliar with this item as Moa is taking lots of damage in the mid lane, but it looks like he's going to be able to walk away. He's one auto attack away from death. They are going to end up getting that kill onto Moa, but at the cost of Kinesis. So it's another Moa for Kinesis exchange. But yeah, I'm actually not sure if using Ion Stone, because this item is so unfamiliar to me, because I never see it in my games. I'm not sure if it actually consumes the rune. Do you know?
No, it does not. So
Okay,
you
yeah.
can get Invis, you can leave the Invis for your mid hero. And then you get, I think, 3 charges with Invis, which is like 10 seconds each or something like that.
Yeah, but
No.
that's crazy. That's enough to get, you know, the proper positioning that you need. I mean, look at
And
what
they
they're
used to
doing
again.
right now. They're about to sticky bombing onto the Silhouette, who has no idea that this full duration sticky bomb is about to land on him. And then
Wow.
the airstrike just cleans it up. That's amazing. That's an amazing synergy right there. I mean,
Yeah, next level player from Dude here. Like this, like we have not seen Ivan Stone used like this in previous tournaments, and like he's really making use of it. 2 Invis runes that he gets important kills with, and the illusion rune early on. So
yeah, and now the Legion is actually taking out these stacks that were made. I mean, they have such fantastic stack clearers between the Moa and the Tundra, who are able to cleave down these tightly knit triple stacks. So, yeah, they just steal all of that gold away from Silhouette, who is now, you know, at 230 GPM versus the Predator, who's sitting at 400. So things are really starting to get a little out of control here. A lead has started to show up for sure.
yeah, and it all comes down to the damage from the Bombardier. Like anytime someone rotates, gets a stun onto the Silhouette, like either Invis Chipper or someone else, that's a dead hero. That's a dead Silhouette every time.
Yeah,
The airstrike available.
I think Bombardier saw a slight nerf with the sticky bomb range at lower levels, but I believe the airstrike actually received a slight buff in damage output. So this hero's damage output is just a little bit higher than it has been previously. So you're absolutely right that the airstrike combo following a stun is absolutely devastating, and a squishy hero like Silhouette just cannot survive it.
Well, why is mid now?
Yep, Tundra is going to charge
nice
into the creep. Love it. Avalanche's Kinesis, but the Benzington Nightfall is going to connect. And together with the Kinesis ulti, but the Moa ulti is going to allow Tundra to walk away. And they're pushing forward for this Benzington, who has a sticky bomb on his head right now. He's going to eat the airstrike, and 2 for nothing. So Polymorph now a 6k gold lead. PK picked up onto Tundra, I just saw. So this is looking pretty scary. Predators making lots of progress towards this Thunderclaws, probably about 600 gold away. Bombardier kind of cheekily positioned here, able to sidestep the compel. And
very well played by the SF on the Tundra there. You don't really see Tundra charge in the creep wave to get the extra range, but that's actually really smart. He's done it twice in a row now, charging the creep so he gets in range for the avalanche, and then with the supporting cast around it, that's very heads-up play.
Yeah, usually you want to reserve that cold shoulder for the extra damage, because it does give extra attack speed against the target. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, using it to close that gap and actually get the ulti off is definitely the better way of playing it in that situation. Benzington eats a Moa stun into a Predator Elite, but he is able to joust away and live. Nope, because Chipper was there for the cutoff. For some reason, I thought that Chipper was a Hellborn hero.
So that's also going to be a tower, and Thunderclaw is picked up by the Predator, so he's most likely going to get a Hyper Crown before he goes into another item, but now he's going to be able to clear the jungle at least relatively efficient.
Yeah, and Bombardier trying to put some pressure onto Silhouette, who actually is starting to turn it around on him, but ports are coming in from Polymorph, and they've got an Avalanche coming out on Rally, who also has a sticky bomb on his head. This is certainly going to die. Tries to compel himself back in for some sort of counterplay, but yeah, they're pushing forward here, and it's going to force rotations. Kinesis is kind of flanking with a smoke right now. The port availability was cut off. Benzington actually has his ulti. Aluna is getting going on by Predator and Moa. He's able to kite them a little bit with his movement speed, but is eventually going to fall. Kinesis is going to use the ulti onto Tundra, who takes virtually no damage from it because of the focus buffer. Leap comes out onto Silhouette, who's able to tree grapple away, but nope, the piercing shards are going to finish her off. Seismic Slam comes out onto Tundra, who gets his life extended by the Moa ulti, but he is going to end up falling, and now Predator is pushing forward onto the Bensington, who ends up falling. So what a chaotic fight, but it looks like after all said and done, it just turns out to be a 3-for-1. They do get a kill onto Tundra, who's having a pretty good game. Second from the top farmer for the Legion side, but you know, I think the real story here is that Predator survived while Silhouette died.
Yeah,
On
huge
top of two
engagement
others.
there from the Legion. A little bit of miscommunication between Kinesis and the Bensington. Kinesis used the static smash to lift him up, and you know that should be enough time for the Nightfall to connect, but it sadly didn't. It was I think like 1 second too late of using it. So I mean they were not really sure if they want to go in, and you know they need to decide. You know, either they run or they fight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's probably just a little bit of hesitance to go on Tundra in general. You know, he's actually really tanky right now, having Steam Boots and Vestments. Like, he's not an easy target for their team to bring down. They knew that he had a supporting cast behind him, so if you go
Yeah.
all in on him, you know, it's kind of bad news unless you can
Especially
take
with
him out
the
and get out.
focus buffer and the Moa ulti as well.
Exactly.
They need to use so much
They
of their
are going
initiation.
to PK onto Silhouette, and he just dies instantly. There's that Chipper Tundra combo I was talking about. Like, how much damage is that? God. They are pushing forward onto this Luna, is tanking some rockets. Rally is going to turn around, use the roar to slow him down, but now Rally is actually getting gone on. The lift comes out onto Bombardier. Bombardier is going to fall, and now they're pushing forward onto this Tundra, who's trying to use the slow pet to give him some ability to kite. He is able to PK away. So nice little pet micro there is going to allow him to evade taking damage for the 3 seconds, so he can PK away.
Yeah,
And yeah.
Again, we see the combination with Tundra and Chipper, as you said. Like, as long as someone stuns, like Chipper deals so much damage. So he doesn't need to be in a mid position. He doesn't need items to get close, as long as someone else does it for him. So it's one of those heroes that if you have good communication and a stun on your team, the hero is just so strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like,
and I mean, with
that was just-
level, go on.
That was just you know, an avalanche into piercing shards from Tundra and you know 4 rockets from Chipper. You know,
Yeah,
they
I mean,
don't
even with the
use that much resources to get a kill on a carry, who even has an astrolabe now picked up on a silhouette. Like it's just very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the avalanche only has a 75-second cooldown right now, so it's definitely not a big commit to ever use it on a carry like that, even if you don't score the kill, right? I mean, just making her play defensive and potentially sending her back to base is enough, especially whenever you've got a Predator who's in this position right now, has a hyper crown finish, looks like he's making progress towards a firebrand. So yeah. But yeah, I mean those
Would you like to
chipper
see on
rockets.
Predator?
Oh, well, I see this quick blade, so I figure he's making a firebrand. Not sure if it's going to be a Geos or a Frostburn. I don't think that he really needs a Geos this game, personally. Especially because I think a Spiked Bola is kind of, at this point, it's going to be really difficult for them to get one of those out on, you know, someone like a Rally or maybe even a Bensington.
Yeah, that you know that's gonna be if Bensington buys it now as the first item. So I kind of agree. Like a Frostburn would probably fit a little bit better.
Yeah, it just allows him to kind of go, because like you said, right, like you pointed out earlier that yeah, Predator's not like necessarily super strong against Silhouette late game, but he's definitely really valuable against the supporting cast, right? And that's kind of almost Predator's job in a way, is to try and just run down the supporting cast in these team fights, since he really can't be stopped unless by physical or superior disables, which they have none of on the Hellborn side. So they are going to make this clean up a Kongor attempt here. The slow pet from Tundra, just a lot of value when taking out Kongor, as well as the cold shoulder. So they take it out pretty reliably. And yeah, I mean, what? So Silhouette's trying to make it towards a Nullstone. Is this a PK on Kinesis we're gonna see? He's got 1800 gold.
I think they need it. Like right now they have no initiation whatsoever. So they really need a PK on Kinesis and a PK on Rally. Because that way actually Bensington can be useful as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Because like
You have to use the PK.
Yeah, like
into
there's
the
no
lift.
way Bensington can ult the Predator without stun setup, you know? It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, just oh, missed the skill onto Bensington, but he does go down to Bomb and Chipper. I was paying attention to this little skirmish happening around these stacked creek camps. Tundra and Moa are just doing such a great job forcing the Legion, excuse me, the Good Clan rejects to play around each other right now, force them to play tight, except for that Bensington who got picked off. But the idea, right, is that Bensington doesn't need to be there necessarily to actually be there. Kinesis ends up dying, oh my gosh, from the PK Moa.
Yeah, that's a level 4 acid bomb, actually did a lot of damage.
Yeah, that one took me by surprise. I mean, I know Kinesis was low, but you know that 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 PK Moa stun into acid bomb was a surprising amount of damage. So they're going to delay that PK on Kinesis even more, and they're going to secure a token now for probably Predator, who drops his hatchet. Yeah. So Predator picks up the token. Wonder what his next item's going to be. You said Frostburn. I agree with you. And it looks like Chipper is about to have a staff. He's 500 gold out, and that's a pretty interesting pickup, right? Like, did Chipper need to go staff, or is that kind of just like a luxury flex? As Bombardier and Rally actually smoked past each other. Or was that just, I think that may have been an Invis Bombardier.
Yeah, it was an Invis. I think, well, never mind, we're having engagement here.
Yeah, Aluna is going to get dropped by the Predator, and they're going to make moves on this tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
No, but
Bombardier is porting. Yep.
Regarding the staff, I think it's good that he buys it, simply because they have two very good.
Watch out. Silhouette is able to evade death there. The airstrike comes out, and Silhouette. Maybe he was wise to Bombardier being there. Actually, he was. He saw him with the Word of Sight in the lane. But yeah, continue your thought. Sorry about that.
I mean, Tundra received a buff on his staff, and Predator has a really good staff as well. So having a staff with a legacy on Bombardier and the Chipper is actually really strong. The piercing shards now has 4-second cooldown, which makes it basically impossible to push against, because it's 1500 range. So it's longer range than a PK, with a ton of damage and 4-second cooldown. So I definitely agree with the choice of going staff, since Chipper has such a good game so far.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And Tundra actually spent all of his gold, went ahead and bought a barrier idol, so giving a lot of teamfight potential. The Silhouette is going to get gone on by Tundra and Bombardier, who just tanks too much damage to be able to survive. And Kinesis ulti is going to catch Bombardier, but they actually turn their attention onto Tundra, who gets surrounded by 4 and dropped very quickly. But Tundra, I'm sure, is really happy to just keep the Silhouette down while his Predator farms away and away and away at 600 GPM at this point, taking out the tier 2 top tower.
And he has the Frostburn now as well, so
Yep.
he has the additional slow to run the target down.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be... Tundra's going to be... Tundra doesn't even need any more items, right? Like, Bensington, excuse me, not Bensington, Bombardier is about to have the global presence now. So I think that as long as we have Tundra ulti, as long as they have Tundra ulti and Bomb ulti up simultaneously, there is not a single hero on the Hellborn side that can survive that. As a GG is calling GG, just deciding that Polymorph had too much control in that game and weren't able to bring it back. So GG, well played. game number 3 goes to Polymorph, and dare I say I was proven right? The Bloodlust did come out in favor of the Legion of the Polymorph tri-lane. Hee
Yeah.
hee hee.
It's
So
it's a fact.
it's a sign. It's a sign. Tried and true.
3 times is proven fact.
Lose your tri-lane, lose the game. Just kidding. But no, that was a really well played game by Polymorph, and I still got to hand it to Good Clan Rejects. It feels like they did everything they could to kind of bring that game back in their favor after losing it, losing the early stages. They quickly rotated out of that tri lane after that Bloodlust double tap came out, found a couple of kills on in the top lane, but ultimately just weren't able to keep the silhouette in line with the Predator. The pressure from the Bombardier and the Chipper was too much, right?
Yeah.
That Ion Stone gameplay comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly. Like we see so much niche plays from Polymorph this game with the Iron Stone. With 2 times he used the Invis to get a kill. The Tundra who used the charge on the creep to get extra range. Like there were a lot of these small things that ends up paying them so much wealth. Like so many important kills due to those small things that most players doesn't even recognize.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean that just goes to show, how HoN in general is just this being successful in a game of HoN is just this small compilation of all these tiny plays that accumulate into the whole of a game. And that's why the term snowball is used so significant, so often, I guess, is all I want to say. Everybody uses this term snowball. Why? Because it just rolls and it keeps getting a little bit bigger, all because of this little stuff that's coming and accumulating, right? And so that's really just what happened this game. But well played by both teams, and it looks like the grand finals of this cycle number 5 is going to be played between Team Tim, and Polymorph. So don't go anywhere. That finals is going to be coming to you after a short break, and we'll keep it here.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the HoN OMG League Tournament. This is cycle number 5. We have the finals coming at you, where we have Team Tim, who came off a victory earlier. They are going to be playing against Polymorph, who just came off a victory in the last series. And I am what you got. I am going to be joined here by Easy Full Clan, aka John. How's it going, John?
I'm doing great, and looking forward to this finals. Like you said, Team Tim came off of a very, very important victory. I think it was a 2-0 victory against the favorites to win the cycle, Big Ego Crew, as they have won the previous 4 cycles. If I'm not mistaken, if there wasn't
Three.
one,
Three
three. Okay,
cycles.
so there was one that they didn't participate in, though, right?
Right. So this is the first series that they have actually lost in the first, in the 4 series that they have participated in.
Right.
So safe to say, Team Tim is coming off a lot of momentum, winning in a pretty decisive fashion there in semifinal number 1. But Polymorph, also known as lactose intolerant, they're it's no surprise that we see them here in the finals, as they have been very familiar with making it all the way to the finals in the previous cycles. So safe to say we have a pretty solid match here on our hands, and we are already underway. We have the Chipper and the Bombardier going to be blind banned here by Team Tim. Electrician and Moraxis get banned out by Polymorph. So what are we looking at so far?
Well, we're looking at some comfort heroes being banned out from both sides. I mean, lactose intolerant, well, Polymorph as they are now known, just came off of that victory piloting the Chipper and the Bombardier to great effect against, dare I say, you guys. Good clan rejects in the previous series. And they utilized those 2 heroes extremely well in that last match, so I'm not surprised to see them banned here in the blind ban phase. And Electrician and Moraxis are kind of token Imba heroes. We saw I think the first semifinals, I caught the tail end of the second match where Mboy was piloting Moraxis, and he was doing fantastic on that hero. And I have touched on it a couple of times while we were covering over the electrician bans in the previous games. That is an Mboy hero. So targeted bans, to say the least.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So we already are going pretty far along here with the bans and picks, so I'm going to get right into it. We have Engineer, Aluna, and Bensington picked up for Team Tim. We have Moira, Artesia, and Bubbles picked up. The second stage of bans already finished. We have Hammerstorm, Swiftblade, and Master of Arms. So some carry bans coming out from Team Tim. Then we have some different style of bans. We have Behemoth, the Gladiator, and Magnus banned out by Polymorph. So does anything really surprise you in the second stage of bans?
Behemoth. Behemoth is kind of that's an interesting hero that I mean, obviously Behemoth is extremely powerful as a team fighter and everything, but you don't really see it banned out that often. It's kind of a hero that has flown under the radar recently. Now, I did see, I think it was in one of the games yesterday in the best of 8 stage, I think I saw Imba Boy playing one hell of a Behemoth, if I'm not mistaken. Were you casting that game?
No, I don't think I was casting it, but you are not wrong. There was a Behemoth picked up. They ran it as a farmer in the long lane, and I believe they did end up winning that game. So they decided to get rid of it here. But Magnus making it all the way to the second stage of bans, not being picked up by either side. That one I think sticks out to me, as we do see many times Magnus getting blind bans. So neither team valuing the Magnus this game, they choose to just get rid of it in the second stage of bans. And we see the Myrmidon coming out as the 4th pick here for Team Tim. So does that mean we're going to see a core engineer here played by Huge Soul?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, the Huge Soul definitely playing mid engineer is something that we tend to see whenever he's in the game, and engineer is on his team, and he does get it swapped to him, and we have an Emba Boy Apex. So yeah, this looks like a pretty solid draft from the Legion side here. Very early game oriented, very, very stun heavy. Lots of team fight potential. Not really too much late game presence though. So safe to say they're probably going to try and make their path to victory not extend past like 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's
I would
safe to
say.
say that the Bensington, not the hardest of hard carries, but a very strong early to mid game style of carry, and then the Apex to complement that with lots of team fight synergy with the Armageddon. So they might be looking to try to get him a Resto Stone and utilize that timing. And the last two picks for Polymorph, I believe, were the Lord South Forest and the Madman. Um, so what do you think about the last, or what do you think about Polymorph's lineup overall in comparison to Team Tim?
It just has a different timing. You know, they kind of have safer heroes, I think. You know, Moira and Artesia are kind of they don't feel as much of like committal supports, right? You can kind of do a lot of, especially in the laning phase, right? Artesia has a lot of poke potential with the arcane missile. Moira kind of has these non-committal ganks where she can spawn her illusion aggressively but keep herself safe and everything. So it seems like they definitely kind of have a safer play style on the horizon for themselves this game, trying to looks like it. I mean, they have a core South Forest going into this tri lane, but you know, Madman is kind of. I think Madman is the late game here, obviously for them, and if he's able to have a decent 1v1 setup here, I think they're going to try and transition him into the position one farmer and see if they can carry out into the late game because it's going to be kind of difficult for them in the early to mid stages against this game. But you know, Moira offers a lot of anti gank potential, I think so.
So what do you think about Lord Forest as a tri-lane carry hero? Because this is not something that we see all that often. Do you think um, that the Bensington tri-lane or the Lord Forest tri-lane, either one has a particular edge?
Oh, I think the Bensington tri-lane has an edge, absolutely. I mean, you know,
Okay.
they've got a triple stun thing going on right now, and you know, as long as they catch the proper hero, like South Forest and Artesia don't really have the tools to save people that are getting gone on.
Right. So
So
they
I
have
mean, like
lots of
Moira
sustain,
cannot
but
play
not a lot of
aggressively at
burst.
all, right?
Hmm.
If she
Yeah.
missteps,
So
she's dead, basically.
yeah. So I
And
think the Hellborn tri-lane has more sustain versus the Legion tri-lane having much more burst, specifically at the level 2 mark. There is a lot of burst on all three of these heroes. We also see the engine. So the engineer versus the Bubbles matchup. Engineer, a bit of a stronger laner, but Bubbles obviously has to take cover, so that's really useful against the engineer's spells, being the keg and the mine, being able to take cover the damage. And then we see the Apex versus the Madman in the 1 versus 1. So how do you think Madman versus Apex goes in the bottom lane?
I
Is this
think it's
just
pretty
a
even, honestly.
farm
We're gonna
trading
just see a
lane?
lot of yeah, I mean, you know, obviously Apex has like a little bit more sustain than Madman just because of the nature of the passive spell. You know, having that little that little niche use of being able to heal up Apex over time. But yeah, I think we're just going to see a lot of creep kills trading here between these two heroes. Like neither one of the heroes can really kill each other. At least prior to level 6, Apex might be able to find a kill onto Madman if Madman gets a little too low.
Hmm.
But yeah, I
I
think it's
think
fairly even.
I think we're gonna see Madman get an early bottle if he does well in the last inning, and if he can get any rune control from bottom lane, that could um, impact the lane. Because I did see Ozlef, also known as Mexicano Boy, play the Madman in a scrim
Moira's
earlier
getting
this
gone
week.
on
If we
here.
have action in the top lane, yeah, Moira gets very low. They're turning it on to Myrmidon now. One more auto attack power supply does heal him up. Will Myrmidon get the distance away from the Lord so far? Looks like he will. Luna is going to fall though to the Artesia. So they get the Bloodlust kill on the side of the Hellborn tri-lane. And I gotta tell you, I think that's a little surprising because we both thought the Legion tri-lane was a little bit stronger. So Hellborn doing a nice job there, getting the Bloodlust kill up in the top lane.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure. I didn't really pay attention to the timings of these level twos, but
Joust comes in
Southport.
onto Lord Selforest. Here comes a Weedfield. Will Lord Selforest be able to get the lifetime up? It's actually on cooldown for another 1 second. He's going to use it to boost his movement speed, and he will actually be fine. So
Gosh,
they
he lived
don't
with
give up.
5 HP there.
Yeah, they don't give up any kill there. That's very crucial for them as he gets the health potion and will regen some HP. But the supports from Legion playing very aggressive here, trying to box out the Hellborn supports off this pull camp.
Yeah, and they
But,
all have level 2 now, so level 2 is a pretty big level for this Legion tri-lane. I'd like to see them try to make a move now, even though they initially kind of lost. Like the lane is obviously in the Hellborn's favor right now. They have a really good timing here with like double stun nuke on Merm and Aluna, as well as Bensington. So I'd like to see them make moves.
So yeah, so I want to just talk about the Madman pick again really quick. There is some pressure coming out in the tri lane, but the heroes will fall back. Neither side committing towards any kills. As okay, Benzington going to take some pressure here, but he will be fine. So the Madman, he was ran in a scrim earlier this week, and Ozef played it fantastically. He won his lane, he got rune control, and he just snowballed out of out of control, and he was impacting the other lanes. So that's something we could see. Moving from the 4 to 10-minute mark with the rune control, as he does pick up the bottle here, so have to keep an eye on the rune control.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
that's one of the things that I love about Madman, and what's historically just made him a top tier pick. Prior to the across the board nerf that he received like a couple of months ago. Still think he's really good, but obviously he's just not quite as strong, or not quite S tier as he once was because of that nerf. But I mean, this hero is just like, its kit allows it to be effective at all stages of the game, right? Like, Stalk is just like an amazing ability, right? Invis and haste speed on one ability on a low cooldown with like nuke harass, as well as like you've got this disjoint, heavy damage nuke on barrel roll. Like, this hero's kit is actually just quite nuts. And like you said, he was able to end the scrim, win his lane, then start to rotate, harass the lanes, snowball out of control, right? Like, that's what this hero can do as long as the stars align for it. So he's not having a bad laning phase right now. I think Apex is slightly ahead.
Invis Myrmidon here in the mid lane. He's going to throw out the fish. It's going to be take covered. The wheat field will be avoided. So a nice job from Bubbles there to avoid the gank. So I was taking a quick look at the creep farm. Apex is 37-6 against 24-2 Madmen. So you called it. Apex doing fantastically down here in the bottom lane, and simultaneously the Engineer 24-7 against the 20-2 Bubbles. So both the solo lanes for the Legion side, aka Team Tim, going quite well. Bubbles goes in here with a combo here, but Energy Field comes out, and Bubbles will fall as that is too much damage for him to handle. So a bit of an overcommitment there from Bubbles as he does end up falling. But yeah, the tri lane being pretty passive so far. A little bit surprised we haven't seen more action, but they are throwing out spells here and there towards one another, but not a lot of kills.
Both of the team, like you said, the Hellborn side has a lot of sustain between the South Forest and the Artesia. They both have like this long range poke. You've got the fish tosser and the Merm, and Balloon's got the power throws on lock, and then Artesia's got these arcane missiles. So just a lot of long range poking happening between these two lanes. So I was kind of expecting, after that engineer killed Bubbles, I was kind of expecting that.
Mid lane, Kelfield comes out. Madman has now rotated in here, but a nice keg stun. Barrel roll is going to avoid the mine, so some nicely timed disjoints by both sides. Apex is in, though. He will be the difference maker as he uses the Armageddon to secure the kill onto Bubbles. So they get the kill again onto Bubbles, and that's going to further slow him down.
South Forest.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, you called it, South Forest taking the brunt of that tri lane as the supports were off pulling and not in range to aid him. He goes down. So it's a 3-1 hero kill lead start for Team Tim. They jump out to an early 1400 gold lead. Mid lane, Madman pounding in the auto attacks to Engineer. He only has one power supply charge, and the damage from Stalk and the auto attacks will be enough. A much needed kill there on the Engineer. Meanwhile, in the top lead, Wheatfield is going to miss. Moira will counter with a Shards of Harkon, stunning all three. Will Myrmidon go down here to the Lord South Forest? It looks like he will. A stun comes out onto Artesia, and Bensington TP's on home, so he will run his way back to top lane. But they end up giving up a couple of kills, and that will even up the game yet again.
Yeah, the game is extremely even right now. I mean, Legion won the, Hellborn won the tri lane, but they kind of I don't want to say they lost their solo lanes, but they just, slightly behind, right? Slightly in favor of Team Tim, and in the previous series, the team that kind of won the tri lane ended up winning the game, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. It's still anybody's game. I mean, both these teams are still neck and neck, net worth wise and XP wise.
So the 8-minute rune here does spawn for Apex, which will be a haste rune, and he has Armageddon up in 20 seconds, so we could look to see a kill in the next minute or so with that being used. And Bubbles, I believe, did get the top rune can for him, so they got the Merrick's rune. But everyone is still staying in their lanes for the time being.
Yeah, I am curious where this haste rune is going to show up. He's got his port ready. He's probably just waiting for the next engagement to show up. I mean, he's been doing a great job on Apex right now. Actually, he is kind of going aggressively onto Madman. No, he's not going to actually commit. Well, he's got the Rev Ward here, so it looks like he might want to try to kill Madman at some point in the lane. I wonder where he's going to place this Rev Ward.
A lot of harassment coming up from Madman. Yeah, he's trying to bait out the haste rune, which he does. Apex might try to go for a kill here with the Armageddon. Does end up missing the Fire Surge nuke onto Madman, so good job from him to avoid that. Here comes the Armageddon in the bot lane. Isn't going to be enough damage to bring down Madman. He uses the power supply and the stock, and I believe he will be fine. The dot will wear off with 29 HP, so they do end up getting Apex to use his Armageddon, and I think they're happy with that he doesn't port up to the top lane and
definitely
set up a big team fight for them. Top lane Bubbles. Speaking of fights in the top lane, Kelfield comes out, but Bensington will joust to safety. He does get hit with the Undying as well, but I think he's going to be just fine as he's sitting on plenty of life to survive that. Lord Salforus finishes a Helm of the Black Legion, so he is very tanky now as we enter the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean that's a really early Helm in this tri lane, and at this point I'd like to see him, pick up a Chalice, and maybe even, I mean, I guess they're just focused on really contesting this tri lane. They don't want to yield it, but I was going to say I would like to see him start jungling a bit with some stacks, but neither of the supports have actually had time to leave the lane long enough to go make them, so it looks like they're just going to sit behind him with the Helm. And honestly, with the Helm, he can pretty much counter this tri lane completely, it seems like. I don't think that they're ever going to be able to kill Salforus with this Artesia behind him now that he has a Helm. Granted, Artesia is now in the mid lane.
So I don't know if you caught it, but there was a ward of sight placed here by Artesia in the top lane, and it gets immediately spotted by this ward of revelation that was blocking the pull camp. So they deny Hellborn their lane ward almost instantly. And
I didn't. That's big though.
Bensington actually ports into the bot lane, so I guess they've decided now that they can no longer contest, because as you pointed out, the Lord Forest is just too tanky for them to deal with up in the top lane. So they're going to try to get Bensington a bit of a better time, as he is really their only scaling hero in terms of the late game. Moira here doing some counter warding. She's going to get weed fielded by Myrmidon. Kexon is going to connect. The Pizza Taunt comes out, and that will be a kill onto Moira. We do have Bubbles invis here in the mid lane for another 30 seconds, but there is no team support in the area, so he might just look to open out of that invis and farm the creep wave.
So one of the things I noticed here about Bubbles is he got this really early soul trap, and he actually hasn't been able to find a kill or assist this game. So he's like really far behind because the fact that he went this item now, right? Like he needs to get a kill, and it's really hard for him to find because he's quite far behind. But even more so because he sunk 800 gold into a soul trap and hasn't been able to actually get anything done with it. So now it's like he doesn't even have, like he's just 800 gold behind straight up.
Moira responds to the Ephemeral Forge here. Shards of Harkon will stun out Engineer, as both Bubbles and Engineer were trying to fight for that top 12-minute rune spawning the regen, and a nice job from Moira to tank the Mind Trap as well. That will protect Bubbles from any kind of death possibilities in the mid lane. So Good teamwork
Madman's
there.
getting gone on the bot lane.
Armageddon comes out. Madman will go down to the auto attack of Apex, and a Luna will survive as well. So a big turn there from Team Tim in the bot lane. And another kill onto Madman. Well, actually, no, that's the first kill, excuse me. So a pretty important one, as he was above 300 GPM now, sinking below at the 290 mark. But
Yeah.
Apex still leading the charts at 411 or 418, excuse me, GPM. So he is he's
Moira.
doing very well.
Oh, Moira with the escape there. She was trying to get the snipe onto Luna there by the tier 2 bot tower, and she was spotted, but chose the right path to escape. Still very aggressively positioned, but she's actually flanking behind this Benzington now. Madman and Moira might try to make moves on Benzi. Nope, scratch that.
Yeah, so Moira gets 2 wards down here in the bottom half of the map in the Legion jungle. See if they pick up on this one on the camp. That will not respawn the camp, but a nice lane ward behind the tower.
Okay, we've got ports, so Luna and Benzington are coming into the top lane, but they're not going to be able to do anything to the South Forest. Like, South Forest is able to just stand alone in this lane now, and pretty much, like, I think it takes at least 3 heroes to bring him down.
Top river, we see Energy Field come out. A nice dodge on the keg stun by the take cover. 2-man Kelfield as the team support is coming in. They will get the kill on the Engineer, and Myrmidon will fall as Lord South Forest makes his way over for that kill. So it's a nice counter initiation from Bubbles, setting up 2 kills, and that's exactly what the what Polymorph needs to just prolong the game as long as possible to try to make it to that late game stage that they are looking to get to.
Yeah, they needed that because it actually was starting to get out of hand in terms of a golden XP lead for the help
Bot lane, Shards of Harkon gets put onto Madman. Mana Sunder comes out. Apex cannot use his leaps. Here comes the Benzington Nightfall to counter initiate, and Madman will go down. Apex survives. So nice job from Team Tim to bait that out, and good counter initiation from them this time with the Nightfall.
Yeah, that was a really big play. That would have evened up the game totally in favor of not Team Tim, Polymorph, had they found that kill on Apex. But yeah, I mean, Benzington hasn't died this game, so he's just inching closer and closer to that Thunderclaw, and is going to be able to. He's got a fantastic supporting cast here to give him plenty of space while he does his pseudo Sandwraith thing of just farming in empty spots in the map and joining team fights late-ish. So it's looking really good for Team Tim right now. But I mean, South Forest is still a force to be reckoned with. This hero is going to be a nasty frontliner, and I would like to see. So Apex picked up a PK, so he's gonna force the issue with an item like that. But I think I would really like to see him pick up a Spell Sunder this game to help deal with this eventual. I mean, I'm sure that. What do you think? Does South Forest complete a full headdress this game? I think yes.
I think Barrier Idol on Lord this game would definitely be a great item for Hellborn to have due to the nature of how much magic damage there is on the Legion side. And you could argue that a Shrunken Head could be just as good. However, I feel like since he's going to be the guy in the front line wanting to soak up the damage, wanting to get healed by the missiles from Artesia, that in this game that he wants the Barrier Idol instead of the Shrunken, just to be tanking the damage for his team.
Yep. He picks up an Ice Brand though. That one actually surprises me a lot.
Yeah, I'm generally not a fan of the Ice Brand. I feel like it's not a good investment of the price point that the item costs, and what it builds into eventually becomes okay, but as far as like now, it's not very useful.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan right now either. I think that he gets a lot of value out of a headdress right now.
So top lane, they're going to jump on that ward onto the Artesia. She will get bursted out quickly. Here come the TPs though. Energy Field is down. Keg stun is going to be avoided by Bubbles with the take cover. Kelfield comes out onto 2. Do they have the team support though? Bubbles is falling. They get the kill onto Apex, but Lord South Forest is here. Nightfall comes in. Can they bring down this Benzington though? He is so darn tanky. Keg stun comes out. He is tanking everything he can. Arcane Vortex is going to save Lord Self-Forest for now. A Weed Field is not going to connect. Engineer, will he end up falling? More Certissima comes out from Lord Self-Forest as he gets a double tap. He is going to make it a hat trick as he cleans up the two supports. Bensington is here in the trees. The question is, do they know he's there? Shards of Harkon, perhaps? Moira, they can't see him. He will get the mana to TP out and he will be safe. So it ends up
Wow.
being a pretty solid fight for Polymorph as they now jump to a 1,000 gold and 1,300 experience lead.
Yeah, that was a big fight. And honestly, I mean, South Forest, his life was balanced on a razor's edge right there. It is honestly, it's because he chose to buy Icebrand. If he had a headdress right there, there's no way he was actually getting dropped. But you know,
Yeah,
the
I
fight
think
wouldn't
he
have
would
been the
tank
same.
even more. Yeah.
So
So I believe while this was happening, Madman was in the bottom lane, just pushing the tower. So they even get a tower kill in the bot lane that even furthers their lead.
yeah, I mean, while that was going on, I was actually kind of looking at it. I was like, "Where's the Madman port? Oh, he doesn't have one, but he didn't really have enough mana and HP to to port to actually successfully pose a threat." So
Mhm.
the fact that they came out on top with that South Forest taking out those three heroes and ended up living while he was accomplishing that is huge. And in fact, that put them ahead, whereas prior to that they were slightly behind. And I mean, now Bubbles has kind of recovered completely. Bubbles has a spell shards 2 completed, and whereas last time I looked at his inventory, all he had that was that soul trap. And so
Yeah,
this is
so
going to be able to allow him to just really bulk up a net worth. He's not going to be quite as active as he would have been if he went like a straight PK, but I actually like the spell shards pick up this game because they are not trying to play. They're playing this defensive game in these early stages, right? They're not
yeah.
trying to be aggressive.
Top lane, we have Armageddon come out onto Lord Self-Forest. He's tanking so much damage. He is trying to get pushed into the energy field, but he is not in there, and he is going to get the life tap up onto Apex and the more Certissima healing him up with that aura. It's an onslaught streak. They get the kill as well onto Aluna. Meanwhile, Madman does die. The Vortex does stall a little bit, and Engineer, he is going to be the next victim. A savage 6-streak double tap coming out for Lord Self-Forest, who is now sitting on 3,000 gold. So I think we're going to see him build into the full Dawnbringer since we do see the Icebrand. Do you think we're going to see anything other than the Dawnbringer, perhaps?
I mean, you could potentially see a Frostwolf skull, and it wouldn't be bad.
Hmm.
I do like the Ring of Frost effect a lot. I mean, it adds a lot of value, gives him that extra chase potential, team fight presence, because he is that frontliner. So the Ring of Frost is an excellent utility to just kind of like prevent some PKs as you push forward or whatever, keep that chase going. But yeah, I mean, like I personally would prefer Dawnbringer. I think it would just give him a little bit more carry presence, a little bit.
Or
He'd be able to farm a
mobility?
little bit faster, a little bit more reliably with the mana sustain and everything. He could drop the chalice for another item after he gets it. But yeah, what I'm looking at here is actually this madman trying to push for what looks to be a rune dax. So they're really trying to take it late if he's going rune dax. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess that could potentially be a null stone, but that looks like it's a cleaver to
I
me.
think it's a rune cleaver because they want Madman to be able to scale, and I think if it's a nullstone, there's just not enough reasons to justify a nullstone when there's so much AOE and lots
Let's
of
get it on.
stuns that aren't targetable on the side of Legion. So I don't feel like the nullstone would really impact the game too much, and it also wouldn't really help keep him alive. But
Yeah,
yeah, back to the bubbles. If I could interrupt you for 1 second,
sure.
he's. I mean, he's had a quiet game. He's 1-3, but he's 370 gold per minute, and the engineer who had the better start is only 300, as he now gets the counter mid lane tower taken out. So he's really recovered
I really
quite
think what's
nicely.
responsible for that is those last two fights near the top tier one tower for Hellborn. Like they
Mhm.
have just successfully baited their tanky South Forests, and it's netted them two team fights, right? You saw it with the
Yeah.
last team fight, and you saw it with the major team fight prior to that, where he lived like with what looked to be like 50 HP or something. I mean, he barely lived this time too, but the heals from Artesia really supplemented his HP back up to where he could fight. And Bubbles playing pretty aggressive here in the mid lane. Got my thought interrupted by watching that, but yeah, I mean, they're really playing around the South Forest, and I want to say that they're baiting Team Tim like really well with it. You know, I don't really know why Team Tim, like, they have to worry about the South Forest, of course, like he's going to be a presence, but you know, they have tried to go all in on him around his tier 1 tower twice now, and it's really just in the end pushed Polymorph further ahead because they're not able to drop him.
Full Dawnbringer picked up at the 21-minute mark for Lord Self-Forest, so he's sitting at 560 gold per minute. He is very farm. And Bubbles, I believe, just picked up his portal key as he was saving up quite a bit of gold, content with the spell shards level 2 for now. So they have some key items being picked up here on the side of Hellborn. They're just waiting for that Rune Cleaver to be finished for Madman, but that will come with time. And Bensington also finishing his Hyper Crown, so he's got his big farming tool picked up.
Yeah, the cleaver actually is finished on Madman, so I mean they're certainly in a position to win, to carry this one out all the way to the end and win. I mean, they have this near invulnerable South Forest who's not taking out triple ancients. Might even look to make a Kongor attempt after that with the team behind him. We'll wait and see, but I mean, this hero is just crazy farmed right now. It's nearly 600 GPM. I actually don't know how they deal with it on the
bottom lane. Bubbles,
side.
he's gonna get caught out by the stuns from Myrmidon and Bensington. He gets stun locked.
Yeah,
while this is going on, though, the Kongor is being attempted here, and there is no vision from the Legion side, so if they were to stop this, it would have to be on an intuition or a blind jump attempt, but it is dropping very quickly, so I think this Kongor is going to go in favor of Polymorph here, as it will get taken out.
Yeah, and so they're just, I mean, honestly, they're not that far ahead. Given how farmed South Forest is, like the gold is pretty condensed, right, on the South Forest. Like Madman and Bubbles have like some pretty good items, but really the net worth advantage that Hellborn has is because of how farmed South Forest is. So if they could kind of take some team fights away from South Forest, as you know, he's kind of lone dogging it here in the bot lane, he's away, Legion kind of has a chance to come back in this.
Yeah, so not a whole lot of farm on the supports, as you pointed out, but Moira, while the Kongor was going on, she was soaking some farm in the top lane. She's getting very close to a portal key of her own, and that's also another important pickup. We do see Ephemeral Forge being spawned in the Legion Kongor area here, but that's going to get spotted out immediately. And so you talked about the Spell Sunder that you wanted to see Apex buy. Are you also okay with him buying a Frostal Skull, which looks like he is buying? Meanwhile, here we see a Nightfall following up the energy field. They're going to get the 1 kill onto Madman, make it 2 kills, going the way of Engineer. Lord Self-Forest is now here. Can they get the kill onto Engineer before he makes it to safety? Shards of Harkon is going to connect. He does a nice keg stun, and I think he's going to fall here to the tower, which actually gives the kill credit to Lord Self-Forest. He was begging for mercy, but there is no mercy in the finals of cycle number 5, unfortunately. Top lane, Kelfield comes out onto the solo Apex. He just pops the Burning Ember to heal up some damage, and they are going to get the tower kill as Bubbles is unable to get the deny. He is going to get stunned up by the Wheatfield. A nice Arcane Vortex. Will it save Bubbles in the end, though, is the question. He will end up going down. Luna getting taken down by Moira, and now Myrmidon and Moira are going at it. He pops the ultimate there, going to give him some extra health, so that will force Moira to fall back.
Yeah, back to your question though, I think that South Forest, like, I basically hinted at Spell Sunder because I thought South Forest, yeah, for Apex. I hinted that Apex should try to pick up a Sunder just because I thought South Forest was going to go the route of a headdress and kind of stack some regen, as well as that early Helm. You know, like in those early stages, whenever they were trying to dive him and didn't successfully kill him, you know, he had like 1400 1500 HP, And so Spell Sunder actually does quite a bit of just raw damage because it deals damage based on your current HP, as well as cancels out the regen. So I thought that it would be a good utility to try and slow down Salforus at that point in the game. But now that Salforus has not been slowed down and he has kind of taken off, I think that going an item like Frostless Skull or the Frostfield Plate, the effects are more or less the same on Apex, is the way to go, just so that they have a stronger team fight presence, because you're not going to kill the Salforus at this point, like in a 5v5 encounter. It's just not going to happen. He's too tanky and his supporting cast is too good. So now the idea on Apex is to use the Ring of Frost from Frostwolf, PK in, activate it, get a nice like 3 or 4 man ulti off, because the effect radius on Apocalypse, or Armageddon rather, is massive, and just kind of take the team fight from there after CCing and dealing a lot of damage to the supporting cast, and hopefully taking out heroes like Artesia and Moira and Bubbles rather quickly. And then kind of dealing with Salforus afterwards, who now has a Frostfield Plate though. Like, this hero is impossible to kill, unless he has no assistance from teammates. So
yeah, they do complete the Shrunken Head on Benzington as well as get the Storm Spirit on Engineer. So the Legion is getting some of their items coming together as well. But like you're pointing out, the Lord Salforus, he's in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, one of the things I actually just noticed looking at the board here, I didn't catch it at the time that it happened, but Madman actually has bought back once.
You're right. Actually, that was not that long ago. It was following the Kongor kill that Polymorph did end up getting. Armageddon in the bot lane, coming out onto Salforus, so they're going to try to bring him down. Here comes the Nightfall, and Salforus, does he have the team support? It doesn't look like he does. He is man-fighting pretty much the entire Legion's team by himself. He is still holding on 500 HP, but here comes the Kegstun, and that's going to secure the kill. So he gets 1 kill. He gets 1 kill onto the Aluna.
Yeah, but did you see? I don't know if you noticed. Artesia was sitting there in the trees, like, trying to sneakily pump heals into Salforus.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But she wasn't the focus at all, right? Like, Apex dropped his ulti, went straight onto Salforus. All that Artesia got hit by was the Ring of Frost from Apex and the Armageddon ulti, and she got dropped to. I couldn't see what she started at, HP wise, but she just from those 2 spells she got dropped down to like 30%, and then Benzington more or less looked at her and instantly killed her. So I mean, like, that's what they need to do, right?
Getting caught out. Yeah. Nothing really too crazy here. Engineer is actually going really aggressive for the Madman. Here comes the Storm Spirit into the Kegstun. It's going to knock him into the energy field. Can he get the Shrunken off? It looks like he will, and that will mean that he will get to safety. So a couple of cooldowns burned from both sides, but no kills resulting.
Yeah, so now the objective here for Hellborn is to just use the Salforus to draw all the attention away from this Madman. Like, obviously, I imagine that Salforus doesn't want to just go suicide into them over and over again, but, he just needs to keep up his aggressive play. Hopefully with, like, more or less the entire lineup supporting cast behind him, minus the Madman. But I mean, Madman is ready to fight, as he does have the Shrunken Head, but I'd still like to see one more item coming out from him.
Bubbles with the haste rune, catching Myrmidon. Yeah, he picks up a Storm Spirit, uses it offensively there. Does a nice job of avoiding the Kegstun, and Myrmidon will end up falling. They have to use the Kelfield, so they were hoping to not burn that cooldown, but deciding that the chase became too far. So they get the 1 kill onto Myrm, and it looks like they're going to try to take out the Legion Kongor. They have a ward of sight here, spotting out any rotations, but actually they have 2 wards, seeing both the river and the entryway. Power throws are going to come in and see the HP of the Kongor. We have Apex going in with the Armageddon. Will they look to turn it around? Here comes the Nightfall from Bensington with the Shrunken Head. Apex will end up falling. Kongor did go down in favor of the Hellborn side. Arcane Vortex going to stall out the team fight. Essence Projection is going to be taken out by Engineer as well. The Shrunken is now worn off for Bensington. He should get the kill here onto Artesia. Actually, they're turning it around. Both the Bensington and the Artesia do end up falling. That will be in favor of Polymorph as now they are chasing onto the Engineer, but Lord Forest can't get in range. And Madman is going to steal some ancient stacks here from away from Team Tim. And meanwhile, this was going on. Bubbles in the pot lane. Will he go for a kill here is the question, as Engineer might show himself on the creep wave. Take cover into the portal key. Nice shot from Bubbles there to avoid any kind of potential threats.
Yeah, I mean, so Polymorph pretty convincingly takes that fight, even without, as well as the Conqueror, even without Bubbles being there. One thing I noticed about that fight, though, is that actually Apex opened up the fight, but he just blinked in and slammed his ulti down. He actually didn't use the Ring of Frost effect from Frostfield.
So he didn't get the big stun on everyone.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. It was just the 0.5 seconds, so probably not intentional. I think that was just like a slight misplay, but I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made, in all honesty.
So
But
Apex is getting really close to a Hellflower. Do you like that pickup versus something like a Resto Stone?
I think I do like it. It actually, so like Resto, okay, you actually implanted the idea of a Resto Stone in my brain, and I do like Resto Stone a little bit more because earlier I did talk about the importance of taking out the supporting cast, and Resto Stone certainly would assist him in doing so. But I also don't hate the Hellflower because it basically puts the Madman kill potential on the radar for them.
So Token of Life on the
being able to
Madman for
cancel
2
out
minutes.
his-
Here comes an Armageddon onto several heroes. Defensive energy field comes out. Here comes the Nightfall. Only the Artesia has fallen so far. Storm Spirit on the Bubbles. He will end up falling. Madman is dropping very low. The Shrunken is now wearing off. What is going to happen here? Joust comes in, takes out the Token of Life onto Madman. He will respawn here. Lord Forest still sitting on almost 1000 HP. Meanwhile, Weedfield comes down. Barrel Roll takes out the Bensington, so it's a double tap for Madman. And there is a buyback on the Bensington if they do choose to use it. There is not a buyback, however, on the Engineer. So 3 players still alive, with that being both the Madman and the Lord Forest. They will try to break the base tower here. Here comes the Frostfield slow from Apex. There is an Undying up in 20 seconds. Moira jumps in with his body. 2-man stun from the Shards of Harkon. Mana Sunder comes out onto Apex. Can they bring him down? Yes, they will. Buyback is going to be forced onto the Bensington. The tower is going to be taken out by Madman. Power throws are going to miss, sniping out the Moira on low HP. And a Behemoth's Heart gets right-clicked by Lord Forest. That is going to be delivered to him in the next 20 seconds. And they are going to try to put the pressure here onto the melee Raxes. But Engineer is respawning in 2 more seconds. The question is, are they willing to take this fight? Moira jumps in. They will get the kill onto Myrmidon with that Mana Sunder. Here comes the Ring of Frost again. Madman is chasing onto the Bensington. Will it end up being a dieback? Will he tick down from the Undying? It looks like he will. Energy field in the background, and a Luna will fall. It's a quad kill coming out for Lord Forest as Myrmidon has bought back. Will he get the Annihilation? Yes, he will. It's an Annihilation for Lord Forest. The GGs are called, and Polymorph takes game number 1 here in the finals of cycle number 5. That's going to do it for game number 1. So final thoughts there, John.
It was just that South Forest, man, and I think just that tri lane for Team Tim, I feel like it should have gone a little bit better. I mean, but honestly, I don't think it's any. I think the credit just has to go to Polymorph, like their strength as just a team, right? Like it's not necessarily that Team Tim misplayed their tri lane or anything, but like when you look at it on paper, like you see this like triple stun nuker, and you're thinking, okay, there's only 1 stun available to the Polymorph tri lane, so it seems like that the Team Tim tri lane should kind of dominate it, right? But It was just played properly by Polymorph, and Sal Forest was able to get the start that he needed, was able to get that like 9-10 minute helm, and from there he was able to bait out some engagements under his tier 1 tower, and they just were never able to successfully bring him down. His team was able to respond properly, and they got the counter kills, and he really just exploded from there and opened up the space for Madman to get that rune dax, and I mean the rest is history.
Yeah, so well played by Polymorph as they take the 1-0 lead against Team Tim. And we will go on a short break here as we jump into game number 2. So hang tight, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back with game number 2 of the finals of cycle number 5. right, everyone, welcome back. We are here with game number 2 here in the finals of cycle number 5 of the HoN OMG League tournament. We have Polymorph taking on Team Tim with Polymorph up 1-0. The players have swapped sides. We now have Polymorph on the Legion side and Team Tim on the Hellborn side. I am What You Got, going to be rejoined here by Easy Full Clan, aka John. Are you there, John? Okay, he will be right back. He was just taking a bathroom break. So we have the bands already underway. We have Electrician and Moraxis banned out by Polymorph. The Chipper and Bombardier going to be banned out by Team Tim. Polymorph will again get their hands on the Moira. That will leave open the Engineer for Team Tim. We saw both these picks played by both teams last game. We are going to see the Illuna as the second pick, followed up by the Magmus. So Magmus made it to the second stage of bans in game number 1, but Team Tim values picking up the Magmus here in game number 2. So safe to say they have a very solid combination between both the Engineer and the Magmus. The third pick for Polymorph will be that Midas. So we saw them run Midas. I believe it was in semifinal number 2. They're going to pick up the Midas here in the game 2 of the finals, and they're going to run that as a core. So we will get to see again some Midas. I believe John's back now. Welcome back, John.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
So they finish it off with a Puppet Master on the side of Team Tim. So what do you think about the two drafts so far, as we do see 3 picks for both sides?
I think that Magmus Engineer looks pretty scary from a laning setup, as well as just like team fight and burst damage potential. I mean, on top of that Puppet Master, like Voodoo Puppet's an insane ability. Whereas the Legion draft kind of looks like they're playing a slower game with the Moira and the Midas, as well as the Luna. Like they've got the wave clear potential, not really as aggressive. Moira ulti slows down team fights a little bit. So it looks, I kind of expect them to pick a pretty hard carry on the side of Polymorph, maybe something like Hammerstorm was banned out, as well as Malikan, but I mean, you can see what Emba Boy is banning out right now, right? He's banning out carries that he doesn't want to have to play against, because they are going to probably pick up something pretty hard. I think something like maybe an FA, probably not Shadow Blade. Yeah, I think like FA or Silhouette maybe.
So we see the Swiftblade getting banned out as well, as you pointed out, the Malikan and the Hammerstorm. And when I see Swiftblade, I always think aggressive tri-lane, as they have the Puppet Master with the Magnus already picked up. That screams aggression to me. They could also look to run the Magnus on Imbaboy as a solo short and put Engineer again on Huge Soul for the mid lane. So they do have lots of options still with their draft. Polymorph is going to go with a Predator. So was Predator coming to mind when you?
Well,
when
I
you
did
mentioned
say hard carry, and it was kind of off my radar as a hero in general. But I mean, it makes sense, makes perfect sense, fitting their draft. You know, it feels really safe against NG Mag Puppet. I mean, in laning phase, it can potentially get punished. I mean, you can't really preemptively Stonehide, say, a Lava Surge, right? But
yeah,
whenever it comes to team fights in the late game, with proper initiation, Predator feels pretty unstoppable, and anything that could potentially bring him down, like say you get a PK on Moira, like you feel pretty safe whenever you're piloting Predator with that supporting cast. So I like it as a, plus they kind of need a tanky frontliner, right? So Predator fills all of those roles as hard carry and frontliner.
Yeah, so Team Tim, they have 2 picks now to think about how they want to address the Predator pick that they have now spotted out. They have about 20 seconds of extra time. So they're going to go with a Blitz. This is a support hero that we haven't really seen a whole lot of, but I personally love Blitz. I think he has great tools for an aggressive makeup, but when I think of Predator, I think of, try to kite him, stall out his stone hide, and then deal with him when that's down. And I feel like Blitz is a great pick for achieving that kind of a game plan at dealing with the Predator.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Quicken actually allows anybody to run away from him, provided they're not immobilized or stunned. But also, the Lightning Shackles is a superior magic effect, if I'm not mistaken.
hmm
Right?
Yes,
So it is a
it can go through the stone hide, however, it won't deal damage, but they can use that. I believe it's 3 seconds of slow to deal with kiting the Predator. So
It's not
you
just
said it.
slow, right? It's maximum slow. I think it reduces their movement speed down to
To
100,
100,
right?
yes.
So that's a equivalent of 100% movement speed slow, and I don't think it tapers off. So, yeah, it's extremely powerful against Predator. So I actually love that Blitz pickup, and Calamity is also excellent as well, right? The Sunder's Vault can potentially keep Predator trapped throughout its duration, so you can kind of kite him or trap him with that ability to just allow some additional kite potential. But Calamity is a monster laner, so securing laning phase against this slower Legion draft is always a positive.
Yeah, so I'm actually a little thrown off here by the lane setup. They're actually choosing to run the NG Magnus dual lane, which is nothing really crazy, but I was expecting the Puppet Master tri lane with Magnus soloing the short lane. So see if that catches Polymorph off guard at all, as they are prepared with a defensive tri lane of the two supports with the Predator. And they are sending Midas through the mid lane to go up against the Calamity. And then Apex will be starting off 1 versus 2 against the Puppet Master and the Blitz. So what do you think about the lane setups? Does either side have like a clear
I
lane
think
advantage?
that, yeah, I actually think there is a clear lane advantage here, and I think it goes in favor of Team Tim. Because Blitz is going to be pretty threatening for Apex to deal with, right? Apex actually might get dropped between Puppet and Blitz. If they keep
Okay.
if they keep Apex at level 1 for long enough, like he can't step into lane anymore once Puppet Master gets both of his CC abilities. And then
hmm
so what's seems to is going to happen to me in my eyes is that Magnus and NG are going to be able to posture in this bottom lane and kind of, trickle in some experience. And basically, the Apex situation in the top lane should successfully pull one of the supports away from this bottom lane, and then Magnus and NG can make their mark. That's what I'm
Okay.
thinking.
Okay. And how about Calamity versus Midas in terms of a 1 versus 1?
It's all Calamity, in my opinion. Properly played. Equal skill, basically. I think Calamity wins this matchup.
Well, so far Midas is doing quite well. He's sitting on 5-2 against 2-0. However, that might change as the creeps are in Calamity's tower.
Yeah, so I mean, this was kind of unexpected, I mean, I guess Engineer and Magnus are deciding to play it pretty safe. They didn't want to give up Bloodlust to the tri lane, but I wasn't expecting them to be quite this passive. I mean, Magnus has just gone ahead and actually skilled Volcanic Touch and is going into the jungle at this point.
Yeah, so what do you think about that rotation? They decided to just leave Engineer down here, who has picked up an Orb of Zalmos. I guess that will come into play later. Top lane, Bloodlust kill. Actually, the damage will come out from the Puppet Master and the Blitz, and you called it. That's a threatening combination for Apex to deal with, as he actually skilled the Burning Ember level 1. Do you feel like that was a big part of why he ended up
That
falling?
I think that was his doom. I don't really know why he did it. I think he kind of kept a skill unleveled, stepped into lane. I didn't watch it because I was fascinated by what Magnus is doing. But the Burning Ember is on cooldown, so I think that he stepped into lane with nothing skilled, took some harass damage, skilled the Burning Ember, healed back up, and then stepped back in again, and then got killed. So
2-minute rune spawns in the top river. Blitz is going to pick that up, that being an invisibility rune. So, do they have the damage to actually bring down a Midas? He has his elemental warp skilled.
I don't think that they do, and so he's potting up right now. But actually, Magnus is this is Is this a 4-man gank about to come out on this Midas?
We do see Engineer here as well, but I mean, we don't have Martyrs picked up on any of the supporting cast. I feel like there's not enough lockdown to hold Midas here, but he's gonna eat a Lava Surge stun. There is no Keck stun though. He's gonna warp away. Here comes the Quicken from Blitz. Aluna is here though with some counter pressure as Blitz actually tanks a tower hit, so
Yeah,
he
if
almost dies there.
if
28
NG
life.
ran in, so I'm sorry to talk at the same time, but yeah,
No,
if
no,
NG,
you can
I'm just
interrupt.
confused why Engineer wasn't behind Magnus there. Like they were together in the trees, and then
Yeah.
Magnus, you know, got in range, got his stun off. Like that, Keck should have been there to follow. Bit of a misplay or miscommunication, something. But in the end, Midas is going to end up living, and it's Calamity who's in trouble now. But she's got enough life and bottle sips to live.
Yeah, so I was just taking a look at the jungle for Hellborn, and both the Magnus and the Engineer were jungling the Easy Camp together, and I'm just kind of scratching my head at, what the thought process is behind, you know, at least not keeping somebody down here in the bottom lane to get some kind of experience when they do push the creep wave, because I feel like it just opens up their mid lane to too much pressure.
Yeah, well, I mean, the wave hasn't actually been on the tower yet. Looks like it's probably going to get there now. So hopefully, yeah, Magnus does have a homecoming stone on him, but he's actually really low HP. So if he ports into this tower right now, like he might die.
Yeah, so they're giving up a lot of potential experience down here in the bot lane, not having anybody soak the experience up.
Yeah, I just wasn't. I wasn't a huge fan of the way that they played this this bottom lane. You know, like I feel like they should have just kind of stuck it out, waited around a little bit, because if, like I said, it felt like they didn't really need to help Calamity that much. And you can see that Apex, though he's level 5, like he's not, like he has to play really, really careful in this top lane. And so basically,
Hmm.
in my eyes, like they were going to be winning 2 lanes, while also, you know, as long as they didn't like feed in the bottom lane, like Magnus and NG still kind of make their presence felt, because they'd be forcing 3 heroes to stay down their Legion side, or else, you know, like either Aluna or Moira potentially just gets gibbed by Magnus and NG. So
Yeah, so despite that potential 3-4 man rotation, as we see Midas warping in the mid lane very aggressively, Shards of Harkon does connect onto Engineer. Here comes the transmute. Will it land? Assistance from Maluna, and they get the kill. Luna gets credit for that one. But I wanted to talk about the creep farm on the Midas, 29-8 against the 20. Now it's the 21-5 of Calamity. So Midas has just done excellently here in the mid lane, because I think we were both expecting Calamity to win this mid lane in terms of
I
the last
absolutely
hits.
was. I mean, she has the in lane harass potential on lock, right? Like the dragons are crazy to fight against, and Magnus, Midas rather, only has 450 attack range, so he's
Yeah, so
basically getting hit by a dragon every time he tries to go up for a
for a
last
last
hit,
hit.
but
Mhm.
or a deny. But I mean, he's been, you know, doing a really good job. I mean, I guess it's just proper cycling of, or proper timing of using his nukes to land last hits, and you know, pushing properly. And you know, he's evaded the gank. He's gotten return ganks on. No, actually, Calamity hasn't
Bot
died.
lane,
So.
we do see Mana Sunder come out on the Magnus. Shards of Harkon will hit, and the auto attacks are enough to bring him down. Luna gets credit for another kill. So that is going to open up a lot of tower pressure now to the Predator here in the bot lane, as they do have the catapult wave coming in. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Apex, he's going to get the experience now for that level 6. So going to be interested to see if he does choose to set up an Armageddon somewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure who. I guess it must have been the Apex that the last Voodoo Puppet was used on, but I don't think they actually killed him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm actually curious to see. You can see that Puppet is. I mean, unless he turns that into an Arcana, which I don't think he will. He is going to be rushing a Shroud, so I'm kind of curious where he's going to take his first Shroud ulti. Um, It's going to be pretty key for, especially since Predator is like
We
having
have
the time
8
of his life.
players here in the mid lane as Apex jumps in. Can't get the Armageddon off as he gets stunned down. He does get it off eventually. They're going to get the kill onto Calamity. Will Apex survive? No, he will not. Magnus will end up falling as well. There's a buyback coming out for Calamity, and that is going to cue the Legion side to go into full retreat mode. Blitz comes in now with the Quicken, but he cannot get the stun off. He does get it off, but he does end up falling as both him and Aluna trade lives. Summoner's Wall comes down. It will lock down Midas. A nice power supply, and he disjoints the keg stun coming out from Engineer. What a play coming out from Midas, as now Engineer is the one who's in trouble. Will he end up falling to this Moira, or will Moira actually get turned on, as the Dragons from Calamity are doing so much damage? Engineer puts in an auto attack. Mana Sunder comes out just to prevent any spells, but Engineer without any mana is not really threatening in terms of spells, as they do end up getting the kill onto Moira with the Dragons. A nice power throw comes in from Aluna as it snipes down the Engineer. So I think that's a pretty solid team fight coming out from
Yeah,
Polymorph.
it looked like, gosh, I'm trying to tally up all of the kills. I actually can't. I think it was like for I want to say a 3-for-1. But they also got a buyback out of Calamity, so
Mhm.
it was a big team fight, and I think
Aluna
it
is
was
going to
pretty
get caught
even.
out here, placing a ward of sight by the double damage Calamity and Blitz. Too much damage for her to handle.
So yeah, I mean, Puppet's having a really great game here. He's slightly higher on farm than Predator, but
Mhm.
he actually picks up a Helm of the Victim here, so he kind of wants to maintain that in lane sustain. Doesn't want to ever be caught at a low HP margin.
Rotted Magnus here in the mid lane. He is going to find the open with the Lava Surge onto Moira, and that will be a quick kill, as Calamity's still sitting with that double damage, doing so much damage with her auto attacks. And while this is going on, Midas is taking out some stacks in the jungle, so he's going to boost himself up to 390 gold per minute. So he is doing quite well, following behind the Predator, who's sitting at 450 gold per minute. And I believe we're probably going to see the Thunderclaw, right, from the Predator?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Alacrity band. I would be very surprised if he opted to buy the Alk Bones, which, I mean, honestly, he would probably have Alk Bones by now if he was going that route. So
Hmm.
it's pretty safe to say that's going to be turned into a Thunderclaw, and he's going to, so basically, Team Tim is going to try and play this active style of gameplay. Well, actually, now I'm kind of doubling back on that statement, because what I thought was going to be a Shroud Rush on Puppet Master has now turned into a Whispering Helm. So it might actually be they might be trying to play for a more mid to late game here. I thought that the Shroud Rush on Puppet might mean that he might try to snipe a kill onto Midas in the mid lane, which would be a very big kill. I think finding a kill onto Predator is possible, but difficult. So
Yeah.
Midas, in my eyes, is the hero with the target on his back, at least for now.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
Polymorph.
So do you like the fact that he went the Whispering Helm versus the Shroud Rush?
Yes, I think it's fine.
Okay.
Like isn't the word I would use. I think it's acceptable, right? Like, just given
Okay.
how the game is kind of taken, right? Because like, just based off of how the laning phase went for Enchi and Magnus, they're just kind of aware that they're not able to play an as active of a game as they were probably hoping within the drafting
Luna
phase.
is gonna get an Emerald Lightning Stun here on the Puppet Master, but no follow up coming from the Apex, as there was team support from Blitz behind the Puppet Master in the top lane.
So yeah, now that Puppet he's got this Whispering Helm, he can basically just fully sustain himself in the jungle really comfortably, and probably will pick up the Shroud just as kind of just so he has it. Not necessarily going to commit to ganks with it, though. I'd be pretty surprised if he tried to go a Hellflower before getting Shroud. But yeah, I mean, I think that they have fine late game to deal with this Predator. I mean, they have tons of lockdown for him. Like I said, they've got some pretty decent spells to deal with him through Stonehide. So I think that they can absolutely take it late game against this Predator. Like they're not pressured to win this game within
Top
the
lane, we
30
could
to
see a
40
dive
minute
coming
window.
out here as there comes the Thunder's Vault from Calamity, locking him in place. And Puppet Master will get credit for that kill. There were 2 TPs coming in, but not in time to save the Apex there. And top tower taking a lot of pressure here from Puppet Master, but still sitting on about 500 life. Mid lane, Ephemeral Forge being spawned here by Moira. Shards of Harkon will stun. Midas is going to go for the transmute. Can he get the kill as he warps in? Yes, he can. Arcane Vortex in the background stopping the Magnus who ported in. Blitz will stun him up, but it looks like Midas will be fine. So a beautiful Arcane Vortex preventing any follow-up there on the Midas.
Yeah, so I mean they're really doing a good job of opening up the space for this Predator. Like Predator has been unbothered in the bottom lane since the beginning of the game. I mean, his Magnus and Engineer yielded the lane to him, and nobody has bothered him at all. I mean, he's been so kind of passive this game that I don't even remember where his 1 assist came from.
They dove Magnus.
That's
Or
right. Yeah,
they
yeah.
went for a kill on Magnus in the bot lane, which
And
Luna got
so,
credit for that kill.
and now he has, I believe it's a completed hyper crown coming out to him. So where
Really?
Puppet, yeah, it looks like he's got the.
He's
that
close. He
courier?
needs
It's
the
hard.
recipe. Sends out the
Okay,
warp
okay.
left, so he's close,
Right.
but not too
Okay, I
far
got
off. I
fooled.
believe it's a couple hundred more gold.
Yeah, I think it's about 230 at this point, 235. But um, yeah, I mean, like all the attention is just drawn away from him, and Midas actually has a portal key completed, so
Hmm.
he's going to be having a fantastic game, and he's going to, at this point, he's certainly going to outfarm Puppet. There's no question about it. I mean, Puppet. Maybe I could eat my words. I mean, Puppet with the Whiplash is a very, very effective farmer with not much more than with just this Whispering and Shroud. But
Hmm.
the you can see that Puppet's HP kind of gets a little bit low with the way that he has to farm these stacks, so he doesn't have quite as much jungle sustain as Predator does. Predator will never drop below like 90% HP with that
Mid
Hyper Crown completed.
lane. Oh, Predator actually TP's into mid lane. I was expecting a team fight, but
Yeah, so
perhaps
now
he
he's
just wants the ancients here as he finishes his
Mhm.
hyper crown.
Yep, and the
So
Hyper
yeah,
Crown active is going to do wonderful work for clearing these out like quickly. See how fast he takes them out.
so we see the Puppet Master complete his shroud. He's even sitting on 1400 gold, so he's been pretty content with farming. But so my question is, both the Puppet Master and the Predator, what would you like to see them item progression building into next?
That's a good question. I would like to see a Geosbane from Predator this game. You can
Okay.
kind of do some pretty clutch stuff with it. I believe you can actually like for instance, I mean like the obvious thing is like you can dispel a lightning shackle debuff
Yeah,
from yourself,
that
right?
was the
Like
first thing that came to my
or
mind.
or potentially like a puppeteer's hold if it comes out on you after your spell Stonehide is dropped. But you can actually in like weird situations you can actually like move over a Sunder's vault wall with
Really?
the yeah, I mean because you know how
Top
weird
lane,
Madeline can be.
they get a kill on the Puppet Master with both the Midas and the Apex. They don't even use Armageddon actually, so just catching Puppet Master off guard. That's a pretty key pick off coming out from Polymorph.
Yeah, it's a very niche use to try and pop yourself out of walls with a Geosbane, but like it happens. But yeah, I just like Geosbane as an item here on
Agnes could be
Predator.
in trouble. Here comes the stun from Maluna, and the follow up is there with the stuns from Moira and the immobilize, or excuse me, the restrain from Predator's leap. So Magnus couldn't get away. Good lockdown coming out from Polymorph. So they find themselves two pretty key pickoffs as Magnus was getting very close to his portal key. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see another engagement Calamity going down as well as the Blitz. So Midas is making great use of that portal key. This time they did use the Armageddon to set up those two kills. So
Yeah,
that's a 4-kill swing in favor of Polymorph, giving them a almost 4,000 gold and 7,000 experience lead. Mid lane, Puppet Master, he comes in with the Shroud. But will this end up backfiring? He does not have any team support. Here comes Midas. He lands a beautiful transmute. Do they have the damage to bring him down, though? He is on the uphill. Luna is missing some of her auto attacks, and the team support now comes in. Here comes an Arcane Vortex, which will save the Luna. Transmute comes out from Midas. They are going to kill the Engineer, and will they look to turn it for more? Here comes a Voodoo Puppet onto the Midas as Puppet Master is very low but gets the kill. And now Moira will end up falling as well. So Team Tim responding very nicely to some beautiful setup initially from Polymorph with both the Moira and the Midas, but they end up getting 2 kills, I believe, in favor of exchanging only their Engineer. And while this was going on, Apex pushes in the top lane, and with that teamfight won, Team Tim does take out the mid lane tower. Apex is going to get caught out here by the Puppet Master, and he will fall. So the momentum shifts just back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah,
John.
that was an absolutely that was a great exchange for them hero kill wise in the middle lane. I mean, they just lost an engineer to get a Moira and a Midas, who has been, the Midas has really been showing up this game, doing wonderfully. So that was his first death, and it was very necessary that they found that. But all the while, I mean, like, it's not to say that the Team Tim, or excuse me, Polymorph came up empty-handed either, even though they lost the hero kill exchange, right? Like, Predator was farming the entire time that was going on, and they also got a top tier 1 tower kill. Now, Puppet Master did bring it in line a little bit by finding that snipe on the low HP Apex. So it is pretty much evened up. Slight gold advantage in favor of Polymorph, but it's really, really close right now.
Predator is almost 600 gold per minute.
Yep, and I mean, Puppet is not far behind. Like I said, I kind of expected Predator to outfarm Puppet once he got this hyper crown, but I mean, Puppet's been doing a pretty damn good job. 530 GPM, and Puppet, he's making progress towards that shrunken head. I think at this point he probably only needs the recipe. So, and it's a very necessary item pickup. You asked me earlier, what do these 2 carries need to find? What items do they need in order to find success in this game? I touched on Predators, but the Shrunken Head is absolutely needed for Puppet. There's just too much lockdown on the Legion side in order for him to avoid buying that item. So
yeah, so Calamity gets taken out here in the Hellborn's Kongor area, which this will prompt some immediate tower pressure in the bot lane. Tippy is coming in to try to prevent the tower from going down. Puppet Master with that completed Shrunken Head, he is charging in looking for blood, but he is not going to find anyone, at least immediately. Magnus is veiled routed here with his portal key picked up, so safe to say they're looking for a pickoff. The question is, will they find what they're looking for, as everybody from Polymorph teepees away, and it looks like they want to go right to the Kongor. Now, this ward of sight here placed by Blitz is going to spot that entire rotation now. So Team Tim should have an idea of what's going on right now.
yeah, it was actually just amazing. I mean, I believe they did that full man, like that full team port over here to the top lane just so that they could kill the Kong. But, if you weren't noticing the Kongor, if you didn't notice the Kongor objective being taken immediately after that, like, you would have thought that they had some crazy sixth sense avoiding that magma smoke. I mean, like, that's what I thought initially. I was like, how the heck do they know? They just know that Magnus and Puppet are hunting them. Like, what the hell is going on? There's no wards, but they just wanted to do Kong.
So it ends up being a pretty easy Kongor for them. And they're going to also groove up here in the mid lane to take out this very low tower. Here comes an eruption from Magnus, though. He Lava Surges onto 2. Armageddon does come out. The tower does end up falling eventually, but they do lose their Apex for it. Will there be any further chase, as Midas is very low? He will blink away to safety, and looks like he will find himself the distance.
Yeah, so I mean, that was pretty much in favor of Team Tim right there. I mean, they got the mid tower. Like, Polymorph got the mid tower, but Team Tim also got the bot tier 1 tower. So it was tower for tower plus an Apex kill. So and Apex just got annihilated by that Sunder's Vault. He was directly in the center of it.
Yeah, so we see the gold lead inch a little bit closer in favor of Team Tim, as Polymorph only sitting on a 1700 gold lead, but the big one being the experience lead of 8,000. As Predator is level 16. We see a ephemeral forge ring spawned here by Moira. She's going to use the Arcane Vortex. Will she jump into it with the Shards of Archon? It got a little bit messed up there, but Midas lands a beautiful transmute to follow up the Mana Sunder, and that ends up being an easy kill onto the Engineer. So good find there by Polymorph. So so what key items are coming up in the near future for both sides that they are looking towards?
Well, it looks like Mora is about to have a PK. She's about 500 gold away from it. That's going to be a huge item that she needs to get. I'm not really sure what direction Calamity goes itemization wise. Like, it's kind of a. She hasn't really had a great game. You know, she's had these knuckles in her inventory for a while. She's only gotten two kills with them. I mean, I'm sure they'll fill out completely with the charges eventually, but whether she's looking to finish this firebrand, turn the firebrand into a Geometer's Bane or a Frostburn, I'm not really sure. I think I would like a Geo's Bane over Frostburn, at least for now. Just gives her a little bit more on demand. She just has the defensive use because of the Geometer's Bane on use, right? So I would just like that. You know, she could potentially dispel a leap or a mana sunder or something. And I think that it honestly could be the difference in some situations. So I think that
What
she
about
should go finish that Geo's Bane.
what about the idea of a shrunken on Calamity, as there's lots of AoE and stuns from this polymorph lineup?
Absolutely. That is an option. Thanks for pointing it out. She could just forego finishing Geos and just push for a shrunken head. She's about halfway towards that goal, so that could be an option that she chooses to go for. I would like to see Void Talismans coming out on NG and
Blitz?
NG and Blitz. Yeah, I mean, like, they kind of get blown up by some of these hard hitting spells between like Midas and Aluna and Apex, but you never want to just like be a free kill for a Predator if you can help it. Like, you know, like, you don't want Predator to just like turn and look at you and leap on you and just kill you instantly all by himself, like, because he can just do it so easily. Like, you want to force him to not be able to pick an easy target.
So we talked about the Geobane pickup on Pred, but he decides to go for a Frostburn. Is this acceptable, or do we just not like the Frostburn pickup?
I think it's
Because
fine.
I think he's going to turn that into a full Dawnbringer, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that it's fine. You know, like I said, the uses for Geosbane are kind of niche, and I think the decision to go Frostburn over Geos he'll only regret that once a Spike Bola finds its way into the game, if at all.
Okay, that's a good point.
So, like, while it has uses prior to the Spike Bola, like, obviously the Spike Bola will be the main use for the Geometer's Bane. So, and as of now, like, I don't hate it at all, and I don't.
Eruption in the bot lane, being channeled here onto the Moira. It's going to get the kill, but do they have the reveal for the Magnus now is the question. No reveal on either the Aluna or the Predator. And Magnus just sitting here in the steam bath, but here comes the Bound Eye from Midas. And they snipe him out with a transmute. Beautiful timing there from Zanuki, as they were canceling the portal key, I believe, with the power throw as well from Magnus, which was
So
coming up shortly.
here's, you know, we were talking about, okay.
Okay, he just broke.
Yeah, are you looking at what Predator's doing?
Yeah, I saw it. He bought a Blessed Orb and a Geometer's Bane recipe, but he would need to go to base and break that Frostburn.
Yeah, so
Which I guess he's just gonna have the Ice Brand. Does that mean he wants to go Frostwolf Skull as a follow up to The
I
Geobank?
think it's pretty good. I do like Frostal Skull on I mean, like, I don't love it, but it totally fits, right? Like, he's a great frontliner, this Predator. He only gets screwed over by, like, getting stun comboed, but, you know, PK Mora is about to find
Top
a way
lane,
to
Puppet Master's actually going to
keep
get caught
it
here by the
really-
Storm Spirit from Midas, and they follow it up with the remaining spells. Puppet cannot get his shrunken head off. That is a very key pick off, as Puppet Master is 2/3 of the way to his Hellflower, so he does not have a buyback currently. And we'll see if Polymorph can capitalize with 50 seconds here on the Puppet Master kill. There is a Kongor that could potentially be taken, or some outer towers still standing from the side of Team Tim, but they're not grouping up just yet. It looks like they might just be content with the kill.
Yeah, and so what I was going to say is the fact that a Moira PK is on the side of Predator this game, like, it gives a lot of value to the Frostal Skull, just because obviously the slow on the attack is going to give Predator the ability to chase just about anybody down. But he can push really, really aggressively and not really worried about getting caught with Stonehide down because he's going to get saved. And then that Ring of Frost is going to be like, it's going to be a fantastic initiation tool for the fights, for the Armageddon and the Midas combo to follow up if they decide to collapse on the Predator that pushes forward like that. So I do like Frostal Skull in this game, as a Dawnbringer was finished on Calamity.
I think Pred actually bought another Blessed Orb, so he might just wait till he has enough money for the Frostal Skull recipe and then just break the Frostburn and buy them both at the same time. That's what it's looking like. Magnus, by the way, eats a Transmute combo following up the Storm Spirit. Thunder's Vault going to do some decent damage, but Arcane Vortex in the background catching Calamity, and Predator is here now pounding in the right clicks, and Calamity will fall. So they get the kill onto both Magnus and Calamity. Some pretty key pickoffs coming out here from Polymorph, as they are now gaining some momentum here in game number 2. They jump out to a 4,000 gold lead and 10,000 experience lead, which, to be quite honest, it's still a pretty even game, but the momentum is definitely there now.
It is a very even game, and I mean, Puppet is only 200 gold away from a Hellflower, so they definitely have the utility and the means to take out this Predator. It's just kind of, you know, finding that opportunity in order to bring him down. But I mean, honestly, the existence of this Moira just makes it so hard. She actually isn't nearby Predator right now, but she's low mana in the jungle. But Midas is actually going to get caught by Magnus here in the bottom lane.
Yep, here comes the Armageddon. Storm Spirit from Midas onto himself. Lightning Shackles comes out. Midas will warp away. Energy Field is down defensively. Will Apex be able to make it out? It looks like he will end up falling to that Energy Field. So they only get the kill onto Apex, and everybody else stays alive. So
one thing that I didn't notice this game is Apex actually has an Arcane Bomb. I mean, what do you think that was for?
There's no threat of illusions at the moment. Could it just be for finding the Magnus hiding in trees? I mean, is that a reason to pick up an Arcane Bomb?
I think so.
I believe it does do the proc for the ultimate to do the stun. So in that sense, it's a very cheap item for setting up his Armageddon stun.
Does it? I don't think it. I thought it didn't deal any damage to.
It I think it deals minor magic damage, if I'm not mistaken.
It does 150 magic damage to non-hero units. Oh no, yeah, you're right. It does 0.5 to hero units. Okay, yeah.
So I believe that the Arcane Bomb, if he uses that before he jumps in with the Portal Key, which he can cast that from pretty decent range.
Yeah, Arcane Bomb. I'm learning.
Arcane Bomb, stop the Portal Keys, and then jump in with Armageddon and get the stun off.
Yeah, it actually might be a god tier item on Apex. Like every game.
Did Blitz just buy a Dancing Blade? Is he the one gonna buy the Bola? That's a really big item purchase for a Blitz, holding on to 3,000 gold.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's been able to live that long.
So
in order to pull that
Kongor
much.
was done by the Hellborn side. Legion is attempting their Kongor. Puppet did finish his Self-Flower, but what do you think Pred's gonna buy now? I'm actually not quite sure what he should buy, so I'm kind of interested to see what you're gonna say.
If it were me playing this Predator, it would be. It kind of depends.
I feel like there's two
So
options.
if I'm trying to win, he's going Wingbow. So I mean.
Midas is gonna go in with a Sheepstick here onto Puppet Master. Do they have the follow-up though? Here comes Moira. Chunkin Head is popped by Puppet Master. Energy Field does come down, and that will be a kill onto Midas. The Bound Eye is still there. They actually destroy it, so Midas gets caught a little bit too far away from his team, as he did pick up the Sheepstick. But yeah, back to what you were saying.
For me, there were two choices, and it kind of depends on how much confidence he has in his supports to save him. The first choice would be Demonic, would help them end the game right now, as well as increase his damage output. I mean, it gives him everything, right? A little bit more tanky, a little bit more damage output, base push potential, as well as, I mean, damage for his whole team. The attack speed is an aura. Or the safer option would be Heart, and I don't really know why he's deciding to go for Wingbow. I mean, like like it is more damage output. It could be a bait for trying to bait out a, having puppets commit to like a Savage Mace as his next item, and then just like switching it up and buying a Demonic. Say that is a path, but I really feel like Heart, if you were trying to go the defensive route of something, because to me, Wingbow feels defensive, right? It's like evasion, right? It is attack speed and movement speed, which obviously synergizes quite well with Predator. But honestly, I don't think Predator's issue here, like for winning the game, is his ability to run down the heroes. It's really to just spell bait. It's really to just get in there, start right-clicking the freaking tower, and force the opposing lineup to make a move. And I think that Heart does that exceedingly well. It doesn't really allow him to get bursted down by a puppet ulti or really any of these ulti combos. It buys him the time in order to get his Stonehide off, and as well as, I mean, it just gives him like a little bit more damage. So I would have gone Heart if it were me playing Predator, but I'm not.
When I asked the question to you, I was thinking two things. Heart was my first choice because you already pointed out the reasons why, which I agree with. And the second one I was thinking of wasn't Demonic, it was actually just raw damage. Because right now he has a lot of attack speed, but not a lot of just raw physical damage. So I was thinking something along the lines of like a Rift Shards, or just something that just outputs lots of damage. He could go for something like a Mace, but I don't think there's any threats of any Wingbows in the near future. Because Puppet Master and Calamity are really not at that point where they could really go something like a Wingbow. But I do feel like something like just raw damage, kill people inside the window of the Stonehide, could also be an option other than the Heart.
Yeah, and I mean, like, honestly, yeah, I'm glad that you ranked Heart at the top of your list here too, because now that the Spiked Bola has entered the game, it gives him even more reason to stall, right? When I say stall, I mean like just be that nuisance, be that frontline nuisance that just forces the enemy team to make a move, right? There's like really like, what are you going to do, Blitz? Are you going to bowl a Predator while he's right-clicking your tower? Like, no. So essentially, like, what you need to do is you need to make this Hellborn team go on Predator, or make an attempt to stretch themselves and go on the back line, and then Blitz gets himself out of position, or just uses the Bola early to try and get it, just to put all of his spells into the fight somehow, even if they're not at the ideal timing, right? So, and with that in mind, Predator, he just like can't be dropped, and so there's really no good time for him to actually cast Bola on this Predator, because here comes Apex, here comes Midas, right? Midas is just going to punish your backliners when you try to go on this Predator.
Here comes an eruption being channeled from Magnus. He is going to get stopped here by Apex with the Armageddon. Apex is taking a lot of damage. he will end up falling. Shrunken Heads are used by both Calamity and Puppet Master. Arcane Vortex is used by Moira, but she will end up falling. It's a double tap coming out for Calamity. Transmute comes out onto the Engineer as the energy field does prevent any chase coming out from the Legion side. But yeah, so what do you take on the Legion being almost kind of hasty and just kind of head on pushing the tower here? Do you feel like this is the play that they need to be making right now, or do you feel
No,
like they should be looking for the pickoffs and just being a little bit more
I think you don't want
passive?
to. You know, Predator and Puppet Master are more or less like even item wise. I think that Predator needs to finish his item. And I mean,
Yeah,
you
and
can
he
see
was
Puppet
sitting on
Master is pulling
3,000
up
gold.
5k. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't want to when the game is this close, you don't want to try to do this 5-man uphill push whenever the entire enemy team is alive. It's kind of
Right.
throw central.
Mhm.
As we just saw. I mean, Apex got a pretty great ulti off, but it was behind the tier 3 in front of the tier 4s.
Top
This
lane, here
enemy
comes the
like
Sheepstick from Midas. They're going to get the jump onto Puppet Master. Storm Spirit comes out onto Midas. Shrunken Head is going to be used by Calamity. Um, actually, it was not. I said Puppet Master, but it was actually Calamity who got jumped. But he does survive. So the team support was there. They did, however, get the kill onto Blitz, though, as he was the sacrificial lamb there. Nullstone picked up on Puppet Master, by the way. Safe to say that's for the Sheepstick initiations?
yeah, I would say that's strictly in response to Sheepstick. And now that I'm not sure if they actually saw it on Puppet or not, but you see that a Dancing Blade was
Oh,
purchased
DD
and then
Puppet Master. He's going to open here on the Moira. That's going to be a quick kill. Pops the Shrunken Head. He's going to go in with the Voodoo Puppet here. Storm Spirit comes out from Midas, and he is going to also get the kill onto Midas. 2 kills going the way of Team Tim. Here comes an Energy Field and an Eruption to follow it up. They get the kill onto a Luna, and Engineer will fall in the background. Predator is now here, and he is pounding in the right clicks. It's a hat trick coming out for Predator as he takes out both the Calamity and the Puppet Master. So it was looking like a great team fight to start that off for Team Tim. But once Predator got there and was able to sit on his targets, boy, did he do some damage quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Puppet just used his spells aggressively, and honestly, he did them well. You know, he killed, yeah, Puppet Master killed the Moira and the Midas pretty handily, but everything was burned down, down. And actually, he got a little bit of value from the Nullstone. Predator tried to leap uphill onto him, and it was blocked by the Nullstone. But unfortunately, his item build just doesn't allow him to man up against this Predator.
Agnes gets leaped on here by Predator. A couple more auto attacks necessary. The Quicken comes out from Blitz, and they're kiting this Predator very well. And Predator, is he going to fall here? He pops the Stonehide defensively to run away, but the slows from Calamity with that Dawnbringer are too much, and Predator ends up falling. Arcane Vortex does get used here, but it's a little bit too late as both the Apex and the Predator end up falling.
Yeah, I mean, Calamity bought back to make that happen, but I really feel like that just kind of goes back to Predator once again trying to make moves to break base with a huge amount of gold in his bank.
5,000 gold
Yeah, it's
saved up.
finish an item, right? Finish an item, whoop, and then start pressuring tier 3.
I think it was looking pretty scary though prior to that Calamity buyback, so safe to say I think that was necessary in order to save their, well, not only tower, but perhaps even their melee racks eventually in the mid lane. But they get a kill on the Predator, but at the same time, I feel like if you're Polymorph, you're pretty happy with this because now you forced out the second buyback from Calamity, and that just means that if you kill her in the near future, it is that much more in your favor to getting that kill. We see a Lava Surge initiation here onto a Luna. Here comes the Kexlan to follow up the Storm Spirit, and the Luna will get bursted down as the team support from Polymorph was still respawning. Apex did just respawn, and we have 2 more respawners in the works, both the Predator and the Luna. And the Legion Kongor, well, actually, both Kongors are now available, so Team Tim is in the area here. But without Puppet Master, I think they are not comfortable um, going for that
Yeah, I
Kongor
think they'll
kill.
probably just go for their own Kongor at this point and you know, just kind of block the availability of the token and make the uphill push for Legion even harder. Because I think that if this game goes later and later, I'm pretty sure that Team Tim has a pretty steep advantage actually.
So
Between the
4,000 gold and almost 7,000 experience lead. Now it's in favor of Team Tim. I gotta say that's a pretty nice turn of events.
Yeah,
As
it's
they were in
closer
the
to
back foot for the majority of this game.
yeah, and it's closer to 10k because Predator refuses to buy an item right now. It feels like he wants to go Wingbow, right? But like at
But
the
he
same
has money
time,
for
I
the
guess he
Wingbow, I
does.
believe.
Yeah, it feels like he wants to go Wingbow, but he also doesn't want to go Wingbow. Okay, he bought a dancing blade and then he sold it. Why does he keep doing this to me?
I feel like
I'm mad at
if he
Loop.
just committed to the heart, like 5 to 10 minutes ago, it would have really benefited them. So the Hellborn did take out their Kongor. Legion is starting theirs now. The question is, will Hellborn look to try to fight this? It doesn't look like it, at least initially. We see the majority of Team Tim moving toward the bottom half of the map to join Puppet Master. Only the Magma sitting up here, pushing in the top lane. They do have the vision from that ward, which just got counter warded, so they know that Polymorph is doing their Kongor.
Yeah, I mean it's just it's a regular old Kongor trade. The game is going on.
How many buffs do we have? So it looks like 3 for Legion and 2 for Hellborn. Do we you wanna talk about Kongor buffs?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so finally a Wingbow was completed on Predator. I guess he wanted to keep buyback. He's pretty close to buyback at this point. Movement speed has been picked up by Predator and Puppet Master. Damage has been picked up by Apex and Midas. And damage was also picked up by Calamity and Magmus and NG. So, yeah, when it comes to Kongor buffs, what is your decision process for choosing the buff for your hero?
Usually if I'm carry, I take movement speed. It allows me an extra item slot if the game goes super late, which in this game, it's looking like we could have a very long game. So I like that both the carries are deciding to go movement speed. Calamity, I guess, going damage. You could say that's fine since she has lots of AoE, but a lot of the supporting cast heroes that have lots of AoE damage, like the Midas, like the Apex, the Magnus, they're choosing damage, and that's just because they deal their damage sporadically through, to many targets. So I think that's great as well. And then some of the supports take either stats or movement speed. I think both equally fine.
Yeah, I think that's in general that's what I would say. When it comes to playing a core, for me the decision point is whether or not I actually intend on buying post haste on my hero. If I intend on buying post haste, I won't get movement speed. I'll get damage.
Okay. Puppet actually uses the Shrunken Head here as the Predator illusions from the Geometer's Bane, actually scaring him into a threat of an initiation. So I think they caught that, and see if they look to capitalize here. Mid lane, we do see the Midas popping his Shrunken Head. They jump for the Magnus. They are going to get the kill with the help of Moira. Puppet Master gets Storm Spirited. He does not have his Shrunken, keep in mind. Midas does go down to Calamity. Predator is now here, but he gets Spike Bullet, so he's forced to retreat. Here comes the Lightning Shackles. Magma Spy's back here. He gets a nice eruption. Energy Field is down, and Predator will go down. It's a hat trick coming out for Calamity. A double tap coming out for Puppet Master. It's a 5-for-1 team fight in favor of Team Tim, as a single buyback on the Magnus just secures a beautiful team fight for them in their favor.
Yeah, this is
Triple
looking.
buybacks.
Yep. Having to buy back, but even then, man, I mean, these 3 heroes are going to have a tough time standing up to the to Team Tim's lineup here if they decide to push 2-3.
So did Polymorph miss their timing window here with the big lead they had on the Predator, or do you think that they still have a shot with the Calamity being down the 2 buybacks if they can get that key pick off?
Well, I mean, with heroes like Predator and Midas, you can never truly count them out because I mean, Midas is probably one of the best split pushers in the game, and Predator can really dish out some damage pretty reliably in team fights if things if the stars align. So I mean, like, everything is there, right?
Mid
The
lane,
damage,
Puppet Master going to get the catch onto Apex. The counter sheepstick though onto Puppet Master. He is hasted though, so he will pop the Shrunken Head as the sheep wears off. Apex, he will end up going down to the Puppet Master. They get the kill onto Blitz in response. The Shrunken Heads are now wearing off. Engineer could be in some trouble as Predator. Oh, the Spike Bola actually, but the Geometer's Bane illusions will take him down. Arcane Vortex, actually missing unfortunately onto the Calamity. So
yeah. So
they
I'd like them to see them take this team fight victory and start to try and push this exposed Rax in the mid lane, but Moira goes ahead and moves back to the tier 3 top tower, and so it doesn't look like they're going to be too aggressive. And
Yeah, so
yeah,
Magnus split pushing up there, causing some pressure for them. And Calamity doing a similar thing here in the bot lane as she's hiding in the trees, just keeping the lane pushed at the Legion base. It even gets the tower kill in the bottom lane. So Puppet Master, he's looking for a find here. He's going to find a Luna. She cannot get her Void Talisman off initially. Here comes Magnus, though, but he doesn't have stun up yet, just yet. Looks like he used his stun, perhaps farming creeps or something. And when it's all said and done, the Legion side gets the distance to safety.
yeah. I mean, this is as this game is going on. I don't want to say that they missed their timing, but the game is getting harder for Legion as the game goes on. No question about it. You know, at this point, Calamity and Puppet Master are more or less at the same power level as Pred. Especially because Pred actually went kind of like, I don't want to call it a weird build, but anytime.
The
So the
Wingbow
thing is,
doesn't benefit his stat. Like, it doesn't give him like base damage because he's a strength hero. It just gives him attack speed, but he's at the same
Yeah.
time he still has good attack speed from both the Hyper Crown and the Geometer's Bane. So I think it just really comes back to that Wingbow pickup.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, like we touched on at the time, like we both felt that a heart pickup was the item given the timing and the situation in the game. Right? Like they were ready to push tier 3 more or less, and heart would have pretty much made it near impossible for them to prevent Predator from chipping down the tower, I think. But now that pretty much the net worth of Calamity and Puppet Master are more or less matching Predator, now you have to take a hard look at Predator's items and kind of even skipping over the Wingbow. Like his damage output, it's there, but it's not
It hits for
nearly as high
200.
as it could be. Yeah,
Puppet gets a find onto Midas in
and
the
it's
bot
because all
lane.
of his item slots are more or less consumed. Like anytime that you go Frostwolf and Geo's Bane on Predator, um, I guess I will say it. You do kind of put yourself on a timer unless you intend on switching off. I mean, like that's Frostwolf plus Geosbane is 10k worth of items, and both of those items actually don't really give you that much damage
Oh,
together
you're completely
for
correct.
10k.
Do they see this engineer here? I guess they don't. He's hiding in the trees, but they will find the jump onto Moira. Puppet Master will get the kill. Here comes the Sunder's Vault. Onto several targets. Magnus stuns up the Apex with that Lava Surge. Kekstun is going to connect. Armageddon comes out, but the Shrunken Heads are mitigating a lot of that damage with that energy field. And Apex does fall. It is falling to pieces now for Polymorph. They get the kill onto Predator as well. Puppet Master finishes his Ganjuro. He's sitting on 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
Luna in the bot lane. She will take out the creep that Puppet Master was post hasting to. Will Engineer get the keg stun? No, he cannot get the range. Luna, I don't think she's going to escape here. She doesn't have the TP, but a nice deja vu port. And I might eat my words. I think Luna just made the escape. But big picture, the Raxes are dying as both Puppet Master and Calamity are focusing on the objectives. And Aluna will indeed make it to safety. Magnus also pushing in the creep wave in the top lane, so this tower may end up falling here as well. So we only have a Luna and Midas alive. Predator is going to use his second and final buyback. Sheepstick comes out in the mid lane onto the Puppet Master. They do not have any Storm Spirits, but Puppet Master does get his Shrunken Head off. Here comes a Shard of Harkon Stun. He's going to blink in and find the Blitz. Will they have the follow-up, though, is the question. It looks like they are not fully committed to this Arcane Vortex, as they are focused on defending their base in both the mid and top lane. But Midas does make his way here in time with the transmute from that portal key assistance, and they get the kill onto Blitz. So some minor victories, but the damage has been done for the most part. They get the bottom racks, and the melee racks up in the top lane is sitting at half life, so a lot of pressure on their base. Failed Rots in the top lane. They are going to catch the Puppet Master with the Sheepstick, and Puppet Master is going to fall. Now he does have both his buybacks as well as 5,000 gold, so he does have his buybacks ready to go if they do push into the base. And I don't know if we talked about it, but Magnus also picked up a sheepstick. Magnus just been kind of quietly doing his thing
Yeah,
this
I
game.
actually just noticed.
But Predator at the base here. He's going to get sheeped. There is no team support. If Predator dies here, he does not have a buyback. Here comes a Storm Spirit from the Moira, but look at that damage coming out from the Voodoo Puppet. That is a kill onto Predator, and do I dare say that that could be the game? Mind Trap is going to do a lot of damage to the Moira. Puppeteer's hold comes out onto a Luna. It's an onslaught streak now coming out for Calamity, as Moira will TP home to base, but no more buybacks on the Predator.
I wouldn't accuse you of being hasty by making that claim.
Yep, and Calamity picks up a Wingbow as well. So you said it. I mean, these two carries on the side of Hellborn are just as threatening as the Predator. We see a Sheepstick coming out from Zanuki here on the Midas as they catch off the Magmus. Master taking a lot of damage as well, but he gets his Shrunken Head off. Stormsphere comes out onto Moira. Will they have the damage to bring down Moira? Kexton does come out. Savage Streak coming out for Calamity. It's a second buyback for Magnus as he's going to post ace in here. They want to finish this game right now with Predator dead. So Magnus is also out of buybacks. They get the second set of racks up in the top lane, and it's only mid remaining. 38 seconds on the Predator. Can they stall out this push coming out from Team Tim? Midas is doing everything he can with the transmute to push out the creep wave, but there is just so much pressure coming out from the 5 heroes here. Shrunken Head is popped by Calamity. Kexton will hit onto Apex, transmute onto Calamity in the background. Apex will end up falling to the energy field. The GGs are called, and game number 2 will go to Team Tim. And you know what that means, John? We have a third and final game coming up ahead of us here in the finals of cycle number 5. So, final thoughts here on game number 2.
These last two series, very exciting. Both going to game 3. Excited to be here in the co-caster seat with you, Wig. But yeah, about that game, I think it just kind of goes back. You asked me at the time, did they miss their timing for the victory? And at the time when you asked me, I kind of shrugged it off, said that they did have comeback potential. But now that I have that perfect 2020 vision, retrospectively, I'm going to amend my answer and say yes. And the fact that it comes back to the itemization on Predator, and I think he was doing very, very well all the way up until that point of deciding to go Wingbow. And honestly, it just kind of goes to show how much weight you have whenever you play weight on your shoulders you have whenever you play carry, because a lot of people look at carry role and think that, I'm also a person that has claimed this, like, carry is not the most difficult uh, role in the game generally, because a lot of times you are kind of given that free lane, right? And so you actually don't have to play versus other players directly for quite a while whenever you play carry. A lot of times you just need to be good at farming, right? But the difficulty in carry role, especially in a game where you're given that complete free farm for 15-20 minutes, is actually making the right decisions item wise. If you're not on point with your items, then all of the free farm that you were given was wasted. And it's not to say that Ha 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 did a poor job at all. It's just, it kind of goes to show the gravity of one decision and how it can actually turn the tides of the game against your team if you make that one misstep whenever you choose to go an item that isn't necessarily the most ideal. And in this situation, I don't think that Wingbow was better than Heart.
Yeah, on the Predator. I think it's safe to say we were both in disagreement with the Wingbow pickup, and whether or not that ends up being the reason for the loss or not is debatable. But Team Tim will end up evening up the series here at one game apiece. So, um, so I
I
have a
hope I'm
question
not
for you, John.
misunderstood. I hope I'm not misunderstood in trying to call out Whoop for making that
No, not
decision
at
at all,
all.
right? It's
No,
just
these
like,
these decisions are very important.
yeah, both teams played phenomenally. I mean, that was a very, very entertaining game. Lots of back and forth, right? It's
Mhm.
just like there was a time when they had that victory clinched, right? Like it was theirs, more or less, or at least kind of paving that way towards victory, right? Like in a game like this where there's so much back and forth, taking that first set of Raxes is huge, right? It opens up a lot of space on the map in terms of, forcing those next ideal engagements, finding those ideal pickoffs, etc. So, and that could have been the first Rax, I think. But anyway, you wanted to ask me something else.
Yeah, so game three of a EU versus EU server, when they win the role, which server do they play on? I'm just
Uh,
kidding. Anyway, we're gonna go on a short break here as the players are, for the most part, in the lobby here for game number three. So hang tight as game number three of the finals of cycle number 5 is just around the corner. Stay tuned. welcome back from the short break. We are back here with game number 3 of the HoN OMG League Tournament, cycle number 5, where we have Team Tim taking on Polymorph. Team Tim here is on the Legion side now, Polymorph here on the Hellborn side. I am again what you got, going to be rejoined by Easy Full Clan, aka John. Welcome back, John.
Hey, that was a pretty exhausting game 2, and I'm ready to jump into game 3.
Yeah, right, you are. That was a pretty hell of a game number 2. And Team Tim, definitely safe to say, going to be riding some momentum here with a fantastic victory running the dual core lineup there in game number 2. But so what does Polymorph need to do now in game number 3 to kind of get back to where they were in game number 1?
I mean, game number 2 is so long. I nearly forgot what happened in game number 2. I actually have to pull up the match history just to refresh it. Like, my God.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'll just touch on the bans as we're getting kind of underway here. We have the Chipper and the Bombardier going to be banned out by Team Tim. If I'm not mistaken, these have been Team Tim's blind bans for all 3 series, so they do not want to see the Chipper or the Bombardier in the hands of Polymorph. And Polymorph bans out the Electrician and the Moraxis. I think these 4 bans have been just the staple bans of the series for both sides. So just some really comfort heroes, and they don't want to see these heroes in the hands of their opponents. So we have a first pick engineer. Yep, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to answer your question. So now that I look back at it, I think if you're going to go single core the way that they did, just pick a slightly stronger carry. That, like, Predator is a strong carry. Like, don't get me wrong, but he's just kind of vulnerable to getting kited, right? I mean, like, you've seen that. He's also vulnerable to spike bolas in the late game stages. So if you're going to go for this 4 protect 1 strat, I would like to see them pick something that is just has more late game potential, but also doesn't necessarily suffer through early game stages per se. So maybe something like a Sand Wraith, potentially a TDL, just something that's able to, not get taken out of these late game team fights as awfully as Predator seems to sometimes fall prey to. I don't know how you feel.
So something like a more team fight heavy carry, I think you're suggesting. When I think of Sandwraith and Dark Lady, I think of great team fighting presence
exactly.
in terms of carries.
Yeah, because I mean, Predator did a lot of farming there early in the game, and it ended up paying off towards the mid game. Like, they had this huge lead, but unfortunately, the game transitioned into the late stages, and Predator just got outshined by Calamity and Puppet Master. And so, if you're going to go this really heavy farming playstyle, I think you just want something that's able to secure late game a little bit more concretely.
Okay. So we see the Engineer, the Puppet Master, and the Andromeda picked up here by Team Tim. So some familiar heroes that they had in game number 2. So for the most part, sticking with the roots. They do, however, give up the Magnus over to Polymorph. So they had the Magnus last game. They don't have it this game. They swap it up with an Andromeda pick. And Polymorph picks up the Moira, which I think they've ran every single game so far. And they also pick up a Lord Salforus, which they ran in game number 1 with great success. So I think they are sort of going back to a similar strategy to game number 1. At least that's what it looks like initially. But what do you think about the draft so far from the 2 teams?
I mean, I actually really like the way that they played Salforus in the first game, Polymorph. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they run it again. Wondering if we're going to see Artesia played by TKB again. But yeah, I mean, it looks like the way that they played the Salforus, I'm almost certain they're going to pick some sort of carry to try and kind of utilize the space created by Salforus. I mean, Salforus is just, you saw it in the first game, right? Like, this hero had this little bit of an edge, and he just rode with it throughout the entire game, and it just opened up so much space for the Madman semi carry to basically go full carry mode, full farming. he ended up farming up a Rundax, even though he started up in the off lane and everything. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think Salforus offers, and there's the Sandwraith. So I'm
Called it,
actually
man.
kind of curious how they're going to run, like what the laning setup is going to look like in terms of like where Sandray starts versus where Salforus starts, yada yada yada. But this is actually a super aggressive draft that they're playing into right now. I would even say more aggressive than the game that they played the first go around. I mean, the first go around, the Salforus was like going up against a. So let me look at the draft for the first game really quick, just to refresh myself.
Yeah, so but before I answer your question about the lane setups, I'm gonna just mention the bans really quickly, as we have the Madman, the Hammerstorm, and the Swiftblade banned out by Team Tim. So they get rid of that Madman, which you talked about, that they ran in game number 1 with some decent success as he picked up the cleaver. Behemoth, the Gladiator, and the Apex get banned out by Polymorph. So those being more of the signature Imba Boy style position 3 heroes. So I think the bans are pretty solid from both sides. We see a Kraken picked, a 4th pick, which personally I love the Kraken. I think he's a great hero, and quite frankly, I'm a little sad we don't see him a little bit more often, because I think um, those big tsunami charge into release the Kraken ultimates are very exciting, and then they follow it up with a Calamity pick. So they are going to run the duo core of Calamity and Puppet Master, which they had great success with in game number 2 once again. And Polymorph, they did pick up the Sandwraith, which you pointed out you wanted to see them pick up a more aggressive style of carry. And as they are looking to pick up their 5th and final hero here with 40 more seconds of extra time remaining, to answer your question, I think that we are going to see something like that Moira Sandwraith in the off lane. This is something that Polymorph specifically, formerly known as Lactose, they love to send the Sandwraith, played by Ozov, aka Mexicano Boy, to that long lane with the Moira, and they just cause so much pressure um, to the farming lane of the opposing side, and then they can just sit the Sulfuras in the short lane like he was in game number 1, and just be this tanky nuisance, as you pointed out, which gets out of control with something like a Helm of the Black Legion, farming up a storm, taking out stacks in the jungle, and meanwhile Sandwraith is that backup farmer to scale into the later game stages. But they do finish it off with a Wretched Hag pickup. So what do you think about the Wretched Hag, John?
Let's get it on.
Yeah, the Wretched Hag is definitely. I'm not really sure where they're. I mean, I guess this is going to be like a Hag mid. No, I don't want to. I don't want to make any guesses really, just because these guys are so good at throwing me off. But okay, I cheated. Hag's going to the top lane. Looks like she's going to be like solo short maybe. Magnus with his boots is going to be roaming all game. South is going to be in the mid lane. I do like their laning setup here. Like you said, they are going to go Sand Wraith Moira in the bottom lane, and I'm actually kind of curious if I can kind of question you about it. Like, what is it about Sand Wraith Moira off lane that is
I think that when
so
they get to level
pressuring, so
2, they can
threatening?
kill the support pretty easily with the Sandstalkers, and they put the shard on the Sandwraith, and he runs the illusions in at the support, and it just deals so much damage with once eventually Sandwraith picks up the Toxin Claws. Um, it doesn't sound like the most aggressive lane setup, but Sandwraith is actually um, decently hard to kill, as he has both the Desert's Curse and the Sandstalkers to kind of make himself a nuisance to the farmer. But it is going to be a Kraken down here in the bot lane, so I think the Kraken will get some decent farm, but the Sandwraith should have a good time for the most part, going up 2 versus 1. But we do see a tri-lane setup starting off for Team Tim here in the top lane, with the Andromeda Engineer and the Puppet Master going up against the Wretched Hag Magnus dual lane, which that's not the everyday short lane combination. So going to be
No,
interested
it's
to see
not.
how that plays out. And then we have a Calamity versus Lord Sulfuras in the mid lane. So Calamity, she's usually a lane bully, but I feel like Sulfuras with his heals and his natural tankiness, might be able to hold his own in this lane.
Yeah, I think that South Forest doesn't have the worst time against Calamity. Specifically, if he's able to grab a fairly early, if he's able to grab a fairly early power supply, he actually gets a lot of return whenever Calamity tries to play aggressively on him, and can actually self-sustain with life tap, just from the
So
mana given to him from power supply.
So not to cut you off there, but something unusual is happening. The Magnus actually drags the majority of the first creep wave from the top lane into the jungle, and he was not stopped by the supports, and he's just kind of jungling with the creep wave. I find this very interesting to kind of just see what's going on, as this
Yeah.
it kind of takes away the experience from the Wretched Hag, though, at least initially, as she's going up against what started off as a tri lane, but now Andromeda has TP'd into the bottom lane to help Kraken here against this Moira Sandwraith combination. But
So I think that that XP nerf by taking the first wave away from Wretched Hag is actually it's like only a surface level complaint, right? Because they kind of, I don't want to say they knew, but they had a hunch that she's going to be going up against a hard lane anyway. So the fact that like she's missing the first wave of XP, like she wasn't even going to get level 2 from the first wave of XP anyway, right? Like more probably she's going to get pushed away from the wave, might not even be in XP range at all if they don't just all get denied anyway. So the fact that they're able to get so much out of the first wave of creeps, get this level 3 Magmus, is actually pretty huge. It's a
Wretched
small
Hag might actually die here despite having a haste rune, as she gets locked on by Puppet Master. So a little questionable decision to run into the lane like that, sitting on low HP. Definitely getting overconfident there, having a haste rune. But meanwhile, we do see.
Oh,
Yep, sorry. Go ahead.
oh, the question is what's the compensation? What's the return?
Mid
Magnus
lane
is actually
Magnus
going
smoked up, gets the stun onto Calamity. Sorry to cut you off there. This could be a kill onto Calamity, and yes, it will, as the aura from Lord Sulfuras takes him down. But yeah, sorry, I missed that question that you
No,
asked.
I mean it was answered immediately. My question was, what's the compensation that like obviously
Ah,
Magnus gets
okay.
equivalent 3 for taking the wave away, but you know it was you know, after he loses the Legion creep wave in the jungle, he can't jungle anymore, right?
Strings in
Like,
the top lane. Here
especially-
comes the keg stun into the mine and the puppet show. That is going to be too much damage for Wretched Hag to handle. So much disable between the puppet master and the engineer that Hag cannot get her blink away to safety. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I guess it gave him a quick Striders, which allows him, as he picks up the Veiled Rod there, to set up some early roams. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we see a kill onto Andromeda. Hopefully, Paradise caught that on camera as I keep rambling on. They tried to get a counter kill, and by they I mean Kraken, onto the Moira, but Moira is just a little bit too slippery there, and it ends up being a 1-for-0 in the bot lane in favor of Polymorph.
yeah, so I mean things are looking pretty good for Polymorph right now. I mean honestly it's very I said that and I regret saying it. Uh, it's very, very even right now, and in fact, Team Tim actually has the advantage. But I mean, when I said that things are looking pretty good, like the mid laner Snooki is having a fantastic time against a notoriously frustrating mid laner to deal with. Like the only thing that they have to worry about right now is how well Puppet's doing.
So we have two ganks coming in here, one from Engineer, one from Magnus. The question is, will they get the kill onto Calamity first? And yes, they will, as the Undying was used to secure that kill. And now Engineer, he could be in a lot of trouble, as there is another Lava Surge coming up in 2 more seconds for the Magnus. Might even look to auto attack first. Throws out the stun. More Certissima nuke. It will only connect onto the Magnus, and Lord Sulfuras will run down the Engineer here with that aura. Life tap. It actually power supplies it up. It's going to heal a bit, but it will delay the inevitable, which is a serial killer streak coming out for Lord Sulfuras. So you said it. Lord Sulfuras is having a great start to this game. He has 460 gold per minute. But at the same time, both the Puppet Master, and speaking of Puppet Master, he's going to go in here with a Voodoo Puppet, but not enough lockdown this time as Engineer is not there to assist him. Wretched Hag will blink to safety. The question is, will she stay alive as Puppet Master is going to find here. One more auto attack. He actually attacks onto the creep. Does he know which way he blinked? He might look for him. He has an idea that he's in here, but decides that he would rather go for the creep farm and not risk the potential chase. So Puppet Master, he is the top farmer in the game. He was hoping to pick up another kill, but a nice job from Hag to avoid that one, as he is sitting on 475 gold per minute. And then the next is Kraken at 366 gold per minute.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me about this Puppet Master having such a great start is, I mean, it's kind of easy for him to lose it, right? Like, he's a pretty squishy hero.
Bot lane, Lava Surge comes in onto the Kraken. Here comes the Mana Sunder into the Shards of Harkon. Kraken will get mana for his charge. He will charge Magnus into the tower, but the damage was done. He gets taken down by Magnus in the end, and it's the announcer said it right there. Lava Surge onto Andromeda, and Andromeda will fall. Gotta question that one a little bit, as he just saw his teammate in Kraken fall the same way. But like I said, the announcer said it just fine. The Hellborn are in a really good spot with a 7-2 hero kill lead, and
Yeah,
they're
like I said though, as I was starting to say before all that action happened, you know, like Puppet's having a really great time, but you know that can be ripped away from him in a moment's notice with a proper gank, especially with the Sandwrath and the other team.
Sandwrath, speaking of him, he uses the Mirage here into the middle lane, and they are really addressing this Calamity here at game number 3. She has now fallen for the 3rd time, and she is not off to a good start, only sitting at 200 gold per minute in comparison to that Lord Salforus, sitting at 450 gold per minute. So the rotations from the supports of Polymorph are definitely being felt here in this mid lane, as we are going to see some more action here in the bot river, as the Shards of Harkon stun is going to connect onto several targets. Release the Kraken comes out. Will they get the kill on Andromeda before this happens? No, they will not. Well, they do in the end, but it comes at a cost of their Sandwraith. And now Moira will also fall, as Calamity gets credit for that kill. So some nice
Team Tim
rotations
taking it back there.
coming out from Team Tim, as they get a couple of kills there.
Slow
But
down the
most notably
Sandwraith.
the one on Sandwraith. Yep.
Yeah, that was a very, very, very important kill.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Accidentally turned off my headset.
Well, it sounds like you're back, so that's good.
Easy full clan problems. Yeah, I mean, so I was worried about Puppet because I think that Puppet with like one good initiation from like Magnus or Moira and catching him off guard, like he dies to Sandwraith if Sandwraith has comparable farm. But after that death, you know,
Done for
Sandwraith
Magnus here in the bot lane. Onto Engineer. Here comes the Sunder's Vault, though, and will it be enough for any kills? Undying comes out onto the Engineer. Kraken uses the Tsunami Charge onto Lord Salforus, and Lord Salforus dies in exchange, or actually as well as the Magnus in exchange for that Engineer. So Team Tim fighting some great kills, most notably here on the Lord Salforus, who was 5 kill streak, and now they're diving onto the Moira. The team support is coming in. Oh my god, he cliff walks up the hill. What a play coming out from Duder, as he makes the impossible escape. Now will they turn it around is the question. Andromeda is going to be all alone here. She will fall. Calamity gets the TP on out to home, and Kraken will fall as well. That was a clutch play coming out from Moira there. I'm just shocked. That was just so well played coming out from Dude.
attorney for me right there.
Yeah, that's I mean that's right now for me, that's a top 1 play.
Yeah, if the camera caught that, which I hope it
Mid
did,
lane, Voodoo Puppet
that
comes
needs
out,
to be clipped
but now here comes
immediately.
Magnus with the counter, and he channels the Eruption. It's going to take down Puppet Master as well as Calamity, and boy oh boy is Polymorph riding some great momentum here in the last 1 to 2 minutes, as they find some huge kills onto both the cores of Team Tim, and previously getting the kill onto Kraken as well. So can't say it enough, just some great momentum coming out. But you know, when you still look at the overall big picture, it is still only a 70 gold lead and 1,000 experience lead, so nothing really out of control in one team's favor, at least just yet.
No, it's actually it's super entertaining to watch these two teams duke it out. They keep the game even, like within
Top
the
lane, sorry to interrupt you once again. We see the Undying coming out onto Puppet Master. They get the kill onto Hag, but it will get a return kill here onto the Pubmaster, and Engineer will most likely fall as well to that haste rune from Lord Salforus. So Lord Salforus, despite the one death, he bounces back with 2 more kills. Meanwhile, this is going on in the Legion's jungle. We see a kill onto Moira. They're trying to get the kill onto Andromeda as well. And Lord Salvorus, he's still got that haste rune activated. He is running here. It does wear off, but now Kraken is the one who's in trouble, as Sanrith was baiting this all along. He heals up with the power supply, and he will survive with 8 life from the splash of Kraken. What a survive coming out from Sanrith. And now Andromeda is in some trouble. Here comes the Mors Certissima. Will he have the damage to bring him down? No, he will not, as the Sunder's Vault stops the chase. And now Wretched Hag is here with the Veiled Rot. Lord Selforce, he's trying to find the life tap target. He avoids the Keg Stun. Will he look to turn this around? He sips the bottle. Wretched Hag throwing in the auto attacks. The spells are down from Engineer, but here comes the Energy Field, and they will not get the kill onto Engineer initially. Here comes the blink from Wretched Hag, and they will secure the kill. It's a double tap coming out for Wretched Hag. As the Keg Stun does connect onto Lord, he will still survive with nearly 100 and change on the HP bar. So what a sequence of events coming out for Team Polymorph, as this game is just not short of action, John.
Yeah, it's absolutely not. And before all of that happened, I was going to comment on how just like how evenly matched these teams seem to be, and they're, you know, they usually keep the golden experience disparity within like the 1 to 3K mark for a good long while, as we're finally starting to see Polymorph pull a bit ahead, as they are now 2K golden XP ahead. But I wouldn't be surprised for a second to see that lead shrink down from some amazing plays from Team Tim, reining it back the other way.
Sandred Mirage coming into the top lane to follow up this Lava Surge, and Puppet Master is in some trouble. The Voodoo Puppet does come out, but it looks like Sandwraith will survive, as he wasn't able to finish him off there. Ephemeral Force spawning in the mid lane. Here comes a Shards of Harkon put onto the Illusion here to follow up the Arcane Vortex, and Calamity will just get massacred by Lord Salforus with that Mors Certissima. So Polymorph takes a 21 to 8 hero kill lead. John, we almost have 30 kills in the first not even 13 minutes of this game. I cannot believe how many kills we have seen so far. But the tier 1 tower does fall in the bot lane in favor of Team Tim. And Kraken, he's getting close to his portal key.
Yeah, and that's going to be, whenever that finds its way into the game, that's going to be something, as well as the Shroud on Puppet. You know, they're both pretty close to these 2 key items here, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see, you know, this this lead from Polymorph kind of evaporate if the stars align. They manage to get the ideal execution out of these 2 item pickups.
Top lane, Wretched Hag going to get Puppet Chode up into the Keg Stun. Engineer not auto-attacking though, so he gets the Bat Blast off, and that could be the difference maker. Energy Field does come down. Shards of Harkon gets put onto Lord Selforce to catch out the Engineer. Puppet Master did fall, by the way. Engineer going to keg himself to safety, but will they have the chases? Lord Selforce has a life tap coming up. Mors Certissima into the auto attack, and that will be a double tap coming out for Snooki. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kraken shows off his brand new portal key as they get the kill onto Magnus, and Calamity gets credit for that one.
And he did have to commit his ulti to getting that that mag kill, so we actually might see Kraken being able to PK onto somebody in quick succession here and ulting them. Possibly Salforus, who's quite
another haste rune here on the Lord. Here comes the Mirage from Sandre. Sunder's Vault comes out. It's going to lock them down in place, but that's just going to stall any further chases. Calamity has now fallen. Lord Salforus, he still has that haste rune for another 12 seconds, I believe. As he is trying to find more blood, he runs into Andromeda here. Here comes the Mors Certissima. Hag blinks in with the Sonar Scream, and they will take out Andromeda. And I believe they will be content with that, as some of their players make their way up into the top lane. Looks like they're trying to set up on the Puppet Master here with both the Sandwraith and the Magnus. As we might have some lag hitting, unfortunately. Hopefully this doesn't become an issue. So yeah, you talked about the Shroud timing. I believe Puppet Master has a Shroud being sent out to him right now on the courier.
No, he doesn't. He needs
Really?
14 gold, I think.
Oh,
right?
oh, you're right. He's the chat was actually blocking. I couldn't see it was actually 1,000 186. So you are correct. He does not have his shroud yet, but he is about to purchase it in 14 gold. If they can kill him right here, this would be like an insane timing to take him down, because
Yeah.
that would just stop him from picking up the recipe for his shroud. But yeah, so I wanted to talk about the Wretched Hag. So she hasn't really had the greatest game, but she has kind of now transitioned into more of this like roaming ganker, with the rest of her team. Is it concerning that she's only sitting at 156 gold per minute? Eruption
I
being
don't.
channeled in the top lane. They missed the Lava Surge stun, and that might be the difference maker as the strings come out into the Buddha Puppet. But Puppet Master, he is just being slowed down to the ground. And John, he died before getting
Yeah.
the Shroud recipe. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Lord Salforce and the Kraken end up exchanging lives. I kind of missed that, so I don't know if we caught that on camera, but
Missed
two
it
big
totally,
kills for both sides. But the bigger one, I think, being the Lord Salforce kill, 615 gold going to Kraken.
Yeah, and that level 13 experience as well. But yeah, actually, I'm not really worried about Wretched Hag this game. I mean, like, yes, she's not having the ideal start, but I'm telling you, man, like
But she
Sandwraith,
can recover,
like
right?
all
Like,
Sandwraith is. Yeah, exactly. This hero recovers with just levels, right? Once she gets enough points, and honestly, her skill build. The most concerning part about what's going on in the game right now is her skill build.
she's
The
choosing
fact
not
that
to
she only
max out
has 1 point.
Sonar Scream, which
Right,
I completely
exactly.
disagree with.
But at the same time, maybe it maybe works out situationally because with a Sandwraith on her team, like literally all she needs to do is just like initiate on Puppet
Engineer
or
here in the top river.
Sandwraith.
Speaking of Engineer, Moira is actually going to get charged by a Kraken. She's going to get the Arcane Vortex off with 39 life. Will she make the escape? No, she will not, but Kraken eats an Undying, and now Kraken could pay for that Moira kill with his life. Meanwhile, Engineer got gone on by Wretched Hag and Sandwraith, and they get 2 kills in exchange for their Moira, so Polymorph very happy with that exchange. Meanwhile, Sunder's Well comes out in the river here onto Wretched Hag. Does she have a blink up? She's coming up in 1 more second. She will blink to safety. And I think that that's credit to the barrier idol coming out from Zanuki there on that Lord Forest. So he saved Wretched Hag completely there. Meanwhile, in the bot river, we see Sandwraith falling in exchange for a Andromeda kill.
And a Calamity kill, right?
And a Calamity kill, right?
Yeah.
So Sandwraith got the
So.
kill on a Calamity as well as Andromeda, but then Puppet Master came and cleaned up Sandwraith. So I believe that still favors Polymorph, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too as well.
Portal Key just got picked up by Magnus, so I mean they got the Barrier Idol on Lord Forest, the Portal Key on Magnus, as well as the Thunderclaw on Sandwraith. This is looking really good for Polymorph right now.
Yeah, I mean they're in a really good spot, but they're still not too far ahead right now. I mean, there's still plenty of fight in the corner of Team Tim. But they have these heroes like Magnus and Hag are both heroes that just recover fantastically.
Bottom
with nothing but
lane,
levels.
Kraken. He's going to go in with the charge here onto Sandwraith. Here comes the release to Kraken. Magnus comes in with a counter Lava Surge, but the Voodoo Puppet deletes Sandwraith from the game. Kraken eats an Undying as the Eruption also gets channeled. Kraken goes down. Will they find the catch onto more? Andromeda will be the next victim. She tries to TP on out. That's not going to be successful. Will they get the catch onto Puppet Master? A beautiful Magma stun. Do they have the vision, though, as he is shrouded? They know he's here, but they don't have reveal. So Puppet Master, he will survive despite a beautiful Lava Surge coming out from Magnus in the end.
Yeah, that's I mean that's a pretty good exchange for Sandwraith. I mean, obviously you don't want to die when you're playing Sandwraith like that, but getting Kraken and Andromeda for your life is not too bad of a price to pay, especially whenever you have a Salforus who's taking off towards 600 GPM at this point. I mean, he is just going to open up so much space on the map for you whenever you're playing Sandwraith. And honestly, just being such a strong team fight presence, like you can just hold onto your ulti as Sandwraith for so long and just really come into the team fight at the perfect moment.
Bottom tower will fall in favor of Polymorph, as we see Team Tim grouping up here in the top lane, as well as some Veiled Rots in the mid lane. Kraken picks up a Soul's Bulwark, so that will enhance his damage a little bit further. Stun from Magnus comes out on the Calamity, who has the haste rune, by the way, but it's not going to matter as she gets bursted down. Release the Kraken comes out on the Magnus. They exchange the Calamity for the Magnus there. Another trade that Polymorph will gladly take. And meanwhile, they get the tower kill up in the top lane. Sandwraith, he's putting the pressure with the illusions onto Engineer. So much damage coming out from just the Stand Stalkers as Engineer gets taken down to sub 300 life. But he will have to go home and regen his HP.
Yeah, so I want to see just. I mean, Polymorph has the advantage right now. Ooh, look at this!
Staff of
An
the Master on Lord
interesting pickup.
Self-Forest.
Yeah, definitely.
So what do you think about that?
I actually love it for his place in the game right now. I mean, first of all, he almost has max charges, 9 out of 10 for the bonus damage on the ulti. So, you know, he immediately gets benefit from it, near maximum benefit as soon as he picks it up. But just the way that he's playing right now and like how far ahead he is with how tanky he is. I mean, this Legion lineup is almost all magic damage right now. I mean, there's a little bit of physical damage. Obviously, everybody has right clicks. You've got Kraken with physical damage on Splash and Whiplash and everything, but you know, he's very, very tanky with the Barrier Idol right now. And so he is just running people down, and Staff fits perfectly into that playstyle right now. Because
hold that thought actually, as we have a Mirage. Where is Sandwraith going? He ports into the jungle. But mid lane, we see an Eruption coming out. They get the kill onto both the Andromeda and the Calamity. And was that a defensive Sandwraith ult as he ported into his own jungle? I completely
I
missed
think
that.
it was, yeah.
Meanwhile, Puppet Master takes out the Wretched Hag, but Lord Self-Forest in that energy field takes out Engineer. So it ends up being a 3-for-1 in total exchange. But so I wanted to talk one more thing about the Staff of the Master. Does this mean that he is going to? Are we going to see an upgraded staff right away? And then my second question becomes: should it be Sandwraith or should it be Hag? I'm assuming Sandwraith.
I think
I can hold that thought. Two-man Lava Surge comes out. A nice swap onto the Puppet Master. Release the Kraken. Going to lockdown both the Lord Self-Forest and the Magnus. Magnus does end up falling. The ports are coming in. A nice Arcane Vortex to stop the follow-up from the TPs as Lord Self-Forest will actually go down to the Kraken. So a 2-for-0 exchange now in favor of Team Tim as they also deny the tower. So there goes yet again another momentum swing, this time in favor of Team Tim. But back to the staff question.
I think that yes, we are going to see the intention is to give an upgraded staff, and I think that Sandwraith is the target of it. But I actually don't think that you want him to. I think if you're playing South Forest, you don't want to do that staff upgrade too quickly. I think that he actually gets a lot of benefit in this situation by rushing a Frostfield plate. That's what I want to see. I want to see Frostfield plate into upgraded staff because, like I said, there's a lot of magic damage on the Legion side, but there's actually a decent amount of physical damage. I kind of double back my words really quick, and I would say that when it comes to raw physical raw damage output, they're probably like 60-40. 60%, 40% like magic physical over there on Legion. Like there's actually a surprising amount of physical damage output on the Legion side. And so I think that you actually get a lot of benefit from Frostfield in terms of just the defensive aspect of it, but it has a nice aggressive aspect of it with the Ring of Frost active, which synergizes perfectly with the rundown style of play that you're going to have whenever you're playing with a Staff Self Forest. Because that's the effect, right? Besides giving the bonus damage, whenever South Forest is within, I think it's like 600 units, 600 range of the target, the duration of Undying on the target actually pauses its expiration, so it just lingers, which is like super powerful.
Kraken's gonna get spotted here by this Ward of Sight on the easy camp, but he is gonna clear the camp fast enough. A nice D ward for the Legion jungle entrance. So they group up as 5 down here. They are making a statement that they want to put some tower pressure. As we see Team Tim doing something similar going into Polymorph's jungle, taking out the jungle camp. So both teams kind of taking over each other's jungles right now. And,
yeah, I mean that's actually it's always funny to see both teams on each side, each other's side of the map, and Puppet Master actually goes
picks
for
up a Hellflower.
Yeah, so
So
how
what
do you
think
feel
of
about that? Yeah.
Okay, I guess so. The idea is he probably will need a Shrunken just because there's so much AOE, but at the same time you have both a Wretched Hag and a Lord Sulfuras ultimate, which go through Shrunken Head or Magic Immunity. We see Sandwraith porting into the top lane here. He is doing so much damage to Puppet Master. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. The mines are not enough damage to bring him down. So good heads up play coming out from Sandwraith. Spot out that Puppet Master. And meanwhile, his team is doing the Kongor. I think they should have enough damage, but Lord Sulfuras, man, he's taking a lot of damage here from this Kong. Can anyone tank this for him is the question. Or do they need Sandwraith here? Wretched Hag, she's going to take a lot of pressure, and it will actually be enough. So they do a good job there securing the Kongor. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Calamity is chasing the Sandwraith, but he might, well, actually, no, Sandwraith is the one on the run. There's the Engineer and the Andromeda here, but a nice Bat Blast coming out onto the two supports. They both melt with Lord Sulfuras, dealing some AoE damage there. Shards of or Arcane Vortex coming out onto the Calamity, and Calamity will fall. That is a 4-player swing on top of a Kongor kill for Polymorph. They now jump out to a 6,600 gold lead and 6,000 experience lead, as Lord actually did upgrade.
And he gave it to Hag.
He gave it to Hag, so they're valuing that Bat Blast damage right now, and the cooldown reduction down to is it
Yeah, it's
50
definitely
seconds?
60, I think. Yeah, it's 60.
Okay,
It's,
so 1 minute cooldown on the Hag ulti.
And I mean, it's like I said that it should go to Sandwraith, but I mean, honestly, it's kind of preference or even situational, right? Like, I think that, and it
Yeah.
actually, the reason I said Sandwraith is because I postulated that he should get the Frostfield plate before upgrading the staff, and
Yeah.
so with that with that timing, Sandwraith would have more items, and so I thought that it would be more threatening after Sandwraith has a Hyper
Lord
Crown.
Sulfuras and Engineer are going to
Hellfire
run into
Blade
each other.
3.
Here comes an energy field, and I think Lord Sulfuras, he's happy with that cooldown being used, so just walk it off. And he actually gets the kill, or Sandwraith, excuse me, gets the kill onto Engineer as he ports in with the Mirage. In the bot lane, he also ports in onto the Puppet Master. That Nullfire Blade level 3, causing a lot of pressure for Puppet Master. So Sandwraith, his presence is starting to be felt in this game now. Calamity, by the way, in the top lane. She could be in some trouble as the portal key is coming up in 6 more seconds. Magnus, he might have to use the Lava Surge here. Will he go for it? Yes, he will. He will get the stop on the TP, and this is going to be a dead Calamity. The concede vote is going to be called, but is this game over, do you think?
It's not over, but I mean, Polymorph is certainly starting to pull away. I mean, you can see that just from the statistics. But I mean, it's basically just becoming harder and harder all the time. The longer this game goes on, I mean, Sandwraith is just going to become more of a threat. And I mean, they have strong semi carries within the Hag and Sulfuras as well. So it's certainly an uphill battle for them, but they're not completely out, obviously. They just need
Yeah, I
to...
don't think this lead is
not
unmanageable by
insurmountable.
all means. Although it is getting scary as they do have sort of like a tricor, I would say, with the Hag, the Sandwraith, and the Lord.
Yeah,
Sulfuras.
now that Hag has gotten the free staff, she's really going to start to show up within the next 5 to 10. Like, she's going...
Engineer, an Undying comes out. They will use the energy field. Release the Kraken coming down to lock down Wretched Hag. Hag will fall as Kraken picks up a Shrunken Head. So they end up getting 1-for-1 in the mid lane. And we do see Polymorph pretty split up. And here comes a Mirage. Sandwraith ports into the mid lane onto Puppet Master yet again. And there was a buyback on Wretched Hag, so they want to make something happen with this. They get the kill onto Calamity as well, being Lord Sulfuras. That Arcane Vortex, I don't know if that was necessary, but the GGs are called. Team Tim has conceded, and Polymorph will win their first cycle here in the HoN OMG League tournament as they claim cycle number 5 for themselves. So we have a new champion here in the HoN OMG tournament. So final
Is it
thoughts, John?
new or who
I don't
won?
think Polymorph, aka Lactose, has won any cycles. We've had
Okay.
Big Ego Crew win the first 3, not participate in the 4th, which was claimed by Team Tim. They will be the runner-up here in cycle number 5. But yeah, Polymorph coming off their first cycle victory here in cycle number 5. So big
All right. Yeah,
congratulations
that's
to Polymorph.
absolutely congratulations, and it's really good to see, these
Hmm.
teams constantly pressuring each other to become better and better as these cycles, start to come kind of close to concluding. We still got, I think we're doing 8 cycles, right? So we've still got 3 more
I believe so. I don't
before
want to be quoted on that, but
the
yeah.
grand tournament comes underway for this third league.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting just to see these teams, like, adjusting their play styles or actually just finding their niche. They're starting to really, the longer that they stick around on the scene, people are starting to recognize the player names, recognize the player styles, the token hero picks for certain players and everything. And
Yeah.
it's safe to say that I think it's safe to say that Salforus is making a statement on the scene right now. I mean, he was very dominant in both of the games that he was picked up in that series from Team Polymorph there. So
Yeah,
that's
and they
definitely
even
going to be.
ran it on Whoop in game number 1, and then Snooki played the Lord in the mid lane in game number 3. So they changed up the role of the Lord Self-Forest, having success in both different scenarios.
Mhm.
But I believe we're going to have an interview here from, I believe, the team captain of Polymorph. So we are just waiting on. Actually, it looks like we're going to have players from both sides, if I'm not mistaken. Both team leaders from Team Tim and Team Polymorph, so they'll be in here shortly. But yeah, we're ready for them, I think.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hey guys, so we
Hello.
have Huge Soul here, the team leader of Team Tim, and we have Snooki here, the team leader of Polymorph. And first of all, Snooki, congratulations to Polymorph as you guys take cycle number 5.
Yo,
I guess we'll
thank you.
start off with saying, how are you and your team feeling after coming off your first cycle victory?
We're feeling good, man. I feel like the lactose name maybe cursed us to finish second place every time. So we just
Okay,
changed the team name and look what happened.
Easy.
so a new
It's
team
not the
name, a new
it's not
new
the
feel.
team, man. It's not the team name, man. It's the tags. All right.
Yeah, the
It's
tags as
the
well.
5-man tag up. All right. Like, that's necessary to it, like, improves your team cohesion by like
Yeah,
25%.
and you get +5 strength.
Yeah.
Everyone starts with a free bracer.
Yep.
So yeah.
Um, this is where I usually struggle. John, do you have any questions for Znicki from Polymorph?
Well, I mean, just like kind of continue my post game thought. I mean, what are you guys thinking about Lord Sal Forest right now? I mean, I noticed both of the games that you picked up this hero, it just seemed to be rather unstoppable. I mean, like, what's the answer to this hero?
I mean, the hero is actually quite balanced. I think it's just a snowball effect you get from the hero. So if you utilize the snowball effect, it's gonna run over the enemies. Like the first game, they won the trial and it just took stacks with Lords of Forest, and you see how great that hero can utilize the farm. Like, and he can build tank, and he has his damage just from his spells. And last game as well, when Magnus ganked mid, I get a level advantage against Calamity, and I get runes, and like the hero is super good at snowballing.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yep,
absolutely. It's
definitely
got
agree
a
there.
crazy snowball thing going on right now. I mean, so So it almost seems like obviously it's not inevitable whenever you pick Lord Salforos that that's like going to happen. But if Salforos starts to snowball, like, is it near GG at that point?
No. It's actually like when you see Kraken initiate on me and ulti, I fall very fast and just gotta gank the hero. Don't let it snowball.
Oh, easy as that.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Gank hero. Hero dies. Win game.
Yeah,
Got
well,
it.
I don't think the hero is broken or OP or anything. I think it's quite balanced. It's just
Oh no, I wasn't suggesting that. It's just whenever you see one hero like really kind of dominate a series between two teams, you just kind of just raise your eyebrow and just think, why? You know. So
All right, so I actually have a question for Huge Soul. Now, obviously, you guys unfortunately just came up short with a loss here in the finals, but you guys had a great semifinal number one. You guys actually did what some could consider the impossible. You guys took out Big Ego Crew in 2-0 fashion. What were you guys feeling like after your semifinal number one, eventually going into the finals today?
To be honest, I was actually a bit surprised that my team played that well in the semifinals, but yeah, it's a very hard team to play against Big Ego Crew. Like very hard because they are everywhere and they put pressure. So I think we figure out how to play against that. We just like dodge them as much as possible and get some items, and we fight them. I guess that's why. But then Snooki team too good, man.
no man. Did
That's-
you see the dude Moira play at the bot lane?
yeah,
Oh
he's
my god.
We took note of that play, and I myself named it. I said it was the top play that I've seen so far this cycle. I
Man,
just
the dude,
went straight off and said it.
he
That
doesn't
play
even
was
say
insane.
anything. Like I'm going insane in chat and he just yeah, nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if
it's
John got as
it's
excited as
standard,
I
man.
did, but it was
When
like Moira just cliff walk. That was insane.
yeah, it no, I mean like you were casting the fight and everything and yeah, I was wild whenever I saw it. I mean like of course I've played HoN long enough to where I know that like cliff walking is a thing whenever you're the traditional path like in the trees or whatever is blocked. But it's not an easy thing to pull off, right? And that cliff walk right there was absolutely seamless, right? Like it didn't look like he struggled with his direct pathing into the cliff at all. It just like he stood there for a little bit, got blocked in, was taking some damage, got down to like 50 HP, and then just like walked away. And it was just like amazing.
I don't know why my team was so greedy there. Dude is so good, man, at baiting. But yeah, we tried, I guess. I honestly think we did fine because this is the first time we play as five. This is the first. This was a tryout cycle, I guess. How do we call this?
All right, so you guys actually have a different fifth for you
Yeah,
had a different fifth for cycle 5 today
yep.
versus cycle number 4. What's it been like for you guys adjusting to new players every now and then?
We
Has it
had
been an easy transition or what do you
we
think?
had so basically me, Imba, Xnex, and Mate. We are playing as four, and we just needed someone that can fit in the team. So we try some players, and eventually, I think Hans did very well this cycle, and I think we still need to do like some improvement on laning, and maybe we can be as good as lactose tolerant, all lactose tolerant. I mean,
What is lactose?
oh sorry, man.
Polymorph.
Polymorph, man.
Polymorph.
This is a new team now. New name,
Yeah,
5-man tag. We've seen that effect so far.
lactose tolerant was a good joke though. I like it.
So,
But yeah,
John, do you have any questions for either Huge Soul or Zanuki?
I'm sorry, I'm juggling this interview and text from family right now, but
Okay.
uh just give me a second and I'll dream one up. Because the answer right now is no.
oh,
Sorry to say, You're back on the spot, Wig. Don't try to pass it off to me again.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm struggling to find questions. I feel like this should be easier. I'm usually not the guy asking the questions. I'm just spouting out nonsense. But so yeah.
Oh yeah, I have a question actually to Snooki. Like, why did Whoop went Wingbow on Predator in the second game?
So that's a
That
good
is-
one actually. Is
Yeah.
we were wondering the same thing
Yeah.
on the casters.
Yeah, Whoop, you'd have to ask Whoop about that. He has his own theories about what's good or not, and we just roll with.
Well,
Men's
so
up.
I guess I could ask you guys, just taking the pressure off of Whoop right now, and I'll just rein it into our conversation that Wig and I were having at the moment. Like, we thought that the right item for that situation was Behemoth's Heart. Like, would you guys agree? For
Mm.
given that situation, I mean, obviously you're kind of far removed from the game itself, and
I think at
Wig,
that point, I'm sorry, but I think at that point it doesn't really matter what he buys because they have two spike bolas. They have Magnus constantly split pushing. We have to address him. We have to choose. Like we have to either go full team fight, full push, or go catch Magnus and full push. But they had buybacks ready, and I think when he bought the wingbow, it didn't really matter what he bought. Like the bolas had too much of an impact.
yeah,
Oh, I
absolutely.
think at the time it was before he bought a full wingbow. He was pooling like around 3k gold
Yeah.
with he had already bought a snake bracelet for quite some time. We figured that the 4k plus gold could have went into a heart, and that would have, I think, been at the time they might have only had one spike bola, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and
So
Calamity wasn't everything that she was, like,
so we
going
felt
later into
that
that game.
you needed Pred to just chunk
Yeah.
down the tower and bait out spells, force them to go on him.
Yeah, we made sure the last game to really shut down Calamity. Like that hero that had really shined the last week in TMM and week in scrims, and we can really feel the pressure from the hero. Like the amount of harass you can do with the hero and late game presence, early game presence. The hero is actually super strong. I think
Yeah, we
every
saw
single
that in
team has
game three.
tried picking it up.
Wait, what did other team pick Calamity?
We tried it scrims against I think
Oh.
What You Got's team, and What You Got
I think
picked it
we
against
tried it
us.
one time as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. But man, I wanted to try Tempest last game. Fuck, my team don't trust me.
Tempest mid?
No Tempest Woods, and then I do my job. But
Why do you take your engineer mid, Hujal?
engineering,
Oh,
man, it's so boring, man.
so this
Yeah,
is
but
kind of
you're
like a
owning, man.
non.
I
So I have
know.
like a non-relevant question, I guess. So you mentioned Tempest, and we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen really any jungling at all in cycle number 5. What do you guys feel about junglers, at least in the current meta? Do you feel like junglers are viable, or are they just kind of too hard to run at the moment? Because we don't see them very often.
No, they are very, very valuable. I think some of them more than others. Like Solstice is not good anymore, I guess. But yeah, some heroes like Ophelia, Tempest. What else? What is good jungler?
Maybe
No.
Warbeast,
We'll
maybe.
occasionally see like a Draconis
Yeah,
ban from some teams,
yeah,
but
Draconis. But
we don't really
Draconis,
see
yeah,
pure junglers picked up all that often. But you guys feel like they are viable? We're just not seeing them.
yeah. But I think my team was a bit too. Since we didn't like play a lot together as fives, they didn't want to risk it in finals. That's why. But
Okay.
yeah, we definitely should try it one day.
Yeah, because the previous patch we actually had a nerf to jungle, and I think we even at that time we still weren't seeing like a whole lot of jungle in tournaments, but they did get a small tone down in terms of the experience, I believe, on a lot of the camps to slow down some heroes. But yeah, we still haven't really seen a whole lot of jungling. But you feel they are viable. Do you feel the same ways, Nikki?
Yeah, I think jungling is super viable. There's just no teams that have the designated jungle player, I guess, except you. But I mean,
Uh-huh.
my team as well tried jungle a couple of games, but then we have to put since I'm the only one who jungles, Then we put Asaf mid, and then we have to do a full 180 rotation on what, like, how we
Right.
play. So,
Yeah, it changes the
so
whole team
so
chemistry.
I really
so to
want to
speak.
play with the jungler, but for our team, I think we can't. Like,
Yeah,
but
I think jungle. Yeah, it's then you have to have a really good offlane player, because offlane might not be practiced a whole lot in TMM or whatnot due to the 2-1-2 meta
yeah,
that we see in pub games very often. So the what's it called? Being used to having a jungle in your team can kind of throw you off, I guess.
Man, Whoop is the best offlane, man. He's feeding for the team. Good.
he's feeding you, so
Yeah,
you give me more gold, man. Huge.
that. He's next level.
Next level.
Do you guys have any questions for us? I don't know if
Was it fun to
maybe
cast?
you guys have some questions for us as the casters.
Yeah.
Or...
Was it fun to cast our game?
I thought you guys had a great series. I mean, anytime a series goes 3 games and the games are, really long, like 40, 50-minute games, I feel like it's exciting. So
You
I think
guys
you
aren't
guys
able.
definitely
You're,
provided us a exciting series.
yeah, you guys
John?
don't have access to the in-game statistics like we do, but I mean, you guys did very, very well at keeping the XP and gold disparity like with like very close for a long while, and that's always entertaining to see. It's because eventually, I mean, it's a game of Han, right? Like eventually, one team is going to get away from the other, right? They're
Yeah.
going to eventually surpass them, but it's actually always entertaining to see like how long they can keep it this close. And you guys did a really good job at. I mean, the third game was like a little bit more decisive, I think, than the first two. But yeah, the first two are like really close for a while,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
did
actually
some misplay.
interesting.
I did some huge misplay on my part with NG. I don't think we should have been that far back. Like we should have killed at least Selfrace once or twice. But I did some misplays. It happens.
It happens.
Misplays
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
I am no stranger to misplays.
The first game was super laggy though. I don't know why.
Yeah, it was.
It
Yeah.
felt like playing on new servers.
I think I remember somebody saying something about that
It was Whoop.
in the chat.
Man,
Yeah.
yeah. Can you stop draft Artesia to TKB, man? He's so fucking
And
cancer to play against. He just. Oh my god. He never showed
sits
himself.
back and spam spells. The hero heals so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
TKB beast, man. He's shining this tournament.
Yeah, the oh man, the amount of the semifinals where he was healing Hammerstorm was crazy. Like Hammerstorm was just whacking this tier 3 tower, and TKB was just chunking heals into him and just keeping up for so long. Like the enemy team
Oh.
was just like dumping like rally compel, magma stun, like power throw or like whatever, and it just didn't matter. It was so funny to see.
Wait, was that my series?
Yeah, I think it was. I actually
Oh
think it
yeah, we
was.
couldn't
Yeah.
kill Hammer. He was just getting healed nonstop. We were
Yeah.
like, man, he just won't die. I
Man,
remember
I
that.
must say you guys are so unlucky. You get EU in the third game every
Yeah,
time.
I took a little tiny jab in game number 3 when I said, so what server do they play on with the dice roll? EU versus EU. But
Yeah.
but
I
yeah,
really felt like
one cycle in the near future we will win a dice roll because we just can't win a dice roll, and when we get to play in US East, we'll be super happy. But until then, it is what it is. As it has been the theme of the day. It is what it is, and gotta
Look,
play
man,
on
the
EU as
strategy
well.
is you guys just need to play like when you play. I mean, obviously you're a seasoned EU player, but like Testy and Math Pro, they just need to like give up playing NA, just play EU, lifetime EU from this point on, and they'll just dominate every tourney. Server won't matter.
Yeah, well, I just play swords. I mean, what do I know? I just play swords and die occasionally or often, so that doesn't matter too much.
Can I say something
Of
to
course.
Paradise? I bought my Go coins, Paradise, because you didn't give me Go coins. Oh my god. Fuck.
I don't know if stream can hear Paradise.
Don't think they
that.
can. So he's just fine.
Paradise just shared an
Yeah, he said-
unsavory comment in
No,
the
he said
direction of
he-
Huge Soul.
he agreed. Okay, whatever.
Paradise might have to
I'm a bit
talk to
tired.
Desperado.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
But
Good.
I actually need to go.
Yeah, me too.
I have to go do some family stuff. So it was great casting you guys' games, and I look forward to the next series 2 weeks from now, or next cycle.
Yeah, so
So.
thanks for an exciting series from both your guys' teams, and again, congratulations to Polymorph as they take their first cycle victory here in cycle number 5. So thanks for joining us, Huge Soul from Team Tim and Snooki from Polymorph. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for
See ya,
casting, man.
guys.
See ya.
See you guys. Okay, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That will do it for cycle number 5. Once again, Polymorph are your champions. We will be back 2 weekends from now with cycle number 6. That is going to do it for me. What you got? I am going to now turn it over to Eyes of Paradise as he will close out the stream for the day. So thank you all for tuning in here to cycle number 5.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And as you heard it, the cycle number 6 is going to be in 2 weeks, specifically in October 24th or the 24th of October. And it's going to be in 1 p.m. GMT UTC. And we hope to see you all there. I hope you enjoyed today's cycle. And yeah, we'll catch you in the next one again in October 24th. Thank you all for tuning in. Good night, everybody. See you in the next cycle.